Finally. So that's a good time to create the cookout.
Yeah, I hope she's all right. I tried calling her this morning, but her phone seems to be off now. It was on last night, like it rang, but now it's not ringing. So
I
hopefully
think
she's
maybe
okay.
I hope as well. Do you think maybe she just keeps her head low or something?
Yeah, I mean, doesn't seem like she was posting anything out of the ordinary or anything like the past few days, but yeah, just odd to not have any communication for sure.
Sorry, my Twitter's bugging. Try and fix it here.
Well, I'll get the grill ready.
Yeah, where's the food?
Big C. Like that? He booted me.
Yeah, sorry, it was stuck in a loop of still trying to. He kept trying to invite you as a co-host, but you were already a co-host.
It's your internet.
All right, so I'm not too cold, so everybody help me out here.
So which projects did you invite today?
Wait, you're not too
Jack here,
cold?
because-
Oh, Jack, yeah. CSC. Nice.
Well, looks like we're featuring Casino Coin today on the Xrpl Community Cookout.
Jack,
God.
Some Becky
Jack,
What have I
giveaways
done?
too.
this is super official, so it's recorded.
Well, I wanted to make sure 2Cold could come back and listen.
We have to be really engaging then. So she's proud.
Exactly.
Yeah, no one's allowed to ask dumb questions either, okay, guys? Just
So
kidding.
XXX comes in here, we're just gonna boot him.
Oh my god, that'd be hilarious.
So, Jack, what's the latest update on Casino Coin? What y'all been up to? I heard you guys had a number of games in development. I like games. I like gambling. Tell us more.
I think the newest thing that's coming soon is the metaverse. We're just waiting on a couple things to show it off, and then it should be released next month.
And by
Nice.
metaverse, do you have a custom build going on? Is it part of another metaverse? What's your world looking
It's a
like?
custom build. Artifacts is building it.
Awesome.
Is it play to earn or play to, like, all these buzzwords?
No, it's a typical casino. So you go in and you walk up to a slot machine, and then if you want to play on it, it's connected to one of our operators. And the first one will be 3-2-1. So it's sort of like playing it on a phone or on the web, except you're playing it on an actual slot machine in a casino.
Oh wait, is this the X app?
No, it's not. It's not an X app, but it will be mobile, web, and on Oculus.
Was it? I remember
nice.
probably half a year ago there was a really terrible demo of a slot machine. That one, right? Artifacts, I remember they announced, and then it was shortly after Casino Coin had a partnership with them.
Yeah, it was a demo of a slot machine with a pretty basic graphic for the slot machines.
But tell us, Jack. How can you push these ideas to Daniel? Like, he's so stubborn to all this. Like, I mean, how comes so surprising.
I just scream at him louder than he screams at me. Typically, is how that works.
You tell him fuck.
I'm just way nicer than Daniel in general, so. Except in DMs.
Will there be craps in this metaverse casino? I like craps.
Yes, but I don't know if they're going to be in there right away. We're starting with the slots.
Yeah, it's probably easier to, ensure fairness, I guess. but craps would be, you would want to make sure that whatever the dice roll mechanism was fair and random, I guess.
Yeah, the craps and the table games in general are just something that's totally different than the slots, I guess. Like, it's hard to. How do I explain this? So, let me see. Let me gather my thoughts on this because it's kind of weird. So, table games, you really wouldn't want them to be a display, right? Like a slot machine, you'd want them to be the actual table, so they'd have to be hooked in, and then there's other things that have to be hooked in to make it work. So it's not quite as simple as just the slot machines.
I see also Rippleton is not on his fake account anymore. Welcome back.
Mate.
I think this is the fake Rippleton, to be honest with you.
Yeah, this is my tier from the account.
So, do you have any anti-aging advice for us there, Rippleton?
What was that? Sorry, mate.
Do you got any anti-aging advice for us, buddy?
Yeah, really cool. Fucking wankers. I told them Jack that told me to do it. They didn't believe me.
So, Jack, is the yelling a daily occurrence? Because you can kind of tell that the short period that you were gone, nothing got done. So it's definitely a necessary thing, isn't it?
I'm so much meaner in real life than I am publicly. Rippleton knows.
Yeah, mate. They're a couple of old bitches together, those two.
I mean, you have to be old bitches in crypto to get shit done. You got all these little young whippersnappers out here.
So how's the lobby doing? Do you have metrics on how many users it has, and maybe how many new users would be an interesting one? How many people have onboarded to Zum just to use the lobby?
So I don't have the exact metrics offhand, but I do know that Rock and Roll had 5,000 signups, and then it's sort of scaled down, I think, because of the bear market, and also because JustBit and TrueFlip aren't running any promotions yet, so there's really no reason to go there over, say, Rock and Rolla and or 321. So we're sort of waiting for them to run promotions before we can actually gather good data on that, in my opinion.
Do the new ones do they provide anything different from Rock and Rolla? Like, do they have a different game lineup, or is it pretty similar?
It's pretty similar, but they do offer sports betting on JustBit.
Oh, that should be advertised a lot more. That's awesome.
Agreed. And of course, that's my fault, so I won't make any sort of bad comments about myself. I'll just blame Daniel.
That's the easy way.
So, give me a little bit more about what's going on under the hood of the business itself. So it sounds like you have operators. Are these in like legal countries where they can enact the gambling, or like how does that work?
So every casino that we work with is a licensed casino. It's the only way that we can promote them, based on the way the jurisdiction laws work in the Isle of Man. So the actual business model is affiliates for regulated casinos. So when you go into the lobby and you click on a casino and you sign up, where Eminence is an affiliate of that casino.
Oh, very cool. That's very interesting. And so, how did you get inspired to do this or get into this? Was this, did you know about this affiliate opportunity previously? Were what inspired Casino Coin?
That's something you'd probably have to ask Daniel, because I've only been around since it swapped to the Xrpl. So I've known him for 5 or 6 years. So we sort of just started talking, and that's how I got on the project.
Did you have like previously any touch points with this industry, or did you work in?
Yeah, mostly in the background on other cryptos.
Oh, nice. So what are also like in that sense, because you were talking about the affiliate, what are the most challenges you have basically with new operators that you kind of approach? Like, what's something that you say, oh yeah, well, there it goes again, they ask for this or whatever?
Well, for example, a tier 2 casino typically has either no dev team or they outsource a dev team, so it's a bit complicated for them to integrate Casino Coin into their backend. And in terms of like bigger casinos, like tier 1s, there's just not enough liquidity for it, so we have to push a bunch of tier 2s before we do tier 1.
So what's with Wolfbat? They seem like they'd be a perfect addition. Why are they snubbing Casino Coin?
Wolfbat, I would have to ask about that.
And their site's pretty cool for gambling sites. It's pretty unique. And I think you actually use your Xrpl wallet there because they have so many wallet activations if you snoop around.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. Was it wolfbat.com?
Wolf.bet.
Wolf.bet. Okay, thanks. And they're licensed and all that good
Yeah, I was
stuff.
just gonna say that. Maybe they're not licensed. I would assume they are. They have been around for a while. I think it was the first crypto site I ever ran into.
Do you guys know of a spot to look for all the online licensed casinos?
That's not really my wheelhouse, but yes, as far as I know.
It looks like they're in Caraco with their registered license number and business number and everything on there.
Yeah, that's good. Then I'll pass it along. Thanks.
It's interesting you mentioned sports betting earlier because I know that in the US they legalized esports betting, and that's why like you can have all kinds of gaming competitions and stuff like that. Um, and also like fantasy football, I think, is considered an esport. Well, although it does somewhat depend on real sports, it's not actually the betting on that on any one particular game. It's like gamifying around the game. So it's interesting. I think there's just going to be so many interesting gambling opportunities and game betting opportunities in the near future, especially with the metaverse. It's going to be wild.
Yeah, it's gotten pretty crazy. I think it's Rubat that has NFT gambling now, which is pretty nuts.
Yeah, like I've seen NFT like slot machines and stuff. Yeah, you pay a little bit of ETH, turn the dial, pops out a whatever NFT or like a really nice one. That's how they get you into it. I've never done it. I always figured they were rigged or whatever, but
I mean, most games have to be provably fair if they're licensed, so I think actually all of them do.
right. I was just talking about some random person's mint website, right? Like any old ETH person popping up a random slot machine, right? But yeah, I think the licensed casinos getting into crypto is going to be huge. So it's pretty cool. You guys have a head start on some of that, really figuring out the mechanisms, some of the current regulatory infrastructure to get going there. So kudos to you guys.
Thanks. Yeah,
Rubat.
we're working with two sets of regulations, so it's kind of interesting, but also keeping everyone safe too. So.
Wolf, you have your hands up.
Yes, hello everyone and happy Sunday. I was just wondering, where is 2Cold have like in a well-deserved vacation or something?
We're not quite sure where she is right now. We know that she wasn't feeling that great. She didn't come to the pool party last night, but Jake's did a great job at hosting that. So we're just filling in. Space is recorded, so 2Cold can see that we did it anyway. If anybody's heard from her, if you can reach out to Rippleton.
Oh,
We
hope
haven't heard
everything's
from her in the
good.
last, so hopefully she's feeling all right. We know COVID's going around and she wasn't feeling that good, so we're just gonna assume that's what it is for now.
She DM'd me and said Rippleton's dick, so.
I don't know if
thanks
we had
for
anybody booked for today for a speaker. If anybody knows that, if you can DM one of us or let them know the space is on, we'll continue the show if they want to come up. For now, we'll just keep interrogating Jack.
I just a quick update. Dirk, I've been in touch with him as well, so I know he's in touch with 2Cold. And apparently, Jake's been in touch with us and he's spoken to us. So hopefully things will look good.
Well, that's good. So
Yeah, that's good.
hopefully, hopefully she's back soon and back in good spirits, ready to talk shit and have fun with everybody. So back to Jack now. All right. So you said you met Daniel 6-7 years ago. Tell us your meeting story. How did you guys meet, and
Yeah,
what bonded you as friends?
What
yeah, and
was
how,
it love at first sight?
yeah, and how was Daniel back then?
So somebody had like a radio show or something, and it was in a Discord. We'd just sit in there and bullshit all the time, and then we started talking shit to each other, and I sent him a picture of dick butt in his DMs. And that was that.
I love
Wonderful.
that's oh my gosh, because I've met some of my favorite online friends through sharing dickle butts, which is the derivative iteration of dick butts, which I found out later. But man, the joy of dick butts really brings people together. I swear to God, it's hilarious. So I just love that. That's amazing. Thank you for sharing.
For sure, no problem.
Have you ever had a meeting in person with Daniel or no?
Nope. He was going to come to Apex, but then he had some issues.
Nice. Speaking of Apex, how was it?
It was good. It was fun. It was bigger than last year.
Did you get laid?
No.
Well, that's the only reason you would have gone.
A boy doesn't kiss and tell.
You did look pretty dapper in that suit. I'm not gonna lie. I saw a picture
Yeah.
of you in a pretty
looked
dope
good.
suit. Yeah.
He's
Thanks.
just
So
a
like I
bloody.
said,
He's a Las Vegas slut. He has been for a long time.
You look like the owner.
somebody stopped me at one of the slot machines and thought I worked there. He said that it ate his money, and he tried to get me to help him out. It's pretty funny.
Hey, by the way, speaking of Casino Coin and the X app in Xrpl, is it possible to like log in and start gambling right now? Because I haven't done the KIC process yet, so I haven't checked out.
Yeah, you just have to fill in KYC, and then it'll populate with 4 casinos that you can choose from.
Sweet. Do you have to use Casino Coin, or can you choose to like use XRP, or how is that work?
You can actually use any XRPL token because we have a pathfinding feature. So if you want to deposit any XRPL token on a casino that we're partnered with, you can.
That's
Oh,
awesome.
no shit. I'm gonna start pumping the shit out of your lobby then, for sure. Get all these
Do the
degens
KIC.
gambling with some Becky. Let's go, man. I'm down.
Not available for U.S. customers.
I was telling my buddy, like, you can be a stripper in the metaverse, get that change, you know, and then now they need somewhere to spend it. So let's go.
I love that narrator disclaimer, by the way, Red Eye.
But one day we will.
Soon.
So Jack, you meet Daniel, you send him a dick, but you instantly become buddy. This was before Casino Coin existed at all on any other ledger, or what happened next in your journey in your friendship?
Let's see. We built some hardware together, which was running master nodes on Tor in your house instead of a host. So it was basically to decentralize the nodes as opposed to running them all in like Vulture or whatever.
Okay. So you broed out on some Tor onion shit. Okay. And then
I mean, I knew about Casino Coin. We used to just talk a lot of shit to each other about followers and market caps and, you know, the typical bullshit that we talk about. Then I took a little hiatus from crypto for like a year and started talking to Daniel. Well, we usually caught up like every few months, but then I started talking to him again in like, I don't know, March of last year or something. So Casino Coin actually used to be run by something called the Casino Coin Foundation, and Daniel wanted to hire me for Casino Coin a long time ago, but they said I was too expensive.
so did you lower your price, or did they finally get enough money to pay you?
Do I seem like someone who would lower my price?
Exactly. That's a good move.
I mean, the crypto town crier must be bringing you in some good advertising money, no?
I can't comment on that.
If that is you, I think I just love you even more now because of that.
It's actually not me. I've met him in Vegas before a couple months ago.
You took so much magic away from it.
Yeah, you just ruined the.
Yeah, I know, it's over.
That was like the greatest thing last year. Should have kept it going.
I mean, he says he's ever won, so he's really just me, though. Or am I him?
I'm just glad you're not dead.
That shit was so funny. I did post for like, what, 20 hours or something? You're like, is he dead?
Well, he logs out of Discord for the first time ever. He's just not there. Discord's quiet. I'm like, what the fuck? And so I went and checked, what was it? Instagram, and you're the only one that doesn't have a picture on there. So I was like, what the fuck? Did he die or did he get fired? What the hell? Yeah, I
A boy could dream.
got teased for that one.
So Jack, with XS20 coming up, you guys have something in store for that?
There are some NFTs, but I'm not entirely sure if we're going to use them. They're hand drawn, so I don't know how long that would take to get a whole shitload of them made.
It's actually nice, hand drawn. Cool.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to just have more unique one out of one, small collection, make it meaningful.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm actually curious how many we would have because, I mean, we have a big community, but at the same time, you could also make them really exclusive or not.
I wonder, you could probably sell like some kind of utility NFT that gives you like 5 free spins at uh this slot machine or something like that. Like coupons.
I guess the problem with that would be, what if people want to sell them in the secondary market and they don't have the spins anymore?
That's a good one. Well, you could burn the NFTs when they're redeemed. Right?
True, yeah.
Well, you would just force them to be redeemed before you get your spins.
Yeah, exactly. Boom. Community utility idea. There you go, Jack.
See, this is why you hang out with nerds.
Write it
Now,
down.
give
Write
me
it
a bunch
down.
of coupons for free spins. Thanks.
Are you guys interested in developing this utility too, and then just giving it to me?
I mean, maybe if I get coupons.
And then maybe also market it when it's done. I'll just chill for a while. Are we cool?
Is this why they thought you were too expensive? You just pass it on to other people?
Exactly. They call me the delegator. That's my nickname.
Hey, Jack, I'll do the marketing, okay?
All right, sweet. Got me in.
Yeah,
I mean-
Dirk's great with marketing.
I mean, Daniel would say, you know what, you get some retweets and that's it.
Do we have any statistics on how many that is in the lobby right now and gambling?
We do. I would have to ask Daniel for those, though. I don't have them offhand. On hand. But as I was saying, there were 5,000 signups for Rock and Rolla, and it's doing the best out of the casinos. I mean, part of it's because it's the first mover, and another part of it is that they sort of ramped up their site and made it cleaner, and it looks nicer now. And they're also adding some more features. Coming soon.jpg.
Nice. So have the casino gone in plus or have it lost?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Oh, I'm just wondering if it have gone in plus, that the casino haven't lost.
The casino is making money, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, thanks.
There's a list out there too of all the exchange wallets, and it's pretty cool because if you go through there, it lists casinos as exchanges, so you can actually find all the, like, you could find their wallets and actually look at what kind of money they're bringing in and what they're paying out. You can definitely tell casinos make money. They don't lose money.
Yeah, but
it
I
always
heard
wins.
that on the blockchain now is more fair, that casinos can't cheat anymore. So you never know.
It's never fair.
Yeah, the reality is that casinos actually don't even really need to cheat if they're a big casino. I mean, they're printing money.
For what I know, they're quite strict regulated, and I think they pay out about 98% of their revenue. So they take 2-3%, but I think it's still worthwhile.
Oh, yeah, the reality is all you have to do is get licensed to run a server and get in bed with some providers. So it's not super difficult in some jurisdictions. It's not all of them.
Yeah, in Canada, I think is probably the least amount of friction for setting up a casino, because you can either do it here or you can do it anywhere. Canada doesn't restrict you from opening a casino in like Cookout if you want. And then same with all the citizens, right? Like, we are free to gamble anywhere in the world. So there's absolutely no license requirement other than they need to be licensed somewhere. So yeah, lots of casinos will come here and set up in Cookout so that they don't have to physically be there, but they can be in a North American country and then still avoid all of those taxes.
So, Chris, when are we starting up this casino venture?
Actually, a while ago, I had looked up all the different white label casinos because I thought it'd be a good idea for Casino Coin to add support to one of those white labels so that when anybody does use one of them to start up a new casino, it natively would have lobby support, right? And then I was looking at what it takes to actually set one up. And other than having a large amount of capital to start out with, it's actually not that difficult to set up a white label casino and launch out of the gate. It's just not something you'd want to do as a single person operating the whole damn thing because, wow, it's a lot of work. I mean, not just the licensing, but I mean, um, how are you going to support the whole thing, right? Like you got customer complaints, you got technology issues, you've got like it's just so much work. Like these online casinos have to be pretty large teams. Like I would imagine a minimum of 50 people on staff.
What about AI? Do you think AI could probably cut back on some of the support issues, making sure things are well explained? A lot of support and need for support infrastructure comes from things not being clear or having information readily available. So training AI assistants to handle a lot of that could probably help. And then I think you could do it with a lean team. I don't know if you would need 50.
I think we just I think we hide AI too much. I think if you were to have like and this goes for any site, if you were to have an AI bot and properly label it, and I would use a term kind of like it's an FAQ AI bot, right? You can interact with this thing to find the right answer before going to a human layer of support. And I wish more places would do that because it gets super frustrating when you're trying to get support and then you realize you're going in a circle because this isn't a person. And I think that causes a lot of frustration for a lot of people. I know AI is better than a lot of the bots that support uses now, but I think we really need to come up with some new terminology so that when people are interacting with them, because you interact with them differently when you know they are a bot, and when you interact with them differently, they become a tool that you just kind of know how to use differently than a human. I think that could drive AI acceptance in a better direction if we were just clear and had better terms for it. Because it is great. It's a great tool when you know that's what you're interacting with. It's annoying when you think you're talking to a human and then find out you're in a loop.
Yeah, I agree with that too. But if we're just looking at it as a pure cost and efficiency measure, then it can eliminate a layer of issues, you know, by having proper setup, right?
Yeah, typically for most businesses, almost all businesses, the most expense, the highest expense they have is labor, and so when you can eliminate that factor, it frees up the possibilities to do a lot of different things.
I used to work in a lot of call centers, like in college days, and yeah, it is a huge expense, especially turnover, because people don't like to stay in those jobs. They're not paid well, you're not treated well, and you're forced to look at a ticker all day showing you, there's 60 calls waiting in this queue, and there's 180 calls in that queue, and you got, management wanting to be filled in faster, but at the same time they're grading you on calls that might have happened too quickly and could have been friendlier, and it's a terrible environment to be in for a long period of time. So AI definitely could be a huge um cost savings measure.
Well, so aside from licensing and support, then we're talking server capacity. Jack, what was your estimation about server requirements then?
I have no idea. You'd have to ask somebody on our tech team or a casino's tech team. I mean, I can ask for you.
Yeah, I'm just curious. We're kind of like, it's almost like we're workshopping a startup casino right now. So just getting all the info together in case somebody listens to the recording, decides they want to do it. Maybe we will, who knows?
one idea that I thought would be cool is if you could use an NFT as a very basic program and skin for a slot machine. So you could design the look of it and a little bit of the programming of, when you spin, it's got this kind of animation, and maybe not adjust the payouts. That would be in full control of the casino, but it'd be an NFT that you could design and spread around. And so you could have one that are, based on your NFT project, or if you had like a minor league team that you could make one for and sell them. I think it'd be kind of fun if you just, there was this, it's kind of like Japanese have their candy cades. I think there's another term for them, but they're basically just a blank arcade machine that you can load up with any game, and that way you don't have all this hardware cost when you bring in new games. But it'd be cool to have that in the digital form, where just this NFT is a skin that I can sell and trade, and I can create more, and it adds a whole bunch of games where the base layer of this machine is the same programming across, so there's no cheating with fairness and stuff.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like a smart contract, an open source smart contract. I'm pretty sure they have a few of those on Ethereum and whatnot. But on XRP Ledger, it's more like when Hooks comes out, then you'll be able to just like open source templates like that, I think, for the NFTs. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and it could be
Yeah.
done like at Hooks for a long time. It could be done just on the platform side, right? Where if you load this NFT, this stuff has been changed in our platform to do these extra little things, but the base of the skin is the NFT, like the actual image that just gets wrapped around the machine that you're going to play.
I really hope they bring some more libraries out there, because right now it's just so difficult to build with hooks. I mean, not everyone knows C and all that shit.
Yeah, my my developer learnings have been all over the place with XRP, Metaverse, like Codex, Dolly, all that, like all the AI stuff. I'm learning Python. It's like
Oh yeah, Python is great.
it all merges. And then you forget the colon or the comma in one language, and you're like switching back and forth to them, and you're like, fuck, why can't I get this? And then you realize you were thinking in JavaScript when you should have been thinking in C or whatever.
So, Jack, in
Yeah.
light of what Chris was just saying, would that be a thing for like someone who just wanted to market inside your casino to print up a bunch of NFTs and have them placed throughout the casino for just marketing? Would that be a potential thing or something in your metaverse?
Yes, I believe so. You were talking about companies marketing inside of our metaverse.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm in a loud place. I'm staying muted, but yes, that's exactly what I was referring to.
Yes, so the first slots that are going to be available are Rock and Roll Casino. So it's going to be a casino coin casino, but it's going to have slots from other casinos. So um, it'll be other casinos from our network as well. So eventually we'll be adding stuff like JustBit, 321, and TrueFlip. So they'll all have their own slot machines inside of a large casino, if that makes sense.
It'd be great to see the casino coin community get together and use one of these white labels to build their own casino as well. I think it's the one community that everybody wants to be involved, but it's very difficult to actually be involved, other than, you can bitch in Discord, or you can make great suggestions, but it just seems like the level of involvement that people want um, hasn't been given to them.
I hope the metaverse solves that too, because you'll be able to actually hang out in there as someone in the US and at least watch and interact with people who are playing the slots.
That would be cool if you could like. Are you planning to do that? Like make a metaverse where you can have VR goggles on you and meet people and sit on slot machines.
Yes,
Side to side.
hopefully we have a beta stage this month and it launches next month. That's the plan.
Sweet. I have to get myself some VR goggles then.
But
Yeah,
I like the idea of the white labeling too. Something that's been discussed for quite a while. Just to partner with some sort of white label company, and then it just automatically has CSC when you fire up the casino.
If anybody else wants to jump up and chat, if I follow you, it'll automatically accept you. If not, just send a request. If anybody's up here and doesn't want to chat, just jump down so that there's more spots. But I think we're fine for now.
Good evening, guys. How we all doing?
hey, Hales. Doing
Hey there.
well.
Hey, good evening, Ailes.
We've been featuring Casino Coin today on the Cookout, carrying on for 2Cold. To update you, apparently Jake's did hear from her, so she's alive. But we'll hopefully get back to regular scheduled programming in the near future. So today we had Jack in here, and we've been essentially asking all about Casino Coin, which now I'm very, very bullish on, to be quite honest. Kind of want to explore this white label solution that Chris is talking about. That could be fun. What do you think about? Okay, so the other day I was at a sports event. I was at a soccer game, football as the Europeans call it, and there was all this like kind of free shit before the event, and they had a Plinko game giveaway, and that was always my favorite game on Price is Right. So I was like, oh, that'd be a fun little app. I should make a little Plinko NFT faucet for people. But that could be a fun one for Casino Coin. I don't know if that qualifies as gambling. I want to basically make the prices right.
Oh, you know what else would be fun is pachinko.
Which one's pachinko? Okay, now
Yeah,
I gotta
I
Google
don't think a game show falls under the context of gambling. Yeah, I think you're.
it. Yeah. So crypto game show.
Pachinko is the game that they play in Japan because the gambling there is illegal. So they play pachinko and they end up getting prizes. And one of the prizes that you can collect is gold. And then you just kind of go in the alley and there's somebody to exchange the gold for the
Yeah.
cash.
What did you say, Chris? Is it legal to gamble in Japan?
Yeah, you can't have like a traditional casino. So what they do is they'll have these gaming rooms and they're mostly filled with just pachinko and yeah, you it's a redemption game. So it's basically an arcade, but you can exchange. I believe that it's usually gold. You can get gold as a reward because it's not a currency, and then you just go out around the corner and there's somebody that'll exchange the gold for the cash, and it just completely. They seem to be completely cool with it because there's tons of them. Like these pachinko rooms are just massive and usually full, like from opening to close.
They found a workaround, Wolf. They found a workaround.
Yeah, in Norway actually, it's legal to play poker with real money. Is it like that elsewhere in Europe as well? They have to like hide that they are gambling real money on poker. It's a stupid rule, though.
I don't know how is it in Germany, to be honest, but Daniel would know.
Canada's pretty fun for gambling. We've got casinos everywhere and they have everything. Like you can play every game. It's not just VLTs. VLTs a lot of times people just go to bars because every bar will have VLT little lobby. But yeah, the casinos are always just like full blown casinos and everywhere. Like you don't have to go out to a reserve to go on a casino. You'll have them right in the city. I think where I grew up in Calgary, there was a dozen right in town, and they're awesome.
Nice. I haven't really been into a real casino before. Only on the Danish boat. There they have a lot of the slot machines.
Well, crypto is kind of like one big casino anyways, so welcome to it.
Like the
Thanks.
cool part of Casino Coin is we know everybody here is addicted to gambling, so all you got to do is get people in that app. I think you would really, really off ramp a lot of crypto if you could get people in there.
Yeah, I'm up in Canada too, and there's so many people addicted to gambling. And the casinos here are actually really nice. Up in Edmonton, they just built like that new whole ice district. It's nice. It's a nice casino. I even went in there a couple times and played, but I'm not too big on gambling.
So that one in Edmonton, I keep getting these notifications of the people they bring in there, like for comedians and concerts and shit. Like, wow, oh, I can't even remember what it's called, but they're getting larger people in that venue than they do like the Coliseum and whatever that new one is. Like huge names in there. I think my brother even went to what's his name? He used to be fuck. Late night with what's his name?
I'm not sure.
Brain's gone. Brain's gone. There you
Stephen Colbert is the late night show host right now, or is it the other guy, Jon Stewart?
go. No, older. Has a million cars.
Jay Leno.
Jay Leno, yeah. I'm pretty sure you went and seen Jay Leno there. Like they're bringing in massive names into that casino.
Yeah, it's really nice. Like, I don't know. I probably spent like a month going on the weekends and kind of playing around. But like I said, I'm not big on gambling, but it's just nice in there and it's just a good atmosphere. I could see why. I don't know. Edmonton's trying to improve, even though it's kind of a shitty city. But
You know what I love are those fucking Willy Wonka Oompa Loompa fucking machines. God damn, those are so much fun. They get me every time. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna stay here for a second because, like, I have this theory that when the Oompa Loompas actually start chanting louder in the background and they're like kind of on this hill, that's when it almost always hits the Oompa Loompa like jackpot. I swear to God. And I'll sit at the damn Oompa Loompa machine for way too long. I'll hit it, I'll win. And most people don't realize that then these candies go flying by. And it has this like motion detector. And if you never read the instructions to this game, then you probably have no fucking clue that if you wave your hands erratically in front of the fucking machine, that it'll like slice these candies for bonus money. And you can get like $500 off this jackpot, but people don't realize it because they just watch the candies float by. They think that's like the jackpot, but really you're supposed to like use this motion detector to like claim them. Anyways, long story short, I always end up getting up like $500 on the damn Oompa Loompa machine, um, and then I like click it, a few too many times where I'm like, okay, I'm still gonna leave with some money, but yeah, that's the story of those bells and whistles and the cute graphics on these things.
You see, my idea of fun is just feeding the machines that accept the coins and seeing what drops off the ledge. I can sit there for ages doing that. It's about the only thing I can do really well is just put money into a machine and get less back.
I think most people are really good at that.
I think they're great too for like just a night out. You don't have to spend a lot of money, but if you take like $100, you can go see a show, have an awesome meal, play some games, leave. Like I can spend that in just a regular restaurant getting shitty service. Or you can go to a casino. Usually they have some amazing food. And I mean, if you get too liquored up, they're usually hotels too.
I mean, the last time I was in a real casino, God, that must have been my sister-in-law's, the hen night, or it was a hen night or a birthday. And yeah, I lost money. I was silly enough to play blackjack and I just kept losing. Hence why I only feed the penny machines.
Oh, those penny machines are expensive too, though. I mean, if you hit max bet, they usually have like on the slot machines, they'll have like 100 different lines that you can bet on at once, and you can do, several pennies. Like if you're gonna hit that max bet every time, the penny machines aren't any cheaper. But yeah, they're definitely fun if you can just go there, and you see lots of people sit there all night, and they're not spending a whole lot of money because it's just a penny machine.
Those slots with multiple lines are a trip. I don't even understand how people keep track of that. I mean, they really don't, right?
I like Baccarat. It's fun. I don't know. I usually win when I play. Hit the dragon a couple times.
The true alcoholics sit at the bar, get free drinks, and play Keno. It's the slowest way to lose your money in a fucking casino, I swear.
I mean, some people even play on multiple machines. Like, what?
I've seen that, like
the
the
same
old
time.
sitting there and she's in between like three machines, or I mean,
Yeah.
machines, right? And she's just pulling multiple levers. Yeah, I've seen that actually when I was younger.
I like poker tournaments if you want to lose the minimal amount of money with a chance to get a lot.
Oh, I got a question for you, Jack. Purple Rain's tagging me in hooks. Casino Coin have any plans for hooks?
That I don't know. I would have to ask.
I think Daniel said in one of the spaces, just like, between some lines, that he talked to Richard or something. So I don't know. Maybe he's checking out, like the doability or something. I don't know. But he didn't mention anything specific.
Hooks could bring a lot of simple games like directly to the ledger, which would be cool. Especially like lottery type things or scratch offs or NFT scratch off would be fun. Or pull tabs. I don't know if everybody knows what a pull tab is, but that'd be pretty cool to have on ledger.
Yeah, I think lottery would be sweet. Probably one of the coolest things we could actually add. Since you can, make them $1 and win whatever amount the multiplier is by how many people play or whatever.
I have this app. It's made by, I think it runs on Tether, but it's because it's made by Tether Studios, and it's kind of like one-on-one competitive, kind of somewhat arcade games. So like you play Tetris like against somebody else, and whoever gets the higher score wins the amount, and you basically each put up a bet, and um, the app takes their percentage, but you end up winning overall if it's a game of skills kind of. So they have it for like Tetris and a couple other things. I just thought that was really cool and fun, and then it does get kind of addicting because you never know if who you're getting as your opponent is going to be good or bad, and sometimes you get streaks of like wins against people, and I don't know. It's kind of luck, but also game.
By the way, what did you say, Chris? That you were looking forward for hooks to make this scratching coupons lotteries. Couldn't you like make a NFT that you could scratch away the surface and see if you have won?
Yeah, I think it'd be a really fun way to utilize NFTs and hooks. Yeah, it'd be fun. Anything that can give very quick utility to something and then make it expire is kind of a cool idea because it's one, it has actual utility, and two, it's not something you just hold, right? You use it right away, and then it expires. You redeem it, it's gone. Likelihood that you'll buy another one later if you had a good experience. Cryptos that are just designed for you to hold and you're shamed for selling, like they can't last forever, right? It's a bad utilization of the technology if you're supposed to just give them your money and then hold a useless token. So I think we need more utility things and things that people are willing to redeem. You can add all kinds of utility to a token and people just speculate on it. Really isn't very useful.
I want to add on that. So the AMMs are coming up, and I have this crazy theory that CSC could be a LP token. In the writing, as far as I could tell, it doesn't say that when you deposit, it creates a token. But it does say that the LP tokens can be traded on the DEX. So I guess Jack would be the best one to answer that. Could CSC be an LP token for the AMMs?
Is it me or did Jack Rug?
I didn't
I
hear any
think
of that.
Jack just rugged. That was a bit banjo-y.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's rugging now. Look, you can see it.
Here he's coming back.
Yep.
They always come back, Bex. They always come back. It's you. You're the magnet.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Cut out.
Loud and clear.
Can't hear anything.
So the question was if CSC could be an LP token for the AMM.
I suppose that's possible.
I mean, there would be a market regardless, right? If there's going to be an AMM, absolutely CSC, especially if it pays out better than the Power Piggy. There's some massive whales that would, why wouldn't they choose self-custody solution for rewards, right? Why would you stick with the Power Piggy at the mercy of BitTrue when you can throw it on the DEX? And because okay, it's really complicated, so I don't understand most of it. But the more you hold, the more money you'll make because you can underbid everybody, right? So if you have a ton of it, it doesn't matter that your profit is lower on each trade because you have so much of it, you would outbid everybody. So I could see a lot of the whales participating in the AMM if it's over Casino Coin.
I think the Power Piggy is like a very good example for this because there's a lot sitting there, and even on other exchanges, that could definitely be something very attractive.
Because is it still 2 billion for the monthly on Power Piggy? Like it's so many tokens in there.
I think there's like 14 billion on BitTrue, which, I mean, I like BitTrue in general, but that's too many tokens to be consolidated in one place. So I totally agree with you.
An absolute goal is to have it all on the on self custody, because when it's sitting on BitTrue, you're adding that little bit of friction, especially when you're being incentivized to keep it there. Well, those people aren't going to play, and that's why the whole push for more exchanges, especially this last one, which ended up being kind of a dud. Like, you get a good exchange, but nobody's using it. So what was the point? I'm sure there was some cost behind that. The end goal is to have everybody have it in their self custody wallet so they can actually play and participate.
To be honest, this goes for, I would say, almost all XRPL tokens. To be honest, like many of these exchanges, it's like you just don't even bother, like because the people who are already in here, they mostly use the DEX. Honestly, they always refer to DEX. Hey, do you have Sologenic? Hey, do you have blah blah? Show me the DEX price there. Yeah, but you can trade it there and there. Yeah, it's cool if it just pumps the price, but I don't want to use it.
Well, as
The
an
funny
example,
thing is that centralized exchanges should just use the DEX in general anyways.
Yeah.
if you were to spend, say, $20,000 listing on a small exchange, $20,000 could activate a lot of people's wallets to onboard them. You could bring so much traffic to the XRPL, being the one project that will bring you here, right? Like, so if I say, if you're not on the XRP, this would be difficult because people will try to take advantage. But if you're not already on the XRPL, we'll activate your wallet. Don't worry about that 10 XRP and the 2 for the trust line. If you make our whitelist or whatever, we'll onboard you, we'll get you involved, and we'll teach you everything you need to know to be here. And let's skip all the centralized exchanges and come check out what this is, because this has been around for 10 years. And you don't have to worry about, is that central exchange going to get sued? Are they going to go bankrupt? Are they, just a shitty exchange? Like, why would you deal with? I personally think BitTrue's pretty good because they're very involved with the XRPL. But say Hotbit, you're going to go to Hotbit. Well, what the hell is that? Like, are you really going to investigate and do your research of who is the team? Are they going to stick around? How long have they been? Why would you just not go to the DEX? It's been here for 10 years. It's native and it works, right? This is where the utility is going to happen. So why lock up on those centralized exchanges? So yeah, I think if people are going to spend money, it should be on onboarding and marketing of the DEX instead of just giving it to the centralized exchange.
Yeah, it really just comes down to education more than anything. I mean, most people are so used to using centralized exchanges at this point, and that's why they want them so bad. But like you said, I mean, Bittrex was kind of a failed launch, and part of the reason is that there are no other XRPL tokens on Bittrex either. So the advantage to the DEX is that you can trade any token that you want already. Whereas if you're on Bittrex, the only token you can trade is CSC, so you're going to have to onboard or offboard that through another exchange anyways.
And they miss out like on all these cool features like pathfinding,
It'll be interesting to see how exchanges integrate in the future because, I mean, they're acting as a centralized exchange right now as opposed to just using the DEX. I mean, it would be nice if they just used the DEX and then the order books would be huge across the board.
They come from thinking of the EVM chains where everything is siloed and you have like all these smart contracts and you have like, at what order book are you looking? You're looking at hundreds or whatever order books, and the liquidity is like so far in between, and where on the XRPL you have it like as a layer 1 integration and you have just one order book, you have just one DEX, everyone is looking at one global DEX basically, which is really something totally different, and people just they cannot wrap their mind around it, like how is that possible? But yeah.
Well, that's part of the issue with the exchanges too, is that they just don't have the XRPL integration. So like with an ERC20 token, for example, it's basically gotten down to the point where the UI is you push a button and now this token is listed on the exchange. As opposed to the XRPL, if they don't have any tokens listed already, then they have to do work on their backend.
I think the future really more exchanges being like GateHub and Ripple Fox and everybody else that self-custodies a bunch of tokens and allows customers to add to the pool. And in exchange, they get a gateway token or an IOU token or what we see as just a normal token on the DEX, because that was the intent of them, right? So this exchange, you trust them of having the actual asset, and in return, you get something that represents it on the DEX, and you pay that small fee, and that small fee goes to pay for that exchange of managing that asset in its proper form, and you have the representation where you're able to do all kinds of cool stuff on the DEX. And I've tried before to try and get exchanges attention, like KuCoin. Like if KuCoin were to go and list every asset they're custodying on the XRPL, they would instantly gain a ton of customers and they would have all kinds of tools that they could play with. Plus, it would also give them a chance that customers could take anything that they're holding here, flip it over to KuCoin so that they can take advantage of all their cool tools like trading and in their games. KuCoin's games are fun. I'd love to see Casino Coin in there because that would be a perfect fit. But yeah, we need more like GateHub. I think is the future of the XRPL.
GateHub is great. The issue with GateHub is
a centralized exchange anyways, because I mean, centralized exchanges could just do something on their front end to the point where they have fractional reserve banking, and not even really have all the tokens that they say they do.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect this. I mean, many suspect this anyway with the privacy coins because they cannot really prove that they have. I mean, you cannot really prove if you really hold that many, so they just hold the minimum amount that they think is needed.
Those projects can profit a huge amount of money without any fees just by stealing any crypto that is lost, right? Because people lose their keys, people die and don't pass them on. Like just the pure profit in that alone would be insane.
I wonder how much, if that's even quantifiable quite yet, how much crypto is lost to that or has been so far. Because it's an interesting concept. I mean, what happens when you die with and you haven't fully prepared?
Eventually, one day, if you interacted with the blockchain, maybe a quantum computer will break it, and if the blockchain is still around, access those tokens. Other than that, I think they're lost forever.
Pretty sure at that point, they steal your shit first, anyways.
Yeah, well, only if you interacted with the blockchain. So you could cryptographically find that hash and backdoor it. But if you only sent tokens to your wallet and never actually interacted with the blockchain after that, in a sense, it's kind of a quantum resistant.
Right, the infamous elliptical algorithm that's the hash you're referring to, right? The one that can break Bitcoin. I was posting it on somebody's thing about this. How it was like a Bitcoin maxi chick that I don't know. I guess technically if you had a quantum or supercomputer, you could probably brute force the encryption algorithm of Bitcoin.
That would be pretty well, it would be pretty blockchain. And so in this sense, right, because it's a wallet transacting with the blockchain, and so um, there that hash that's then created, right, which then is your public key to your private key, could be cryptographically broken through, right? But in this is why something is cool in the Xrp Ledger. I think you can do it on Bitcoin too, though. Is reseed your wallet, and so after interacting with the blockchain, you could reseed your wallet so that it's, in a sense, you have a new seed phrase, and so that seed phrase has never interacted with the blockchain, and so that is quantum resistant. And that is something you could do on the Xrp Ledger.
That could actually be the future for Tangem, where every time you used your Tangem card, it just automatically did that, so that every transaction is a brand new key, and you would be completely quantum resistant without actually changing the XRPL in any way. So if Tangem ever went that route, it could actually be a thing where wallets just don't accept you manually entering your keys. You need to have a Tangem card because it's the only way to actually be brute force protected. It would be really cool. I would definitely probably adopt Tangem. Like I've got 6 cards sitting on my table right now that I've never used because I'm so afraid. But if they got
It's so
I would definitely use it.
and what's so interesting enough is that the Tangem technology, like the stuff that's in that card, could easily be put into something that could be put into like a wrist or your hand or something.
That's what you want, right, Death? That's what you
Um,
want. You want the chips in our bodies.
I
I
don't
think
think in your body though. The one thing I was thinking, if it
Singularity, let's go.
on your Apple Watch on the opposite side, just in the band, you could have the chip just in the band, so you don't tap the Apple Watch on your phone. You tap the band on the phone, so that your keys aren't actually on your watch; they're in a little chip on the band.
totally do. If I could see that for the people who don't want to go the full step of getting it, you know, lightly implanted. Yeah, you do it on a watch or something.
I mean the Tangem card. I mean, it's not only the NFC, right? It's a whole process. I think it's even from Samsung or something. So yeah, so whatever that would adopt it, it would need that device processor, whatever it is, because it's like certified to, be secured to a certain degree and all that. But I think Apple is using this anyway for its credit card stuff. I don't know.
I just think we should take it out of our phone and have it smaller so that you could have it in anything, right? Like the watch band example, or just something you have every day. You could have it like stuck in your belt somehow, or you could have it, stuck inside your vape, or just any
And
item that you always have on you that could end up being the signing key to add that extra protection of, if you get mugged, even though that it would be completely useless to them, they just wouldn't know what item it is that you use to interact with your keys.
I would like to direct you to the Jumbotron to the latest tiny robots. Thank you.
Those are so cool. It kind of reminds me of the original Matrix when he's got that thing in his stomach, except for much smaller. It never needed to be that large, right?
man, that would be huge for medical use, right? To make surgeries and all that thing.
It's interesting to think when you could even take it further to see if we could, because like you think you have things like DNA, atomic rearrangement, and you could almost bind those atoms with you know particular structures, and maybe in a way, instead of injecting per se like nanobites into you, or maybe that's the way that it would start with an injection. But you could change your whole like DNA structure in the sense of you are just trillions of nanobytes, just like you are today, trillions of cells.
You're talking about what are they called? Nanobots, like the Borg.
Let's go, board colony.
Question is, who is the manufacturer?
As long
That's it. Has to
The
be profit.
NSA.
There has to be a profit reason for this, and I think it would only happen in the age of energy, where like energy is what profit is. It's what value is.
and I gotta pay for updates and all that, else these nanobots are gonna screw me.
Yeah,
when we're going
It
in the
was
back,
a
get illegal upgrades.
geeks robot. It's the tiniest, smallest robot I have seen, at least. Half a millimeter. That's small.
Well, then comes the big wipeout when somebody releases like a crazy EMP that fries them all inside of everybody.
Gotta roll yourself in tinfoil, so you gotta be safe.
I remember in like the late 90s, EMPs were like this huge fear. And now, 20 years later, 30 years later, we're not even really thinking about that much. And we probably should be, because, yeah, if you were to set off an EMP, it would destroy, like, it would disrupt our life. But just the sheer cost of, if you were to say hit downtown New York, think of the amount of iPhones that get destroyed and the amount of computers and infrastructure. And like, it would very quickly turn into like $1 trillion of damage.
Well, and beyond that, so they did shut down CERN again, I think, but they were experimenting with dark matter, and now like the resonance of the Earth, I think it's called the Schumann resonance, is low, like lower than it's ever been, and it happened like pretty suddenly, and I don't know. That's not really. It's just like random Earth facts, right? But there's all kinds of weird shit that could be happening with forces that we're experimenting with and don't know about, or maybe we as laymen don't know about, but other people do. Who knows? But I mean, actually, if you're out there, let us know.
You know
But
what's really messed up, X, is like they went in front of Congress and they told them it would only cost like maybe $2 a citizen to safeguard the grid. And Congress is like, no, we're good. So they opted not to safeguard the grid.
You know that there's the Horizon 2020 Project Phoenix thing in the EU that is, I don't know if it's direct. Like, I think it definitely has interledger like protocol aspects, like pretty much built in for digital assets. But it's like basically safeguarding the smart grid of the entire European Union. And you guys brought up a really good point around bereavement and passing things down in quantum computing too. But I don't want to ramble.
No, welcome to the space.
Yeah. So I know that there's like initiatives going on with like protecting. What are some of the assets, Death? That I know what like Safe Haven is doing it. There's a couple out there that are trying to really like protect people's assets, like in the case of like unexpected death, right? Safe Haven's one of them, right? Death, am I right there? And there's, I think, is it reserve protocol,
I'm
reserve
not
rights?
too familiar with the SHA token. I know I looked into it a while ago, but I'm not sure actually. I've never really looked into a blockchain project that's doing anything particularly like that.
Yeah, I know when Darren and I did that AMA with XX, which is like David Shum, like super early cryptographer, like pretty much invented eCash, the precursor to Bitcoin, dealing a lot in security and privacy. What they're looking into right now are like quantum resistant sleeve wallets that are kind of like almost a backup of a private key. So when you create a wallet, you would get your private key, but then you would also have access to this like quantum resistant sleeve wallet on the back end that looks like it might be tied to like zero knowledge proofs, where it's like if which may be able to be passed down or do X, Y, and Z type things that could deal in like benefits upon your death. Because I know you were talking about like tracing it back to the blockchain, but I mean, explain. I can barely explain to my wife what I try to do on a daily basis with like crypto and expect her to know it, where it's like there's got to be better solutions put in place, and there has to be like the minimal amount of knowledge to facilitate those solutions in like the worst case scenarios, which obviously would be like death. So
I think what would be cool is to have some sort of hook to act as the dead man switch, so that if you don't at least interact with your account once a year, it would execute some kind of move. And whether or not that goes to somebody that you trust, or if it just gets donated. But yeah, I think dead wallets in the future are going to be a huge issue, because you're eventually going to end up with if we take Bitcoin, for example, in 100 years from now, if it's still around, how much of it is actually still circulating supply, and how much of it is just completely unreachable because the owners have died and it was never passed on to anybody? Because how do you? I mean, I think most people have the issue where, probably 80% of the people in your life don't even want to hear you ever mention crypto, right? It's just instant eye roll, not talking to you anymore. And how do you really get them to understand that, hey, I understand that, this wallet is worth something, and, tomorrow it might not be worth much, but when I die, it's still worth something. So you need to find a way to have enough interest to understand that you need to learn it one way or another. There needs to be somebody in your life that needs to know how to extract the value out of what you've been collecting. And if we don't have a way to do that, it's going to be an issue for crypto, because for these assets to survive forever, they need to circulate. If they all get locked up, I mean, who wants to deal with Bitcoin when there's only 10 that can circulate anymore, right? It just becomes a useless asset that will just die, and we can't let it die because we die. We need to have these smart functions to make it continue to circulate, even if it is just that, I died, I haven't used these assets in a year, and I really like this charity, so that money's going to go there. If that's what you've got to do because nobody in your life will make the effort, then we need to have that kind of hook or smart contract or something, some kind of dead man switch, because yeah, it's not good for anything to have it just die.
another thing that was like really interesting, and I'm not trying to shill XX, but during that discussion, they brought up a really good point, and I think it all comes down to usability. Like, where just because I'm comfortable using something doesn't mean that everybody's going to be comfortable using something, but they should be learning it. But on top of that, like putting additional safeguards on for the users so that we can continue to maintain like using, like the native DEX of the XRP Ledger, like things like that, instead of having to go towards exchanges and everything else, like where they were bringing up, okay, so if you generate a wallet, you generate your private key, then on the back of that, you have this quantum resistant wallet, but that quantum resistant sleeve wallet only gets triggered. And you could use this in probably multiple different scenarios, not just within their ecosystem. You as the user, when you generate your wallet and your private key, would also generate this sleeve wallet, but you can set parameters on top of that where it's like, okay, I know that I have X amount of funds that I'm going to be putting into this asset. If it goes to this amount, or if anybody tries to trigger any actions within this wallet that say like the equivalent of like 5 or 10K or 20K or 40K, it has to default back not to just the private key, but it defaults to that like kind of quantum like sleeve wallet, like on top of even the private key. Just adding in like trust mechanisms where the user takes onus of the trust instead of like just having a public and private key, and then you get hacked and then you're screwed.
I
So
think
what you guys described exists on Ethereum. This is my buddy H Wonder posted about it. I was like, I know I've reposted this before. We just don't have it on XRP yet. So this is an Ethereum smart contract for exactly this. It's free and open source too. So you could fork this contract, use it on Flare or any EVM compatible network.
I mean, I think it's sorry, go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
I'll be quick. It's just to think that the only use isn't just in your death too, right? Like if I fuck up my keys somehow, then at least I know that if I don't interact with that account in a year, it'll move to this other account, or at least I know, it sucks, but at least it's going to be a donation in a year that I can take credit for. Because it happens all the time, right? I actually have 2 wallets that I can't access because a buddy of mine got caught having crypto and his wife got mad and I bought his wallets. And the main one that had most of the assets in, I moved to my wallet, but his other 2 wallets, I don't know if he didn't give me the keys or I lost them or whatever the fuck, but he doesn't have them and I don't have them, but I purchased these other 2 wallets and I have no idea what I'm going to do with them. But it'd be great if in a year of them not being interacted with, because he can't, I can't, any of the crypto that's in there, which isn't much, it's nothing. They were kind of his wallets that he learned with at first. But I mean, those are dead tokens. There's Casino Coin in there, there's XRP in there, there's a bunch of other, small amounts. Like it probably doesn't even add up to $100. But it just sucks to know that those wallets are just going to be there forever with a balance and never ever interacted with.
I mean, at some point, when we talk a lot about like, well, at least maybe this is my weird, shitty opinion, but when we talk about Internet of Value and interoperability, and really, I think it comes down to like usability for like mass adoption. Those discussions around like zero knowledge proofs are like really interesting to me because, you start seeing like, I think that we have to get to the point, like, and I don't know how long that takes, where kind of one identifier as me as an individual of myself can pretty much operate within whatever I want to do in this space. And we're way far away from that, I know, but kind of having that minimal amount of information where I'm the signer and I'm the one verifying it. You don't have to know really anything else besides the fact that I'm signing it. But I mean, we have to get there at some point. But yeah, it's not just around death. It's about all sorts of different use cases for, accessing this stuff, and I don't know. We've all run into that. I'm sure we've all had, whether it be a Web 2 issue where we forget shit and then we no longer have access, or a Web 3 issue where we lose a private key or something and we no longer have access. It's a major problem. That makes me also think about how much has this occurred across all of these different digital assets and how much really is out there. If we could measure it with how much is lost versus how much is actually being utilized within these ecosystems. And I know it might not be a drastic number right now, but until usability, like to the extent where it's so easy for anybody to access and we can recover stuff, like becomes really mainstream, like it's just going to grow and grow and grow, where there's locked up assets that are just doing nothing within these ecosystems because of X, Y, and Z different reasons. Like that I think you even just touched on, Chris.
I think it's kind of like functionality wise, like easy description would be kind of if this wallet isn't interacted with, it defaults to an escrow, right? It becomes an escrow. So, you know, you could give it any kind of time frame if it's 1 year, 2 year, whatever. It just kind of inherently assumes that it was an escrow account and moves the funds afterwards. And all you would have to do is one simple transaction, right? Like I could burn you know, an insignificant amount of token in the wallet just to prove that I still have the keys. I could then change the keys to enforce that it's quantum proof and then go on the next year. And I know that if I ever skip it because I'm sick or in jail or died or whatever, that it'll just move to another spot where access is a little more gainable by somebody that I trust or goes off to charity or whatever. Go ahead, Shellfish.
Yeah, not only are there coins, but I mean, think about the NFTs. Like, what about if there's people's properties and stuff like that, art on these ledgers or wallets that are just sitting there? There's got to be some way to even like auction them off, like through Sotheby's, if you can hack into them or whatever in the future.
Yeah, I mean 1,000%. That's like even with XLS 20 being, you know, I don't consider it. I mean, yeah, it's delayed, but we're delaying an arbitrary benchmark of a date. Like, it's not really delayed. Like, if the devs on the XRP Ledger are catching shit that needs to be upgraded, like I was in a quick chat last night, and I hopped in, and I was never in that chat, and it was like, look, there's a reason that they're delaying, because it's going to be this kind of this mass onslaught of adoption for the XRP Ledger. I'm like, there's no reason for that for anybody to delay. Like, it's like if something's identified, it should be identified and addressed, because real world assets are going to start flowing through these ledgers. Well, they already are, but when you deal in NFTs, I mean, you're basically talking about real estate, which is kind of the big, you know, eye-opening type thing for a lot of people. But if you really extrapolate that out, NFTs aren't real estate. Like, they're real estate, but they're going to be individual identities. Like, what defines me as a person, I don't know when that happens, 15, 20 years down the road, I wouldn't be surprised for like human beings to basically represent NFTs on, you know, these interoperable ledgers, which is basically where we go eventually, in my opinion. But we got to get it right instead of like just ruining the world if we get it wrong, you know?
Yeah, it's hard to go on market that, you know, here's layer one native NFTs on a decentralized, you know, platform that has its own DEX and all these great features. Oh, but it's fucked up because there's this one little feature that we didn't fix. Like, absolutely fix that one thing so that when we launch, and be careful in the beginning, right? Let's not break it. Let's make sure that marketing around it is just purely, here's layer one NFTs. You don't need smart contracts to get royalties, and it's super simple. And when you mint something, it can be across all of these different marketplaces. You don't need to be in an island, and you don't have to rely on OpenSea. You don't have to, you know, all of these compromises that we make to allow NFTs to be acceptable on all these other chains. We have a real solution here, and layer one has been, you know, teased by other networks, but it's never been done on something that's been proven for 10 years and has a community that has been waiting for it. So yeah, absolutely, if we got to delay it 1 week, 2 weeks, I mean, December 12th is ideal. So yeah, we should absolutely do that.
Yeah, and I think the narratives around they're delaying it intentionally, and it's based on this conspiracy theory around XRP is a little bit insane, in my opinion. I lost my train of thought there for a second, though. I think I was going to touch base on what Shellfish was saying, but sorry, Backside. Becky, I interrupted you. Becky.
Oh, I was just gonna ask Chris how much that bet was for.
It was originally one X alien, and now it's two. So yeah, the December 12th, guys.
He doubled down, but he gonna lose.
I mean, another interesting thing. Oh, I'm sorry, I regained my train of thought now. So, like, if we do get down to like the simplest of like measures for account recovery in this space, does it end up being like an open source protocol that everybody can use that is just so easy to use that we all end up using it? Or does it end up being custodied in a way where, you know, my bank account's custodied right now through X, Y, and Z different banks, or my health insurance is custodied through X, Y, and Z different health organizations. Like, if we get to that point where it's kind of this one, let's say it's like a zero knowledge proof, like signature, like, does it, I think we're going to start seeing a big shift towards people, because people don't want to custody their own shit right now. Make no mistake about it. Like, otherwise, you know, I would just have safes worth of dollar bills in my basement, which I don't, because that would be fucking insane. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that was trying to go off of what Shellfish was saying. It'll be really interesting to watch what happens with that in the future too, as far as like, do we start seeing institutional grade custody around all this stuff, and how does that look, and how can we trust it? Because I don't know if you can, but yeah, I think a lot of people will go towards that.
You know, Solomon, right now, like a lot of the times the banks will sit there and keep the accounts open when the elderly die, and just keep charging fees until they exhaust the account too. So there's like all sorts of different like sneaky options that are out there that they kind of manipulate.
Well, look at the people in Lebanon trying to literally robbing banks for their own money. You know, that's pretty insane, right? And that's just happened over the past week or two, as we've seen people literally try to break into banks just to take out their own money. Yeah, I don't know.
The fee thing is absolutely true, because they did that with my dad's account a few years ago. It just kept billing these large fees all the time, and then it ended up going in the hole, and then we started getting collections called, and then we got some collection calls over some bills and some other things that, you know, my dad obviously couldn't take care of anymore. And it was crazy. They were demanding that I provide them with a death certificate, and it was so silly. Like, who wants to be the person to call? So I kind of felt bad for them, like having to ask for death certificates and stuff. But it just came down to, I started telling them, like, death is public. So if you want to find out he's dead, you can go find that information yourself. I'm not gonna go get his death certificate and start emailing it off to places to prove that his debt can't be paid and all. It really is weird that when that there isn't something in the old system that we use to actually manage with death, that it has to be done through an executor of an estate, who, if they missed any of that stuff, end up being hassled for years and years later. Like, I still occasionally get a call, just from weird things, right? Like, my dad might have had an account online for this one service, and I'll get a call like, "Hey, would you like to sign back up for this?" It's like, how is there not something to alert everybody that he's got an account with that he's dead? Like, why am I getting calls this many years later? It's disruptive in my life. Like, why don't we have something for this already?
Here's the thing, though, is because of our litigious society, and I'm sorry about your father too, Chris. Because of all this, it smart contracts are automations in programming. They're not legal contracts, right? And neither really is any program, to an extent. It's the terms and conditions that are your legal contract, right? And so you would need a very dynamic shift in the way that the law operates and how society operates to get to a point where things like that become automated, I feel like, to an extent. I mean, yeah, maybe canceling a subscription, but like full inheritance rights, I could see how, like, even the smart contract that I posted up there, yeah, that's a simple and somewhat elegant solution, but doesn't mean that legally you're in a court of law that it would hold up per se.
Just thinking of the smart contracts, I would think, well, hooks. I wonder if a hook could, say, look at your last transaction and then dump your account after 400,000 ledgers, so that yeah, you just have to do that one action to restart that clock. To look into see if hooks can do that, because I think my math is right. That would be just over a year, and then you wouldn't actually have to ever deal with that that hook ever again. It can just sit there forever, and if you don't do that once a year, you could have alarms in your phone just to remind you. And if you don't do it, then
I think a year is far too short.
Yep.
If we're talking about like having these blockchains exist for a very long time, then that's too short of time to be just canceling people's shit. It has to be like 80 years or something. Like,
well, no, you would move the account that you own or donate. Like, so say I lock my account, I end up losing the keys or whatever. I would know that there's just a countdown for a year where it would move to another wallet, whether that's my brother's account, or if I was married, my wife's account, or
oh yeah, yeah, that's how that, if you look at that smart contract that I posted up there, that's basically how it works. It's like a timed escrow smart contract that gives then once it's moved essentially to that wallet, they have a claimable time period to claim it. And then if it doesn't, it shifts to the next inheritor, the next
well,
inheritance wallet.
actually that's how it could be done. So okay, so the 40,000, the last interaction on your account, sends a check, and the check has to be cashed. If it's not cashed, it could go back to that wallet. So you could send that check to somebody, and if they know everything's fine, they could call you and be like, "Hey, I got this check." They're like, "Oh no, just cancel the check." Because yeah, if a hook could interact with the checks that we already have, that'd be a perfect solution. Because if it went to as a donation, then that place could just cash it, or you could call them too and be like, "Hey, look, I kind of fucked up. I was supposed to interact with my account. It sent you a check. Can you cancel it?"
Chris, can you explain maybe webhooks a little bit more in detail, like for people even down in the crowd? Because like one of the things that I always hear consistently being spread is that EVM compatibility deals in webhooks, which from my understanding is not the case. And maybe I'm incorrect, but my understanding of webhooks essentially is just kind of adding that rich, yes, smart contract functionality on the front or back end of transactions at if the issuer decides to do so, but it doesn't deal necessarily in EVM, and it might not even be able to deal in EVM. Maybe that's where federated sidechains come in, where you kind of baseline the Xrp ledger and start integrating what you want to integrate. But can you touch base on like webhooks a little bit, like in just like the nascency like of the form as like you would understand it right now? And I think what you're talking about is like use cases that could certainly be built in, but what do you interpret it as like right now, exactly what webhooks would represent?
I'm probably not the right guy to talk about webhooks because I've never actually dove into it. I just like to come up with scenarios that it might work. I know that it's the hook is on the wallet, I believe, and it just does a simple transaction. If this happens, that happens. That's where you would, if you wanted to like actual smart contracts, I think you would use something like Evernode, which would use hooks to bring the action off the XRPL, perform it over all of the different nodes that are providing hardware for the smart contract, and when it has consensus over those, then it would execute something back on the. But
Well,
yeah, person to
Yeah, and I would say that Hooks has the ability to have a smart contract logic, but it is not at all like EVM, because especially EVM is in Solidity, and the language for Hooks is in the language that the XRP Ledger is, which is mostly C++ and Python and such. So
so
Yep. That was my. Oh,
what you
sorry,
can
Becky.
do though is you can execute multiple functions all within one ledger transaction too. So that's kind of what they say when it's like bringing smart contract utility and whatnot. So you could make like an offer and a payment and sign and like multiple things layered into modules kind of. So it makes it more efficient, or you can kind of go from there with building out different use cases for that. So
Yeah, that's been my understanding, like since the onset, is that it's not EVM. It's functionality. It's rich functionality on the front and back end of however you want to build in what you are building on the front and back end of these transactions. And maybe it's even like I think what you were kind of alluding to, Becky, maybe it's a reciprocal type thing where if this transaction represents this, then it can possibly trigger this next transaction or whatever we might do, but it doesn't deal inherently in like, you know, Ethereum, like virtual machine. I think federated sidechains do that. If somebody wants to integrate EVM, but if they don't, then they don't. So yeah, I think there's like a lot of misconceptions. So I appreciate the answers, guys.
Well, so for instance, you could have, if I think, I mean, I could be wrong exactly about their function, but with Pixelate Rowboat Club, right, they made a ERC 721 bridge, NFT bridge to XLS20. And it's essentially like a burn function. They accept an NFT that gets burnt, and then they take that same like metadata and just refer to it with an XRP NFT, and in that way you're exchanging, you're bridging, but you're also burning, I believe is how that one works. But I mean, I'm sure there will be different methods and ones that are more or less like preferred for different reasons. And you know, it's really kind of more the beginning of how um as Death Ranger mentioned, I believe that like Ethereum has solidity and it has a whole language and a repertoire. Like you go and make a smart contract, you start with importing Open Zeppelin and like certain dependencies and things that are already pre-existing. We're in the early stages of that, you know, in XRP Ledger. So that's kind of what Hooks represents. Is then you would probably have people come around and compile some better environments and SDKs that then you know, people would develop more in. So that's where we're at. Like the current Hooks environment would be kind of like establishing the foundation of that on top of the ledger.
Well said, Bex.
What I'm curious about though is, so with Hooks, then you could for instance have the Hooks call or have the Hooks interact with different APIs from all over the internet. You know, like you could have for instance AI analysis of the AMM liquidity providers on the network, and you know, insert liquidity into different AMMs. Like it's going to get really wild with quantum trading and stuff like that based on the speed of the ledger, the tools that they're implementing, and then the tools that are widely available, you know, in terms of advancements in AI. And that'll come very quickly in the next couple years.
You're so right, especially with hooks being able to communicate with WASM, right? With this new this webhook ability, you know, any language that can communicate with WASM will be able to execute a hook on the XRP ledger if I understand correctly, and so opening up a lot of connection to that Web 2 space.
Right. That's what the XRP ledger does really well, is that you're not necessarily outside the box in terms of learning Solidity, trying to integrate a new language with a slightly different format, right? It builds off of code that hundreds of thousands, if not maybe a few million computer developers around the world already kind of know and can function with. So it bridges this gap for Web 2 as well, making it less of like, I don't know, exclusive club. There's a ton of resources to learn those languages.
Yeah, and I said the wrong thing. I meant to say web sockets, not web hooks. The hooks is web hooks, essentially.
Yeah.
I'm fighting with it right now.
Are you trying to build one?
No, I want to have it on. So I set up and because last time we tested spamming the test net with transactions to see how much we can get it up per ledger, and now I set up a node to the testnet of Wietse, but I get account not found. So I gotta see what's up.
You're getting blocked.
I was gonna say, did you
Yeah,
said you were about to try it on Wietze's hardware?
yeah, on his hooks testnet because I'm not using the Xrpl testnet because I think it sucks. And his hooks testnet has also NFTs, and I wanted to use it for spamming the ledger. But if I spam it with his infrastructure, I think last time it's not it's automatically. I think they cut you off at, I don't
Yeah,
know, 67 transactions per ledger or something.
I'd ban you also. So don't break. Don't break.
Yeah, Daniel was last time also here, and he was yeah. If you're good friends with Wietse, he can unlock you.
And
Yeah,
so this
sure,
is
you're
the
gonna unlock me.
but between testnet, right? Testnet always, or devnets and real life, right? Like mainnet, because you never want to abuse your testnet. That's not what it's there for. It's for testing the code to make sure it executes correctly, not for the load itself. That's because that's hardware, really. And you know, so there's never a way to know 100% how whatever you're doing will interact with the mainnet. But yeah, still don't burn his hardware out.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not to screw his stuff or whatever. It kind of is. It kind of is though. Let's not. Let's be real. But it's not about this. It's about to see what can happen or how things work under load. Because as a matter of fact, the benchmark that they put out, in my opinion, is absolutely synthetic. It gives you no good idea of how the network would work with this load. In my opinion, honestly, like they have hosted this the test bench all on the same network, all in the same data center, and all like it's basically it's a closed loop. Like it's they have how much 20 million or 2 million NFTs they minted on the test by Nick Bugales and all that. I mean that's nice and fancy, but the thing is when I talked to Daniel on this call there and I asked him, okay, we pushed it now to 100 transactions per ledger and we got cut off. When would you in a real circumstance when would you get as a infrastructure provider, validator, whatever, when would you get concerned? And he was like saying, yeah, like at 800 or something, 800 transactions per ledger, he would get concerned. And the thing is, yeah, let's test it out. Like, got to see how that would work. What kind of things would break or not.
I think we're starting to. I think we're going to try to do that vet starting on Tuesday. Within like, at least that's I thought what the point was, Dan or Chris. You were in that chat with 2Cold, right? What we were
Well,
talking about.
yeah, there was the discussion of, okay, so we got into it in very detailed discussion about how that does not actually test the load of the XRP Ledger network and what to expect there because the
Yep.
testnet does not run the same amount of nodes. And I know that's what Ripple It In is coming up to say. So it wouldn't test the load capacity. It only tests the infrastructure of the actual marketplace
Yeah.
that we're debugging, right? Whatever marketplace we're trying to help out by testing it out, clicking on everything, making sure it functions properly, right? That's what that's going to do, but it's not going to be able to test the load of the ledger itself.
I mean, common sense would tell me that these projects probably need a shit ton of help to make sure that they can even like. That's I think why we all agreed to do that Tuesday night, where these projects need help to be able to make sure they can stand up their own sites. If we can't do, the ideal scenario where we test the network out, we should be at least trying to help out, projects that everybody agrees need helped out, and trying to facilitate that. But I think Vet makes an extremely fucking good point where If 800 transactions within a ledger closes, and what are the ledger closes? Like 3 to 5 seconds, Chris. I think I asked you this last time because you have that great site. If we're getting more than 800 transactions per ledger close, and I do think that we will get there, and I think that we might get there quicker than most people are thinking we're going to get there. People are like I know I've heard it's not going to, it won't happen, but I'm thinking it's going to happen very, very quickly. If XLS 20 goes live and people start minting NFTs, you're going to want, there's going to be mints or at least even NFT projects where it's like a lot of freaking demand and drive, and you're going to have people trying to mint out in like the first, few seconds if possible. So I'm curious how to even address that. I don't know if there is a way to address it, but I think we have to start and just benchmark the lowest common denominator, which is, you've got a bunch of projects standing up sites. If these sites fail, then what's the point in the first place to drive people to the network if the sites look like, or if the sites operate as shit? And as shit is a harsh term, but it's not saying that these devs, and the projects haven't stood it up in a way that they feel like is justifiable. It's just, you can always try to account for everything as a small team building out a project in the space. But when you have 500 or 1,000 people or 2,000 or 3,000 people overloading your site, you don't know if it's going to stand up or not. So I think we have to at least do that, right?
I think too the test kind of helps these marketplaces because I mean they're either hosting where they're paying for a certain server with certain specs, right? And we can give them an idea whether or not they've picked an appropriate server. Because if we go and throw 200 people on there and it doesn't handle it, then they need to move. But if they're on a cloud service, which most of them probably should be, it's also going to give them an idea of cost because having 5 people test the application isn't going to tell them anything. But if they get 200 users in there and they look at their AWS and their cloud service is charging them out the ass, they might want to migrate to something else on AWS, or they might see that 200 users kind of puts us at the capacity. So we need to up these levels on launch day. So the test doesn't need to be about the network. It can be about the application and where they're hosting their site, because the site's going to get a ton of demand, right? I mean, it's a ton of images. It's a lot of script running. So they need to make sure that where they've decided to stand up their site is going to handle a bunch of users, messing around, because it's hard to measure, right? If you don't have real users in there, you have no idea how much data they're going to consume, because when you go in there, you know the exact steps, you can get in and out. How many clicks is a user going to do, right? They might go and look at your about page. They might get confused and click back and forth. They might browse for hours before they actually buy something. So that data is really good. But then vets data is really good too, because if you take that real world use, I think that's about 5 scripts he was running and peaking at 78 before he gets throttled. Well, if you think of that for a 10K project, so if you took that as 5 10K projects, all minting with a single script, which they shouldn't be hammering with several. They get minted their 10,000K or their 10,000 collection in about half an hour, right? And so if 5 projects in half an hour are only bringing it up to 78, that means we could have 100, right? Easily before we hit a number that scares the shit out of the entire network. Well, we're probably not going to get 100 projects all minting within the same half an hour. So in my opinion, things should go fine. And we don't need to test the test net to see if it can handle it, because we already kind of have some basic numbers just off of Vet's test alone. Of course, we should, if we're going to do this test, we should also look at the ledger, even though it's a test net, and just see how those numbers would translate on the main net. It's not a perfect test, but it's still numbers that we can base off of, because running a script for mass minting isn't the same as users clicking around on these sites. They're going to cause a bunch more transactions than just I've minted 10,000 items, because it's not just that. It's the mint. It's the making offers, selling, moving around at the same time as these mass mints. So we can't gauge on the test net what's going to happen on the main net, but we can get some numbers to kind of give us an idea and a feel. And it's just interesting, right? More people we can get in there to learn how to use these platforms, the better it'll go mint day, because you'll need a lot less support, and you'll be able to fix some of these issues that are going to cause problems later using the test net rather than trying to fix them when you're on the main net.
You know, this is why what I was thinking. Hey, when people are minting on a very busy ledger, right? Minting on a very busy ledger on a marketplace, how are marketplaces then handling while simultaneously there is, you know, like mass minting going on, whatever, because you have a mix field then there, right? It's the open ledger. um, how are marketplaces then going to handle the fee escalation or something? You know, because there probably will be, and maybe there will be some marketplaces that see, hey, we you know have to take this more into account or something. What if some marketplaces end up with a bad backlog structure, right, where you suddenly have IPFS data, whatever, gets double minted, you know, double uploaded because their workflow is like, you know, very weird. And you have like versioning suddenly going on. So all sort of things can happen if things are not going smooth and predictable by, oh yeah, if I mint now, then in 3 seconds I get a validated ledger, and then or the script is gonna create an exec and create an offer to the minter and all that, you know, like all these predictable things. But even to keep the sessions alive, to know, oh, okay, I subscribe to this ledger and I'm not forgetting you, even though I'm not casting instantly the transaction to you. I did not forget you. Having the database set up to account for this, I think this is a lot of wheels that, you know, have to play, and to keep in mind that it works under a busy load.
A lot of this, though, that comes down to the individual marketplace. You know, they need to be responsible with respect to their scripts. At the end of the day, you know, you don't go and hammer transaction server to gather data from when you're connected to them. You know, you time yourself. Even if they did 2 transactions per second, you know, that's 6 transactions they're going to get per ledger put into there, and you know, they can time themselves adequately. So why break yourself in an attempt to mass mint when you can actually control it?
The other thing that they could do with their script too, I know a lot of people are already kind of past this, but don't go and upload all your IPFS at once and then hammer out the mint. Do it during, right? Upload IPFS, then mint, then upload IPFS, then mint, because that's going to be 30 seconds per mint. Sure, it might take all day, but who gives a fuck, right? Like it's one day. Yeah, you can sell your NFTs tomorrow. You can swap them tomorrow. It's not that big of a deal to have it in like one complete workflow, and then you can be testing it along the way. Going and uploading everything to IPFS at once so that you can go and hammer it out on mint day just doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know. I think it's pretty efficient. And honestly, that's how, if you were doing a generative project that had like 10,000 of them or whatever, all of those YouTube videos that help you do it, they all show you how to mass upload it. So if you were gonna run a script, I guess, but like I don't know. If it depends on your preference really, but I don't think there's anything wrong with having all your metadata and everything prepared on IPFS beforehand, especially cuz maybe you fucked something up and you don't, and you might need to redeploy that IPFS or something like that real quick.
You know what the issue is, Bex, with this, and with some of the projects. Like in general, I would agree with you. Um, but some projects, or many on the XRPL, especially like the IOU projects, they have the issue that if you mint all these 10K, you will probably have a lot of them sitting in your issue wallet forever, because they will be never redeemed, because you have so much dust on the decks and people are losing their IOUs or forget about them, whatever, you know. You have fractions left and right, so you could have been like you could have minted a very very nice crypto but whatever, and that one will never be minted, like really minted, because there's 2 mints actually. um by people, and there will be never redeemed. I mean, it's a general issue. It's not about right with the IPFS thing and uploading, but it's something I think it's an elegant solution for this issue, right? If you're an IOU project who deals with this or has to deal with this, I can say, for example, I think with Xrooms for Japsy, I think he did run some numbers, and I think over a couple of hundreds, definitely for sure, they have like less than 0.5, which is one NFT. So those people either have to purchase more, right, or they will never be redeemed, right, because they are just they will sit there forever. So you can already account for a couple hundreds of NFTs that will probably never be minted, right?
Well, that's an
Yeah.
interesting premise. So then I feel like you could put a vote to your community or something to have those turn into, like, what the Funks did with the auction flywheel, and how they have this kind of automated valuation tool that auctions off the remaining Funks that are in the wallet, and it does it at like fair market price value. And then if you wanted to put your funk into the auction house, then it would like run the analyzer and assess the value of it based on rarity and traits or whatever, and put it up to auction at the fair rate. So it was a way that you could enter and exit their community with kind of a guaranteed liquidity exit if you wanted to. And I thought that was interesting. But so they did it by taking these assets that were still in their wallet, and then also providing some liquidity into that smart contract. It's really interesting. I thought it was a cool concept.
Yeah, and also for artists, in my opinion, many of the artists, like I'm not an artist, but they have to maybe check out how to optimize their images and all that. Because I came across some people, they have like almost 250, 300 gigabytes of, like, for a 10K collection, and they want to have this mass minted and all that. I mean, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna mass mint you, like, or not mass mint you, but in general, just mint you your 10K collection with 300 gigabytes and all that. Because, as a matter of fact, it actually, if you do this with like with the API and all that, you need like a different approach to it, because single uploads are very, very easy. But as soon as you get like over these huge marks of over 30 gigabytes per one upload and all that, you have to divide them in different files and all this, and you have to account for this. And it's just, no, it's just, I mean, it's too big. And even if you want to fetch this amount of data, it's like, what?
That's what I bought my server for. Don't be telling people not to do that.
No. I'm gonna say, yeah, do this, because we gotta create a use case for Chris.
Yeah, knock it off. I bought it. It wasn't cheap. So
It was cheap, dude. $500 for a service.
Are you starting a pinning service? Is that what, an IPFS pinning service, or what are you doing, Chris?
So sort of. I'm gonna do a gateway and a pinning service, but that's gonna be on a host. The server at home is going to download all of the NFTs, optimize their images, and offer them in different file sizes so that markets don't have to load that huge file when they're only going to display it at 250 by 250, when they can just grab it from my service using the exact same hash, just adding what they want on the end of it. So if they want something tiny because they have a wallet and they just want to display a little icon for it, or if they want it small because it's just going to be their browsing view, the thumbnail, right? Or if they just want the expanded view, so they click on the NFT and it's a little bit bigger, I can display that as a 450 by 450 optimized in a predictable format. So that's what I want to offer, so that you're not fetching IPFS. IPFS is slow, and people are not predictable on their file formats and sizes and DP. I want to make it friendly. Web 2.0.
Are you gonna provide Are you going to provide another API then for all the NFT metadata while you're at it? Because you might as well have a new service for that.
I think XRPL Meta is going to do a much better job at that. I was actually speaking
Yeah.
with him last night and this morning. He's going to be ready with the NFT launch, but it's going to be super basic to begin with because he's focusing on the token side right now. But I asked him if it's going to be something that we can run our own nodes for, and it sounds like it's going to be the same node. So I'm going to set one of them up as well, so that if people want a different URL to fetch that from, they can fetch it from me too. But for the actual image, I'm not going to do an API for it. It's just basically going to be you add that hash to the URL and then add the size you want on the end of it. And I'm only going to offer about 3 sizes just because I don't want to pay a ton for storage. And my server at home is just strictly for processing the images. They'll get uploaded to a data center after that to be served from there. But the tests that I was doing, they're going to be under 10K, like for file size. So marketplaces will be able to load blazingly fast. And I've been working on tweaking, making them optimize. I haven't decided yet whether or not to go JPEG or PNG. PNG is obviously a little bit bigger. JPEG looks amazing when you're looking at photographs, but we're not using photographs for most things, so it might end up having to be PNG for everything, just because if you were to load vets, Xroom there as a JPEG kind of looks like shit. So
Well,
that's the script I accidentally deleted last night. I gotta start over on. But it worked surprisingly well. I'm halfway to rebuilding it. I started playing with another um, um, program. Well, it's just Python that allows you to use multiple cores. And because the server I bought has 24 cores, I should be able to blaze through these collections like super fast. Like the second they're discovered, it should be like a matter of minutes, and I can have all the thumbnails generated.
You got that one really cheap, man. Like I think you got a really good deal.
I think I've spent that again just on
switches and routers.
the switches and some cable management, and I got a couple power bars that are probably not going to be suitable, but I'm going to have to pick up a UPS on the way to work because I can't ship batteries to my town, which is annoying as fuck.
And the iPhone 14 Pro will also be bought.
Oh, might look at the watch. That Ultimate watch looks pretty sweet. But I've also got to up my internet, even though if a marketplace uses my thumbnails, they won't be fetching them from my server. I still want it to be able to upload them to whether I use a cloud service or something else. I want it to upload very fast. So
yeah, I see.
To go from $70 to about $300, and that gets me it's pretty close to half a gigabit connection.
Oh, you're gonna go with 450?
Have you looked at Starlink?
I can do Starlink at home. The only issue is I'm not here very much. So if I ever did get one, I would do it as like a secondary connection. I do have satellite at home, but it's high orbit. I'll probably connect that just as a backup in case power goes out. But yeah, Starlink is such a I would love to do Starlink where I could take it to work with me. So I'm glad they have the RV thing. Whether or not I'll have one stationary here, I'm not sure. I probably should. It's just
I mean, I feel like the business, they all look pretty mobile, in my opinion. But they're not much different in size if you look at them. But I know they have like a business one too that gives you a little higher capacity than the personal ones.
Well, once you hit that business, it's incredibly expensive.
I didn't really look at the pricing on that.
Yeah, me too.
I think the RV one I looked a couple nights ago was $170 Canadian a month, which isn't bad. That's cheaper than what I'm going to pay for a landline connection.
How much is Canadian?
What's that?
How much is it now? Right now, like how much is one US Canadian?
I don't know, 80 cents, something like that. I haven't looked at one.
Okay.
So the only issue I have with having Starlink and me not being here is there's a lot of shitheads in town. I went to go check my mail last night, and they no longer check your mail unless it's during business hours because somebody went and vandalized the place. So I regularly with Subway advertisements on my front lawn and all. Yeah, there's too many shitheads in town. So I'm afraid that if I had a Starlink satellite, say like I have a shipping container, if I threw it up there, I think people would just go up there and kick it over, and then I'm 2 weeks away from fixing that. So
You need to like disguise it. You need to build a box that like surrounds it with like a open top, like a clear top to point it through. But it's like
Yeah.
a security box for it or something.
Or you could just take it with you. It's nice and compact.
just razor wire.
Yeah. Oh, good. So Solomon, are you gonna mint, or do you have plans for minting stuff?
Some. I mean, I'm kind of like watching like the XRP Ledger go through XLF20 is going to be really fucking interesting in my opinion. I definitely have Expector. So some of you guys know, obviously, like I was an advisor with Expector from the very beginning. I took. I'm like like literally like the to a fault the most transparent guy ever. So I had tokens under vesting, but I also bought a lot, and I've never sold even one Expector. So I plan on minting Expector and participating in that. I still have my Xpunks. I don't know. Like there's so many projects that I really want to get involved with that I feel like I try to put way too much out into the space and I almost overwhelm myself, and it's almost at a detriment. Like I really like Equilibrium games, like is always, kind of doing shit, Combat Kanga, Vet, and what Xrooms is doing. Like, so right now, as far as like anything that I'm actually holding, it's like I'm definitely still holding Expector. I haven't even sold any Expector. And I'm not an advisor anymore, but I haven't sold one, and I bought some on my own too to mint. I bought a lot of on XRP. I'm curious how that goes, but that's an interesting discussion all in and of itself. I haven't sold any of that, but yeah, I mean, I'm kind of just like waiting at this point in time. Like I haven't made tons of moves. What do you guys think are interesting projects besides like your own projects? Like what are you guys looking at? I was really interested in Xrpl, and I was really pissed off that they decided to kind of shut that server down because it was a really cool initiative. But yeah, besides those two things, like it's hard for me to always part with XRP too. So
I actually meant like if you mint your like an own collection, like a Solomon collection or something.
Oh fuck. No,
you're good.
Well, that's like the funniest thing in the world, dude, because like especially with all like there's obviously like the Phoenix Community Capital fire bullshit where like people are scammers, blah blah blah. Like, dude, I've made so many mistakes and wrong decisions trusting people in this space. I started a team over a year ago. Could have obviously minted a coin or an NFT or a token or done any of these things, and we decided to kind of do that free monthly report, right? Do that every month for free. We're going to start doing some more initiatives around that. Eventually down the road, when we have community bootstrapped to the point where it makes sense to inject Web3 value into it, 1,000% will be minting stuff. 1,000%, around social systems, maybe we'll do a coin that like rewards people for actions they're already facilitating within whatever our platform looks like. But I'm just really cautious, like, because if I want to build in Web3, I want to be as agnostic as possible, and I don't want to launch something just to make money. So for me, an NFT of myself or of any initiatives that I'm doing right now doesn't make sense until it makes sense, right? If it doesn't make sense until it makes sense, if that makes sense, right? That like, and I've been doing this for like over a year, making $0 fucking dollars. Like, we have sponsorship. We got sponsored by Hedera, which is going directly back into what we're doing with the Lighthouse Report, and half of that goes to the contributors, which I'm finally able to pay the contributors for all the research they're doing. And that's kind of the benchmark of it. And then we're going to be doing some more stuff. You guys will see like this upcoming week. We're going to do some really cool stuff and try to drive a shit ton of people, showcase a ton of projects. The revenue model for Genfinity is going to be 1,000%. It's going to be bringing projects on where their projects can be showcased across like thousands of viewers, in real engaging conversations, instead of paying people to tweet or paying people to do a YouTube video. I'm much more interested in like hopefully facilitating like conversations around the space rather than launching something on my own. But whenever it does make sense to launch something, 1,000% I'll do it. It's just, I've been doing this for a year, a little over a year with my team, and it just hasn't made sense to launch anything. We were going to launch something with Alliance Block. Thank God we didn't end up doing that. We wouldn't have been able to do it. So, yeah.
I'm just going back to just some stats for you guys. You were talking before about transactions per ledger and what have you, right? And the impact it's going to have. So going back through the ledger, the busiest ledger we've ever had is 103 transactions per ledger on average. And that was on the 7th of November last year. All right, we've had other days with 100 and what have you. Oh, so, big pardon. There was 108.5 on the 22nd of November. But bearing in mind, you can actually get more transactions into a ledger depending on the quality of that transaction. So, like, if it was just a trust line being set, you can actually get a lot more transactions in per ledger than, say, a more busy transaction. So, yeah, so 108 at our busiest time through the transactions of the trust lines, people creating new accounts. You know, there was 21,251 new wallets created on that particular day. So it gives you an idea that the ledger in itself hasn't even been tested up to those extremes or beyond those extremes, and they were in particularly busy times, that 21st of November, and that's where we had some of the fee escalation and what have you. But like I've said before, there were other things going on in the background with Xrpl, the program. Some changes were being made in that. There was a new release of Xrpl that had some problems. That all added to the problem. So personally, I don't think you need to be too concerned, and I don't think you'll ever get anywhere close to 200 transactions per ledger. Even with the way this minting is going, you know.
I think we gotta have. Rupert, I think we need another bet for this, because yeah. I think we might hit it actually.
Put up some.
But what you've got to do is look at it realistically. They're the average transactions over a 24-hour period, and yes, you might have some ledgers that have more, and you might have some ledgers that are less. But I think in the grand scheme of things, when you look at the number of projects who are actually in a current state of being able to launch, there's not a great deal. And on some of these days, when these transactions were high, we were getting 10, 12, 14 tokens being issued on that day, and all the relative trust lines being set against those new projects, and they were all scripted. And then there was all the new wallet generations and what have you. So there was a shitload of transactions being made across the ledger during that time span of November through to February. And yeah, we never really broke past 108, 114 transactions per ledger on average per day. And over a week, the maximum we've done in a weekly average is just over 60 on average.
What's going to be really interesting when 20 goes live is, just like you said, how many projects actually can facilitate what they've said they're going to facilitate, and watching what occurs within that. But then even on top of that, how many projects are going to expand for the sake of expanding without continuously building out value in the community that they started from. That will be really fucking interesting to watch, because I know it's already occurring. But I also know that there's good actors and bad actors within that. I know that there's good actors in saying, hey, we can take care of other communities. We can take care of our own. We cannot detriment the value that we've built out in our own community. We need to bridge out. I know that there's other projects out there that are just saying, fuck it, let's expand for the sake of expansion, which, as we all know, is not going to, maybe it does work out. But I would say out of 100 projects that tries to do that, 1 or 2 or 3 might be successful. It depends on how much money you have too, which is kind of a shitty thing to say. But like, I know like Expector's listening right now, and I've talked to Dirk tons of times. Like, he's been dying to try to figure out how to do these things in a sustainable way. And but I know that there's other projects out there that are going to try to bridge out into ecosystems for the sake of bridging out into ecosystems, which doesn't really say a lot about what you've built, the community that you've fostered over the past handful of months, everything else. So, kudos to Dirk for putting in so much time. But yeah, there's so many different facets of what's going to be interesting to watch. And for me, I've even heard look at what junkies and these projects are doing. Like, there's people building. It's just, I'm kind of going to be sitting on the sidelines a little bit. I want to see how people act, because I was kind of at that initial Hedera point last year where they started minting NFTs, and you saw there was builders, and there was builders contributing to the network, and there was builders fostering community. None of them have really bridged out in other communities yet. They've tried to bootstrap and build out the Hedera ecosystem as much as humanly possible, which I think is the smartest thing you could possibly do, because just because XLS20 goes live doesn't mean there's other initiatives that don't need to be built out for the Xrp Ledger to make sure that it is the standard for NFTs. So I'm kind of going to be waiting for that. I want to see what projects are willing to do. And this is not saying that I want to take away from artists that want to use the utility of the Xrp Ledger at onset. It's also not saying that just because you're an artist you need to start a metaverse, or just because you're an artist you need to start a DEX, or just because you're an artist you need to start a bridge. Like, it'll be interesting to watch. It'll be very, very interesting to watch. So,
okay, hi guys. Good evening, by the way. I have to say, King Solomon, that some bad players probably will make money or issue coins or tokens to make money. But I can promise you one thing. Until now, this is probably the most expensive hobby that I've ever had. And it's not even a hobby anymore. It's become a full-time job. So
I think we all know,
that all serious projects that are doing this realize that we all hope, of course, to be successful and to give the community what we promise. And I think some will make it and most of them will not. But if you take it really serious, there's a huge responsibility and a huge cost as well.
100%, dude. And I think it the most common sense thing in this entire space is, like, just because people are having discussions and just because people are building, everybody needs to make their own decisions in this space, which is a very difficult thing to sell to people because you're not selling it to people. Having people take the onus of themselves, doing their due diligence and researching and determining what their risk tolerance is and making decisions based on that is something you cannot try to tell people. I've tried to tell people that, but yeah, dude, I know, that's why I mentioned you along with, kind of other aspects that are bridging out. It's I know for a fucking fact this has not been a profitable measure for you, but what it's been is fun. Here's what'll be interesting to watch. Maybe I should put it this way. All right. Projects that are successful, that are pumping funds directly back into the project and building out an ecosystem, are going to be much more interesting for me personally to watch and pay attention to than projects that are launching and just taking that money and promising things, but then leaving without ever delivering upon anything they ever promised upon. And that is the easiest way I could ever explain this space as a whole, basically, where If you see projects not giving a shit about making money and not fucking posting pictures about wearing Rolexes or going to fucking exorbitant vacations and shit like that, and they're pushing everything back in and they're constantly participating and they're trying to do the right things, that's more interesting to watch than anything else. So
I have my
yeah.
Rolex already for 10 years, so it's not thanks to crypto.
I think too, artists that just want to make art and they just mint their art and they're not there to become millionaires. They might even keep their day jobs. People will buy art. You know, been buying stuff on Ethereum lately, and there's not one single thing that I bought that really had any utility other than I bought a few cats that you know, if you buy these cats, it goes to the ASPCA and it rescues a cat. Right? Everything else that I bought, like even the one I'm wearing now, I have no idea anything about the projects. They don't promise any utility. It was just cool art, and that's what I bought. And this is a great place for those people. Like if you look at shrooms have never promised a metaverse or any of this crazy utility or anything. It's just awesome art by an awesome guy who tries to give back by, you know, engaging with them. And, you know, you can listen to him every Wednesday and just friendly people, great community, great art. That's, you don't need to promise more than that, and you shouldn't expect to become a millionaire. And it's when you start getting greedy, you know, you start offering these things because you want that $1 million to come in. um I personally am just going to avoid those projects. I mean, unless you're a millionaire already and you're going to build this great big thing, so that'll be my thing to exclude Expectar from that. But it's simple, right? Make great art and I'll buy it.
It's a super valid point too, especially with NFTs. Like I can't really say that there's been, I don't know if I've ever necessarily bought an NFT just because of, I will say there's been a couple. So the Artifact ones, Nike, the Adidas ones, um, kind of those big brands that already exist. I bought those. I didn't really give a shit about the art. I hold those. I plan to hold on to those for a while, regardless of price action, things like that, or when I got in, because I got, every time I bought on Ethereum, I've gotten fucking wrecked anyways. But as far as NFTs are concerned, like in ecosystems that I care about, like I haven't had that opportunity yet on the XRP ledger. So like when Vet asked me the question, do I plan to mint one? But I think also, do I plan to, you know, mint my own? But who knows? Definitely not anytime soon. Do I plan to participate in the ecosystem? 1,000,000%. And it's not going to be based on me trying to make money from the fucking ecosystem. I've actually bought, and I just looked today. This is a fucking horrifying stat, dude. I started buying Hedera NFTs last year, like around July of last year, August, whenever they started coming out. I looked at my wallet today, and I have, I'm not even going to joke. It's like 335 Hedera NFTs, and I've never sold one Hedera NFT. But here's the catch though, is you can't do that on a network like Ethereum. You can, you know, fucking try to support artists, but the price point, you're already priced out because of gas fees or X, Y, and Z. So it's really easy for me to support the Hedera community, because if I like art, it costs me a fraction of a penny to mint something, and they're selling them for reasonable costs, because they're, you know, a lot of these people are just artists. And I think that we're going to see the exact same thing on the XRPL. So you'll probably have the same discussion with me, Chris, in like a year or 2 years, and you'll be like, how many XRPL NFTs do you have? And it'll be like, oh, like 400. And it's so hard to capitalize on an ecosystem you believe in based on artists that you're trying to fucking support, and an ecosystem that you're trying to support. You know, at some point, I would say this, like with NFTs, I always, especially within an ecosystem like Hedera that I care about, and the same thing with the XRPL when we start minting, I, not financial advice, but I always try to at least mint more than one, to make sure that if something happens in the future where the price might go up, I want to always still be a part of that community and that artist community. And I have another one that I can like sell if the price goes crazy. I mean, that's kind of like I always try to like buy more than one. So that's kind of my benchmark. And yeah, it'll be interesting though, bro.
It's cool too to know that you supported an artist and you bought something that you're really into. Like, especially when you find that one that you like really identify with and it becomes your PFP, and um it kind of hurts to change it to something else. That's why I started rotating mine so much. I get it too attached to them, and then, but yeah, when Shrooms did their full history node fundraiser, I bought like 40 of them, and then the price tanked, but I don't feel as bad because I know there's a full history node out there that I funded, and in the end, I'm going to get a bunch of amazing art that supports an artist that I'm a huge fan of. And so a lot of times, people are chasing this utility, but if you see art that you really connect with, I think there's more utility in buying that and supporting the artist to just keep making that cool shit that you relate with.
One of the people from Hedera that I've been talking to since the very beginning is in this chat right now, and that's Batty Hattie. And Hattie is Batty Hattie's. I'm gonna forget how old Hattie is right now. I think Hattie's like 11 or 12 or something like that. She just had a birthday. Batty has been building out on the Hedera. It's not like the most like, oh, we're gonna do this marketplace or X, Y, and Z. It's like youth empowerment type stuff where it's like the Hedera network is so cheap and efficient where they're having like just competitions. And I know that Batty's not like making shit tons of money from this. And it's literally like an 11 or 12-year-old girl, like doing all of the work and just doing really cool, like youth artwork and having really simple minting tools and having like 50 or 100 of these, like, things that you can mint for literally. And I wish Hattie, you would come up because I know you don't want to come up, but it's like less than $1 to mint like the new things that they've been doing. And if you mint all 100, you get X, Y, and Z. And it's like, I don't know, dude, like I've seen really good people in this space and really like, I will try to support those good people if possible. And Batty's down there. So I just wanted to give you a shout out down there because I mean, what the girl's been doing is fantastic. And yeah, it's just cool to support people. Like, honestly, dude, like, I don't know.
Hey
Not all
Solomon,
about
I hold tokens in about 100 projects on the Xrpl. I've been buying from last year somewhere this time until February or something, and I hold them too, and I did it to support them. And I think there is what Chris says. There is a place for art and just art, and we started out. As many people to have cool PFPs and a nice JPEGs, and that's why we chose for the 3D and MAO. But soon after we got quite enthusiastic, and our goal wasn't initially to build the metaverse ourselves. Our goal was to implement some of the ideas, the art gallery, the casino, the real estate property development thing within another metaverse. And it's a bit because of Mao and our discussions that we decided to take on a bigger project. And I have to say, I have to say it's a big task, and I think that we will. I'm quite confident that we will bring it to a good end, thanks to our strong community as well. But it's a hell of a job. I can't repeat it enough, and much respect to everybody, all the artists and all other projects as well, because I know how hard it is to make it a success.
I think Chris brought up a really good point too, and this is a point that is going to become much more apparent once we start seeing more and more mass adoption in this space where, artists and whether artists are visual artists or audio artists, musicians or whatever mediums people decide to utilize for like their artwork. Once we start having, and it's not like the end all be all is never going to be Ethereum, and we do see a huge, that Ethereum has a 7-year head start on user interface and user engagement in this space just based on the tools built out, but the network is not nearly as efficient as, let's say the XRP Ledger, for example, right? So if I'm an artist and I have the tool sets in very easy to use ways for me to digitize my art or create digital art and mint that digital art on the XRP Ledger, it's going to create, I mean, and it's not just the XRP Ledger, it's the entire space. The XRP Ledger is one really great utility example, in my opinion. It's going to create entire it's going to create an entirely new economy for artists that are trying to build out sustainable ways to live and succeed, not only in the space but in life, period. Where like if I'm an artist and I can literally streamline my work in X, Y, and Z efficient ways, I'm going to do it 100%. So it doesn't have to be about members. It doesn't have to be about marketplaces. It doesn't have to be about dexes. It just has to be about artwork. Always is going to have community. So it always has to be about community. It always has to be about taking care of your community and people that care about your community, whether that be the artwork that you're creating or whatever it might be, or just you as a person. But the artwork is super essential as well. I think that we're just scratching the surface of where this space goes, with real artists empowering themselves without having to do anything else besides keep doing what they're doing. And that's really the trick for mass adoption. Keep doing what you're doing. And this is just a much more efficient way to do it. And you can empower yourself more so in the ways that you're already doing it with these tools, and streamline it and make fucking money. Do whatever you want to do.
I heard you talking about before the images as well. We will have some issues because we have the high definition 3D images and they're big files. So that's something that we are looking into it now, how to get them after the mint in the right way to everybody, because we are intending to give the highest quality possible. But that itself is already an issue. And the other thing about art, that's one of the reasons, and you know that I see things from a commercial perspective as well, and some people may dislike that, but that's one of the reasons that we created the art gallery as well. But it's easy to create it's not easy, but it's easy to have the idea to create a gallery or an art gallery. But what will we do with it? And that's something that we are still looking into it, to make it as interesting as possible. For us, it will be like the first episode of the metaverse, to give the people the feeling and the environment of the Unreal Engine 5, walking around with the avatars. And we are looking to other XRPL projects, Xrooms, for example. We would be happy to display them and to give it, to make it a stage for all the other XRPL projects to display their art and to collaborate.
Hey, Dirk, I don't know if you were here when I was talking about the server I'm setting up for thumbnails, but if you can send me one of your high-res images, I'd like to see how my script shrinks them, if the quality is up to par.
Yeah, very interesting. Send me a DM with your email address, and I'll send you a link where you can download
Don't do it, Derek. You're gonna mint it and run away with it.
Well, we always have an eye on him.
I think it gets back down to the nascency of this space too, where it's like everybody always talks about the chicken and egg problem, right? So if it makes sense and the community is using something, then it totally makes sense to facilitate that. Like, and that's what we're seeing right now, where it's like, just because a project is spending money and building out bridges or building out different ecosystems, if there's no demand in these other ecosystems, then why the fuck are you doing it? Like, it totally makes sense to do it down the road, because yes, it's a problem that needs solved in the future, but it's not a problem that needs solved right now. So how do we solve problems that exist right now that need to be fixed within whatever ecosystems we're dealing in? And it's a slow burn. It's an the most successful projects in this space, at least in my opinion, from ecosystems of utility, are going to be the ones that can stick it out through organic building in a way where, yes, I need money to do this, but I'm going to inject these solutions to these problems that currently exist, because it takes somebody really fucking smart to realize, just because I can build something that might be a problem in 3 years that needs solved, doesn't mean I should do it right now and spend all the money right now doing that. It's like,
well,
yeah. It's a scaling. It's getting people. Number one, it's continuity. You have to make sure that you have to make sure you're building continuity, and that deals in mass adoption as well. But like, it's just injecting portions of value on top of it. Really, it's injecting portions of value on top of Web 2 in ways that make sense. And once you've done that, injecting more portions of value in ways that make sense in just a really scalable way. Otherwise, your house of cards is going to always fucking fall down. Always fall down.
Well, the advantage of what we are doing is that we are stimulating technology and innovation. And when we started, I have been in touch with Chris Rippleton for a while. And when we started, I reached out to him and I gave him some info because of course I was scared that people would think what are they they doing. So we have been in quite good contact, and Vet and Chris, for example, as well. I repeated it already a few times in the past weeks. Chris Thompson and I are about the same age, and we often probably disagree on things, but there's a mutual respect, and that's something that's interesting as well with the community, that people help each other out, and that people don't necessarily have to agree to, but they can still have respect for each other. I saw Vet and Chris even jump in when people accuse. Yeah, well, it's very nice to convince people who are critical about your project. That's a good feeling, and that's really nice, and that's a sign of dignity and mutual respect, and that's very important.
Winrug.
Exactly. No, it comes down to it does come down to transparency too, dude.
Well,
if you've been around long enough
Chris,
in the space, you
I
realize.
told you many times, if I wanted to rug, I should have rugged somewhere during the IDO, because now I'm 100% minus below zero. So it will take a couple of years probably, and hopefully I will get my money back. But I'm very happy that I took the decision. I see some big community members in here as well. And I know that they have put a lot of money in the project as well. So for me, it's a personal responsibility towards them and towards the smaller holders as well. And that's something that lots of people maybe don't realize enough. Issuing a token is very tempting. Issuing a token is very easy. But what will you do with the token? What will you do towards the people who have put money in? And that's something that for some actors is maybe none of their concern, but that's one of the biggest pressures I feel. I don't care if I lose my money, that's my decision. I probably will have to do some explaining to my wife or my girlfriend, but that's it, but I also have responsibility towards 6,000 holders, and that's something that you have to realize.
Yeah, it's not just the promise that you need to deliver when you make a token. You also need to deliver enough to meet the value that the community has given that token, right? So if tomorrow your token price just skyrockets and you haven't really promised anything, you're kind of at a debt, right? The community has put this value on your token, and either you misrepresented it, or you need to step up the game because the community's put so much value on it. You really need to create this balance, and it's not easy, right? The creating tokens should have an economist involved, right? Because you're creating your own economy, and it's something people study for years. To think that just anybody could go make a token and completely understand how to give it value is crazy. Because I have no idea how to look at a token and say, take Casino Coin, for example. I bought all the way up to half a cent, but what value does it really have? They can give it all the utility in the world, but it's still down to the community of what kind of value they give it. And if tomorrow, all of a sudden, that Casino Coin is heavily valued, right? Say it goes to 10 cents tomorrow. Unless Casino Coin turns around and gives it that value, the community is going to dump it. And they'll dump it because there's more value in exiting. So you have to keep up with the value that your community has given. Otherwise, you'll wreck your token. Price action is not always good, right? Everybody hopes, oh, to the moon, to the moon. Well, unless that project can keep up, the DEX is just going to get, flooded with sell offers, right?
I
Well,
think
I was
the
very happy
AMM,
that.
though, that's what the AMM is there for, to kind of provide some stability in that influx for the initial startup of these tokens. It definitely reduces some of that friction in the pump and dump and all of that, allowing for some stability for low liquidity projects to get their feet off the ground. in a normalized way. I think that's kind of important to note about what that
It'll
does.
be an interesting.
I mean, make no mistake about it either. Like the liquidity on the XRP Ledger right now for NFT IOU projects is shit, you know, and the spreads are crazy. And there's not multiple marketplaces. Like having these automated market makers come in and just like make sense so that the spreads can kind of get thinned out to the point where there's a real economy being built is very, very fucking important. But I do think that what Chris and what Xpector were both, what Chris says can get me down a rabbit hole of all sorts of shit, not even the XRPL, as far as even proof of stake inputs and outputs, right? If I'm outputting something, or if I'm giving, this is what concerns me about, like, and I don't think Ethereum goes anywhere. I just think that, like, you see all these like mechanisms being built out for the betterment of this space, or quote unquote the betterment of this space, which is acidine. But proof of stake is essentially incentivizing people just in a different way. And even with newer projects, you know, I can't compare newer projects to Ethereum, but newer projects dealing in proof of stake that are basically reciprocating rewards, creating scarcity at the onset. But by the time by the time you have to pay the piper, 18 or 24 months down the road, whenever staking rewards come in, or a year down the road, you better have the network bootstrapped enough up to the point where it's able to sustain that value, because you're creating sell pressure right on top of your network whenever you start reciprocating rewards. I mean, yeah, so you could think about that however, but
Something that lots of people don't see as well. With Xpector, we have about 50% circulating supply. Lots of the projects, and people look at the white papers if they do, but they don't see the details. And I know some very big and well known and good projects. Good, I mean, good as seen by most people, that are still holding 90, 80, 70% of their tokens. You have to realize the risks on that, because that's something that can be fishy as well. We had today, by the way, the biggest blow ever. And I have to say, everybody says you don't have to look at the charts. But I do. I do, because I'm an investor as well, and I am a community member of several projects, and it hurts. And I'm very happy that XRP is going down, and I think there's some correlation with XRP going up, luckily. But I have looked at some stats, and I see that we're not the only ones. But I can tell you, it's not a pleasant thing to see, and I was very happy that we had since the IDO a steady growth, nothing crazy, no times 20 or times whatever. I think that steady growth is good, and since we have quite a lot of holders and a big volume as well, that's a positive thing. But I have to say, if I'm honest, it wasn't my best day looking at the charts, but it's a difficult one. I think that I always say to people, don't look at the charts. It's a long run game or a long term game, but it's difficult not to do so.
I think I just want to jump on the point of tokenomics, basically. There's a lot of projects I can speak about, AFA and probably Shrooms pretty confidently, where they airdropped what they were going to airdrop, and the rest of it is more of symbolic, right? So they plan to airdrop 25% of their supply. They want it to be clear that this is a 10K project or an 8K project, so those other tokens do exist and they are in custody of the project, but they weren't meant to be distributed. They're just there to symbolize the size of the collection. So those will be, minted later, or perhaps they'll adjust their collection size. I don't think it's something to fear on every project if you know the project well and understand why those tokens exist. Because yeah, it can look fishy when you look at a project and it's, wow, their token is worth 200 XRP and they hold 90%. Well, what is that 90%? And for a lot of them, it's just they never sold, they don't plan on selling. It was just representation of the entire collection. They airdrop what they're going to, and the value is just simply what the community has put on for value, because not all projects have sold when you're looking at these NFT projects. A lot of them only airdropped, and the only tokens that are circulating are what people have sold from those airdrops. So AFA, I know for sure, has never sold. I know Xrooms, the only other tokens they put in circulation was for the full history node. So those were sold, but that money was, and it's on the decks, and it's been, you know, a screenshot has been given directly to Weetsy so that that full history node could exist. And we see the full history node. There's photos of it. It's pretty cool. It's got a little Shrooms logo on the front of it where it should say Dell.
How many projects, Chris, have facilitated the full history nodes based on what it costs, what it takes to stand up? You know, I know that you've said Xrooms have done it. I know Xpector has done it. How many other ones have done it?
There's actually quite a few, not full history nodes fully, but there's quite a few projects, and you can look at the site for the Adopt a Node initiative. There is so many people, not just projects too, a lot of people have
Yeah,
donated
it's
either
huge.
support a node or I believe it's fractionalized as well. If you want to throw up 10 XRP to pitch into a node, there's a certain level you got to hit to be able to name the node as well, which is really cool. You could have a
We did it, by the way. We
What's
did it
the
in
site, Chris? Can you share the site on the up in this Twitter Spaces, and I'll share it.
I think if you just put in Google Adopt a Node XRPL Labs, that you can find it easily, but the link is probably better. And we did it as well. I think in the early days of Xpector, we donated 2,500 euros, so it's about 2,800 US, to XRPL Labs to Adopt a Node. We have one with our name on it, or it's a fractional one. And that was the time that I was quite confident that we wouldn't have the technical ability to do it ourselves. Luckily, in the weeks after we were able to set them up, we had quite a lot of help of Wits as well for the full history node. Daniel from Casino Coin helped us out as well. And one of the things that makes me proud is that Chris, the Elephant Man, he said to me once when we were attacked or flooded, they are doing still what they told the community to do. So I try to be always open and communicate, and we will probably do stupid things and make mistakes, but we never blocked anybody. We always go into discussion, and I think that's also being appreciated by many.
I pinned, by the way, at the top, Solomon.
It's interesting that you guys talk about tokenomics, and Chris went into it pretty well. You know, one of the things that I find is that most projects have shot themselves in the foot simply by virtue of their airdrops. And the reason behind that is simple. You know, a lot of these projects only have their artwork to distribute. They don't have any other utility behind their artwork. They don't plan on doing anything else. But what they do is they give away all their art. They give away what is fundamentally what they're trying to sell. And so when they give it to the community creates some value for the tokens and distributes those tokens around within each other. They go back to the project, and you know the project's got nothing to sell. There's nothing there, so they've got no income. They've got no way of deriving an income to actually create the NFT in the long run. And that's why a lot of the projects have folded up, because they've given everything away. You know, you don't stand at a shop door and be given $10 from the shopkeeper to go and spend $10 in his shop. And that's ultimately what these tokens are doing with these airdrops. They're giving the people the ability to buy their products by giving them the money to do it. And
But
that's just fucking dumb.
you do stand at the door of a liquor store and give people taste of your rum, though.
Or you stand at the door of a liquor store and play Hey Mister.
Yeah, that may be the case, but you don't give them the bottle of rum.
Yeah.
You give them an enticement to get them in the door. You don't give them the whole bottle of rum. That's just fucking nuts. And you know, I've said this all the way along. You know, the airdrops have killed projects per se. They've killed the Xrp Ledger, because you know, if you look at the fundamental aspect of it in a grand scheme of things, there is only so much money in the Xrp Ledger, and the Xrp Ledger has not attracted new money for a long time. There might be some trickling in, but for what's trickling in is also trickling out. So there's not a big pool of money that's been constantly added to with liquidity. So what happens is, for every token that comes in, and I know I sound like a scratch record on this, but for every
No, you
token that
sound good,
comes
dude.
in,
I mean, you're bringing up a really good point. I think the root cause of all this shit is education and economics for
yeah.
products to try to sustain themselves. Go ahead, bro. Sorry.
No, it's all good. So if you think of it like a swimming pool, right? And the swimming pool is full of water, and every project that comes along with their own little paddling pool has to take the water out of that big swimming pool to put it into their pool to create liquidity, right? And so for every single project that does that, it's draining the money out of the big pool, which is your XRP, and it's putting it into these smaller projects. And what happens is the value of XRP suffers as a result. The value of your project suffers as a result, because you then provide liquidity to the next pool that comes in after you. So everybody thinks, it's like the new discotheque in town. Everyone floods to the new discotheque in town, or the new bar or cafe, until the next one opens. Then they piss off and go to the next one. And it just goes round and round and round and round and round. Same money, same people are making the money, and the same people are losing the money. And in the meantime, the project people, the project developers, are issuing their own assets and giving them away for these same people to attract them freely and then sell them. And it's just bad economics. And these people that say, they talk about burning the tokens, it's just nuts. It's all it is a marketing stunt. The XRP Ledger has no ability to stake because there's nothing to earn. So if you're staking in order to get something for nothing, all it's taking is the money from you and the person next to you by removing the value from the other assets that you own. So the whole thing about staking, airdrops, token, creating your own tokens is just a facade, and it's a stupid facade, because at the end of the day, the only person that's suffering is you, the customer.
I
And the more
think
you trade for airdrops,
I think sometimes you underestimate the value or other use cases here, right? Like, isn't that kind of the purpose of the XRP ledger, is to create more tokens and ecosystems around that? So what, like, if it wasn't, then why was the DEX implemented? You know what I mean? And so to
yeah,
me, I kind of have like the complete opposite,
I don't
right?
think
yeah,
I don't think he's wrong though, Becky. I mean,
I
I don't think
totally
he's
agree.
wrong either. I think there's valid points in all of that, but it's also in essence just kind of devaluing anything that's built. And
Yeah,
and
but,
I
but, but
don't
when
think
you
that's right either. You
Yeah,
know?
so one of the issues that I find with it is that, and I'm not talking about the projects that come in and build utility and bring utility with it, all right? And they issue a token based on their utility, like Xrphone, for example. Locks Network had some utility behind their token, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But when you've got no utility to back your token and nothing to redeem your token for, then there's an issue. Okay,
I would
so
actually argue. So what? Okay, I'm going to ask you this. It's an interesting question. Has any NFT project that has launched, and I'm saying any, launched on the XRPL right now, brought utility with it, or is it kind of this ongoing community building aspect until utility occurs? And understanding, yes, some may flush out utility in more ways than others can, but has any nascently IOU based token on the XRP ledger, and you could probably say this, no, not probably, you could say this about any network, has any NFT issued period, like in this space right now without regulatory clarity, brought real utility with it? Or is it always like a smokescreen until we get there?
You
very
see,
good question.
you see, Solomon. And I said this. I think there was also the past discussion with Wilton, that many people who are even in here in this room, and even the whole expansion of this project and people talking about, and the huge amount of developers pouring in and using the ledger is thanks to all of the stuff that basically he mentioned with airdrops and issued tokens and all that. I think that was probably the most effective, probably, and even not intended marketing that the XRPL ever had, right? Um, I mean, Ripple is pouring so much money into this ecosystem, right, with a lot of money, and it's not nearly as effective as the what we have been seeing last year without them, because back then they did nothing. They just looked at and they were like, "Oh, what's happening here?" And like many others, I know that many developers that I know now pretty close with, just 1 year ago would have been like saying, "Hey, this is all shit, and let's doom this." Um, and I'm leaning more towards backs here, because I see the community, I see what people are building, and they're pretty honest, and with all this comes obviously also bad actors and all that.
So then the question has to
Yeah.
become, because I see the exact. I mean, I agree 1,000%. I think that project utility, okay, I think that the utility really doesn't necessarily. It's not represented necessarily like within like individual projects right now, at least, because there's no way for it to be represented within that. But I think what it does is it builds up as a byproduct that we see so many community initiatives and so many community projects. It almost like is a reinvigoration of like bootstrapping the XRPL as a whole, where you see more projects come on board, you see more developers come on board, you see more people building on the network, which I think is a fucking hugely, if not the most important thing that nobody's talking about, because everybody's talking about XRP. Everybody should be talking about the XRP ledger, 1,000,000%. And it's nobody's talking about the ledger. Everybody's just talking about the native asset. And it's like, yes, of course, the native asset is going to, well, that's the whole point. It's not even the fact that like they're talking about XRP. They're talking about XRP in the wrong, not the wrong, because I can't say it's the wrong way because it hasn't been proven out, but I think it's in the wrong way, where if the network is built out to the point where it's is insanely massive, that represents a lot of value for the native asset on the network, right? Of course it does. But people are just assuming all sorts of X, Y, and Z type scenarios when really the XRP's price is going to be dictated based on the importance of XRP in the XRP network and the XRP ledger. And if the XRP ledger is getting bootstrapped out by all of these different initiatives and all these community initiatives and getting stronger and stronger and stronger, and XRP, the asset, is more deflationary. Of course, over time, it should make sense. But nobody's talking about like fucking reality. Everybody's just like talking about pegging XRP to gold, which is the fucking exact opposite of what XRP represents to every single builder in the XRP ledger, as far as that freedom to build, use the utility that is there. The community is much more valuable than pegging XRP to anything, because that's what's going to make XRP and the XRP ledger sustain itself over decades, or hundreds of years. So I fucking just rambled. I'm sorry.
I think too, the XRPL, I mean, has been here for over a decade, right? And it wasn't until this latest adoption that anything has been fast tracked to be built, right? Like if we didn't have this recent adoption, would NFTs ever come? Would hooks be as far along as it would be? Would we have all the people developing? But if I can go back on a couple of items here, first, the tokens that we keep making, they're gateway tokens, so I'm not sure that they were ever meant to be used in the way that we're using them. But I love the way we use them, because when we create a token and airdrop them, especially on the NFT side, it's kind of a whitelist, right? You have something that, is on the ledger as a spot that you can do your free mint. And a free mint is really important because it's really hard to launch a project and give it a value that you assigned and sell it. Because if I'm going to do 10,000 and I'm going to sell them for $1,000 a piece, the community feedback on that is going to be fuck off. Like, nobody says that you should be making that much money. So if you allow the community to give the value to it, and at the same time you attract people to it because you've already got a community by the time that they're actually spending money to buy it. And this is why we see free mints being so
It's
popular.
also
You
almost
could
it's
you could
also almost impossible, Chris.
you
Do
could
that.
achieve that with
Go ahead, Becky. Go ahead, Becky.
the auction function though. Just use the auction function, set it at a very low price, and then give it time to build. That's I think I mean that's just a built-in strategy.
Can you talk about the oxygen function a little bit to everybody that might not be aware of it?
Hey guys, by the way, if I may interrupt, my sincere apologies. I would like to stay a little bit longer. It's 1:15 a.m. and I have to meet in Amsterdam tomorrow morning with our COO and with our artist. So I have to say goodbye. Thank you, and let's meet tomorrow maybe at Twitter Spaces of Expector.
I wish you very bright and bloodshot eyes tomorrow.
You asshole.
You smoke it.
Becky,
No,
Becky,
I got myself a vape, by the way. Okay, I'll leave you to it.
I'll be on.
Bye-bye.
I'll try to make the spaces tomorrow, Dirk, 1,000%.
Yeah, okay, perfect. That Chris is working. Becky, I know you were a little bit pissed off. I hope that Twitter doesn't glitch on us again because there were so many people and it was a terrible experience for some apparently. So I hope everything goes well tomorrow, and I'm happy to see you there, Chris Rippleton. I know you are probably not able to make it, but I hope to see you there in the coming weeks. If not, we will change the timing just for you.
Good luck on the space.
Thanks, Dirky boy. Yeah, no, it's 2 a.m. here when you're holding it, so and give him some school day. I got to get up for 7 for my boy to go to school, so it's probably a little bit of a challenge. But anyway, next time, and good luck with it.
Bye. Thanks. Bye, guys.
What are you guys all doing standing in these spaces all the time, man? This is nuts. My wife's going to kill me. Like, she's literally walked outside and was like, it's time to go now. It's Sunday.
Well, everybody's multitasking. I seen Vet, I think, posting in the Evernote, something like that.
Yeah. What are you doing about Evernote right now, Vet?
No, someone was asking how he can set up manual instances and all that. But guys, who is not
why the fuck, Vet?
definitely set up?
Why the fuck would anybody else be doing anything else right now besides being in this spaces? Like, that's the biggest question that I have to ask myself. Like this, like my wife, and like I get it. It's a lot of time, but this is like really important stuff. Like on a consistent basis. It's important to try to at least participate and get get educated for yourself, like on and just make sure that you're trying to learn stuff that maybe you didn't know about. Like, these spaces are insanely important. So it's not a mistake that people are like in these spaces at like 1 or 2 a.m. being like, man, I can't fucking sleep because I gotta integrate these instances within my NFTs. Like, I mean, it's fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Hey guys, I just want to go over again and thank everybody that's jumped down that isn't speaking. If anybody wants to come up, if I follow you, it'll let you up automatically. If not, send a request. We don't know who 2Cold had booked for today. If anybody knows, let me know. If you have a project and want to come up and talk, we'll love to talk about it. If you just have questions, come on up. Vet's an expert at minting and Evernote and the Ledger. Love to talk about all of it. He's also a validator operator.
Not really.
Yeah, Bex is a brilliant person on many aspects. I would say very interested in AI and some hilarious NFTs that I can't wait to see released. Death Ranger, we all know from the Karma space.
Ledger scale.
Ledger scale, yeah. Rippleton, he'll dig into your wallet and let you know why you're a scammer.
But
Pretty
he's a
much
fake
that
account right
Solomon
now.
here. Yeah, we got lots of great people up here. If I didn't mention you, it's because I'm running out of breath here. So if anybody wants to come up, come up.
I see someone has it. Yeah, Alexandra.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to say hi.
Hey, man.
I don't spend too much time in XRPL spaces, so permit me. I'm chain agnostic. You'll see a lot of Bitcoin and Ethereum, but I haven't forgot you guys. I'm still holding my bag. I'm not going to ask the lame question and say, when do you think the lawsuit's going to be over? But I will ask you a more relevant question, since I'm doing a lot in NFT space. What is the, I usually, again, I'm outside, so I don't hear too much about NFTs in the XP Ledger. What's your preferred marketplace or venue, or how do you do NFTs in XRP? I'm more familiar with the, kind of Ethereum, Polygon, Solana sector of NFTs. So I'd love, from an outsider looking in, is there a 2-minute education
All right,
or
so
tips you can give me?
yeah, can I, or Becky or Chris, I can give like probably the YouTuber explanation, like if you guys want that.
That's always good.
Okay, yeah. So look at the XRPL right now as kind of being at the onset of what we're about to see within what I would consider a high utility network dealing in NFTs. So if you look at Ethereum right now, obviously we all experience like is it Alexander? Yeah, or Alexandre.
You got it. It's fun. English is Alexander.
Okay, so Alexander, yeah. So like the ETH WTF site, all the other aspects that we had to deal with within kind of one-page minting sites, all the same shit that you see on Ethereum right now is going to exist on the XRP Ledger from a community standpoint, from standing up websites, from doing X, Y, and Z. But from an accounting perspective, I mean, that's the interesting proposition of the XRP Ledger. It's extremely efficient. It's very fast. XLS20 represents that NFT minting standard within the XRP ledger and ecosystem.
And sorry, so XLS20 is like
yeah,
a translation of what would be ERC20 on Ethereum?
No. It's just okay. So like Hedera Hashgraph has HIPs, which are Hedera improvement proposals. Ethereum has improvement, like from a code base.
Okay,
so XLS20 just represents the ability to natively mint on the XRP Ledger, NFTs on the XRP Ledger with a standard, like just like NFT has. Well, actually, you're right. So ERC 721 would essentially represent what XLS20 would look like on the XRP Ledger, right? It's that first standard from NFT minting. On top of that, this is where I think this conversation has went to, is from a speed efficiency standpoint, from a network cost standpoint, I think Ethereum is still behind XRP. That's just my opinion, and I think it's also factual to a lot of different aspects. But from a UX UI standpoint, and what I would expect from mass adoption and application usage from a user standpoint, Ethereum's got like a 7-year head start on XRP and the XRP Ledger for different aspects, right? So XLS20 represents kind of that first iteration of NFT minting as a standard. But then on top of that, what's really interesting is having developers being interested on building out more usability aspects within the XRP Ledger, or wallet functionality, or metadata standards. Just like, the XRP Ledger aspects right now, like one thing with Ethereum is it's like Ethereum transactions are what's called like Turing complete, where you have tons and tons and tons of data wrapped into one transaction. That's never going to happen on the XRP Ledger. It's going to be a case-by-case scenario where you can build out rich functionality. But it's really interesting because we are going to see NFTs, 1,000%. They're going to be, real NFTs. They're not going to be smart contract capable at the onset, but there's going to be an NFT standard. And you'll see functionality being built in over time in a way that makes sense, rather than just, I don't want to say shoving 30 pounds of shit into a 2-pound bag, but that's my easiest way to say that, Yeah.
I thought that was great. That was a great intro. Thank you.
A little bit more of your question, though. So the NFT protocol isn't actually live right now. The amendment is still needs to get the validators to 80%. It had gotten to 80%. They need to hold it for 2 weeks, and then it goes live onto the main net. And that's when we all anticipate this brand new functionality going live. Well, it was about hours away from that when there was an exploit that was discovered. And quickly the validators changed their votes and it went below 80%. And now it is still below 80%. The fix has been proposed and is being tested currently. It was a fairly quick fix. However, it did change some circumstances. Nothing that's not insurmountable or really a huge issue for most people or projects. So right now we're all just waiting for that 80%. And then, so it's unknown exactly when it'll go live, but we anticipate that it will happen fairly fast because the validators were already at that 80%. And if they've been paying attention, then it should be hopefully quick. But we don't know, it's unknown. And then after that, so when King Solomon said they're real NFTs, they're layer 1 NFTs that they're minted directly onto the blockchain without any smart contract attached. So then if you want to add smart contract like functionality, there's another amendment coming up that is called hooks, and this will allow different webhooks to easily call upon transactions to occur, giving you the ability to say mint, make offers, write checks, and those types of things automated within singular transactions. And so
to tell Alexander real quick, Becky, before you finish, with the simple YouTuber explanation with spam prevention. So like what was basically identified, Alexander, within that XLS20 aspect going live, which was like literally, like Becky said, it was a fucking day before, which was crazy. It takes 80% of validation and a maintained 80% vote for 2 weeks to make sure that, you know, an amendment will actually go live on mainnet. So what happened was trust lines are natively inherent with, like, necessary within the, you know, if you want to set up an XRP Ledger account, right? And that's just basically spam prevention, like you would want to have on any network. So it's spam prevention. I mean, the minimal amounts of spam prevention necessary. And it was identified because with royalty rates, you talked about OpenSea and things like that. Did he hop off? Fuck. No, Alexander's still there.
Yeah, I got rugged.
So
I'm back. I'm listening. I appreciate both of you. This is very, very helpful.
So with OpenSea and Rarible and all these other aspects, you have royalty rates, right? But essentially what was identified from, thank God, the devs, you know, that are working on the XRP Ledger identified this, where you could spoof the network by sending transactions back and forth between two trust line accounts and basically screw with the royalty aspects within NFT sales and trades. So it's a really simple fix. It goes live. And then, yeah, Becky, sorry, go ahead. Keep going. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, so that was pretty much wrapped up. It was just the exploit that was found was a little more like it would max out a bunch of trust lines if they kept making new tokens and sending those as payment for the NFT. So it was something that, you know, may or may not have been as exploited as badly, but it was definitely something that needed to be fixed. So I'm sure there will be other methods to achieve the same mechanism. But
let's know Alexander real quick, because there was that tweet 2 or 3 days ago. Who tweeted about Ripple? That's like a huge NFT platform. Vet, you probably saw that. Death, I know you saw that. Chris, maybe you did.
Dapper Labs. It was
it was Dapper.
Yeah,
Dapper Labs was like Ripple. We see.
Well, that was. I mean, that's basically A16Z or whatever.
Nice. That's awesome.
The same wallet that's behind all the crazy shit.
Well, I appreciate that. That was a great explanation, Bex, Chris. What was it called in XLS20? Is that the name of the proposal?
Yeah. If I can kind of clean up what was explained there a little bit, I think a couple terms got mixed.
Of course, yeah.
XLS20 is just the proposed code change to the XRPL to allow layer 1 NFTs, right? So that's just the proposal, and it's gone forth as an amendment that we need to vote on. Once it's voted, the code will change and we'll have NFT objects native to the ledger without requiring smart contracts or anything like that. And that allows things like royalties to just be native and not requiring a developer to do these things. And then there will be lots of marketplaces, and the marketplaces are all capable of seeing all of the assets and listing them and allowing transactions between them. So it'll be completely decentralized. These marketplaces can run their own nodes to find and track all NFTs on the native decks, basically, and provide an interface to anybody to interact with them. So it's very unique to the fact that it's layer one. It's a lot safer, so I think it'll be a very good beginner place for NFTs, because you'll be able to come here, buy, offer, sell, and not worry about the contract that you're about to sign in that wallet. And then our wallet is great where everything needs to be signed. And if you don't sign it, you should be safe. And you're not going to be presented with any kind of complicated language. It's either you're putting it up for offer, or you're, offering to buy it, or you're buying it because there is an offer and it sits in your wallet, in your custody. The spam prevention is great, because if I make a project, I can't just spam everybody with it like you would on OpenSea. OpenSea kind of deals with it by hiding it in your wallet so it's not on display. But instead, I can spam a bunch of offers, but it's up to you whether you want to go and accept that offer. So I can offer you a free NFT. You can just ignore it and it'll never go into your wallet. So it's complete permission on your end. Permission to put it in your wallet, permission for it to leave your wallet. It's totally in your custody, and you have a great choice of lots of marketplaces that really listen to us, which is awesome. Every marketplace right now that has a beta sitting on the test net for us to play with has been very receptive to our concerns, our requests for different features. They're very approachable. It's very different, and I love it. As somebody that's been trying to dabble in other chains just to kind of catch up and learn what other places have done, their great features, their mistakes. I love being able to come back and bring those concerns to these marketplaces and say, hey, what are we going to do about this? Or learning about the XLS 20 amendment, finding features in there and being like, hey, what are we going to do about this? Because this could be dangerous for us. And lots of those marketplaces have built out better interfaces for us to be able to learn and be educated and know what we're buying. So I think Xrpl have a great launch pad in the future, to where onboarding at first might be difficult for the wallet, but as soon as you're in, I think people will be a lot more comfortable interacting with the ledger than perhaps onboarding to Ethereum and learning what a smart contract is.
That's great. And you did a great job explaining, all three of you. So I may not be Dapper Labs, but I've got a website, latestblock.com. I'll be tweeting out in a few minutes about XLS 20. This is fascinating, and I'll be looking into it. Appreciate it. One last question, sorry, connected to that. Will I be able to see NFTs like on my Zum wallet, or is there a specific, I guess we don't know yet because it hasn't been implemented yet?
There's PureCat is the current X app in there that you can.
PureCat or PureCat?
PureCat, PEER, I think KAT. But currently,
so that's we can actually view our through like dApps and some, right, or some PureCat.
yeah. So currently there is one marketplace that does do NFTs type of things. I don't even want to call it NFTs. On a deprecated standard. And so none of us really support that. At least some of us do stuff on that. But we don't really support that because it's so close to the other amendment being approved that it makes no sense. There's a lot of negative reasons to not use it, but the point I'm saying is that if you were or did have some of those in your wallet, you could see that on the PureCat. But I believe that they'll have a full kind of viewport functionality for people to see in their wallet in the future. And I'm sure there will be other X apps that function too in the same way, like little kind of mini marketplaces that make it easy to just look at NFTs or whatever you want. So
Hey, I'm
Yeah,
gonna hop off, guys. I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. Can I say real quick? Nobody's going to use XLS 14 because nobody's going to use XLS 14. I know that it's easy to hop around that, but it doesn't make any sense because it's not the standard, right? But yeah, I appreciate these spaces, Chris and Becky and Vet and Alexander and Death and Ripple It In, Slime. So I will talk to you guys when I talk to you guys. Thanks. Bye.
have a good one,
Bye.
man. Oh,
Yeah, and
by the way, the PeerCAD thing is, so X apps are apps that you can open, or they are native to some of them at least in your XAM. So the answer is yes, in your XAM you can, but not from XAM itself. It's just from other people building in XAM. So yeah.
I just
And
think
that's
the
actually,
PeerCAD doesn't work with the testnets yet.
okay.
Yeah.
And that's actually the coolest thing I think about XUM, and it being like the most popular for XRP holding trust lines and kind of interacting with the decks. It's got so many great tools in there. It's also pretty easy to sign up through their dev portal and start building your own X app. I mean, they have to approve it and whatnot, but they make it pretty open. And he's pretty open with talking about how he wants to kind of turn it into almost like a Google Play Store with numerous apps in there of all types of things. So I would imagine in the near future you're going to have all kinds of choices of fun X apps to use in there for NFTs and maybe different cool things to use NFTs for, all just within that wallet there.
I think too, we kind of got used to the way that it's done. So we kind of learn how to use XAM and the X apps that are there. And we kind of just get used to that. And I think once we get developers from other chains come over, and when they see it and they go, why is there so much friction here? Why is this so weird? Why is this not friendly? When those people start building X apps, XAM is going to be amazing when we get those user-friendly, beautiful apps in there, rather than people starting out and learning how to use what's already there.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I just posted up top, especially because Alex, you brought it up earlier about the lawsuit. Eleanor Terria is speaking right now live to John Deaton about the Ripple lawsuit, and he's the lawyer that has tried to intervene somewhat in the case. But I'm gonna jump over there and give that a watch, guys. I'll see you guys all later.
See you, man.
Thanks for all the input, guys. I like
Give
this.
us the breakdown.
Let's get beat up here before Zan falls off.
Thanks anyway.
Alex,
I'll go back to muting myself or whatever. I'll let someone else talk. But thank you,
just
especially
just
Bex.
just one, Alexandra, a question to you, because you seem more engaged with the Bitcoin community, right?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess you can share that.
Do you see, like, from these other chains, are people aware of what we have talked about today, like with XS20
No,
and XRPL? Okay.
I don't think so. No, I think look, this I'm pretty agnostic. I bounce between Bitcoin and Ethereum, etc. I guess is another category, and then XRP is a very specific, powerhouse little community. I think there's a lot of, kind of, I'm not saying this about you guys, but in general in crypto, there's a lot of echo chambers. So most people that are passionate about their project stick to theirs. That's why I try to stick my nose in every door, because there's a lot of innovation going on multiple things, and there's never going to be one coin to rule them all. Just like there's never going to be one political party or, one football team that everyone's going to like, right? So I'm here for all the innovation, and I unfortunately, for the time being, I've been writing. I've had to take a day job, but other than that, I mean, crypto is basically my life. So I'd be happy to get more involved. I mean, have a XUM wallet. I've used it. I'm not really a developer as such. I've done some coding, but not anywhere in the crypto space. So but would be interested in exploring more. And I definitely like to keep my finger on the pulse on the NFT side. So I'm very curious to see what impact it will have. Especially, it sounds like you're not just developing on your own marketplace; you're jumping into existing marketplaces to add as a general term, but the XRP, devs on the XRPL looking to connect into existing platforms, which I think is a winning strategy as opposed to just building your own, but actually like adding the functionality to the biggest and most active ones in the world just makes sense. Which is what other blockchains that do have a lot going on NFTs have failed to do, like Binance Smart Chain, Wax. Aside from I guess Ethereum and I guess now Solana a little bit, they're really kind of keeping to their own place instead of going to where most of the users and active NFT users are already, which I think is the winning strategy, the winning funnel to do. So I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, speaking on that, very early on, before XLS20 really gained any steam, Ripple had made 2 big partnerships for NFTs. I can't remember the exact marketplaces anymore. I used to speak about them lots. I don't know if anybody else can speak up and say which ones they were. I think Mintable is one of them.
Yeah, Mintable. Or yes. Yeah, that one.
That one will be an interesting choice because they have a couple ways that you can mint. One where the user pays the fees when they mint, so it's kind of a lazy mint. If XRP ends up being one of the options when you go to mint in there, I think that'll be pretty powerful where there just isn't a fee, right? You can just mint for free. You just stick your NFT up there and if somebody wants it, they can just buy it. Like, I think that's going to be, we don't talk about that one much. I think that one's going to be a big marketplace if they do adopt it. I mean, it's been probably close to a year since they've had that partnership.
Yeah, just saying, Alexandra, I really appreciate basically your view and that you don't want to stick in a echo chamber. This is something like I always appreciate about people because this is really powerful and goes against like a lot of people, and it's just really really good. I think it makes you as a person also better in how you judge things, right?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I love I love crypto. I love Bitcoin. I love Ethereum. I'm not into joining a cult or something. Where I found information, so therefore I'm gonna shut off all the other information in the universe. I don't think that's helpful. Plus, I have this website. I'm building out a media website, so I want to cover everybody. So I just retweeted the room. I think you guys did a great job answering my questions. And I mean, this cross-chain future is going to happen, whether we like it or not. So I think that the more we can work together, there's been a lot of competition over the last 5 years. I think that's fine. Great. Now it's time to focus on cooperation. So anyway, I really appreciate what you guys are doing, especially y'all hosting the room. So I'm going to drop a follow for you 3 and hope to stay in touch and keep learning.
Nice to have you. Thanks for coming up. I think that's something that we don't talk about enough is the fact that we have our native DEX with other tokens on it. It's like the superpower of the XRPL that's been here for a decade. Like, if you want Bitcoin, you can just go on the DEX and buy Bitcoin. There's lots of trusted exchanges and holders that offer an IOU token for that. Or I love Ripple Fox. Or Ripple Fox, isn't it? I can't remember now. But being able to buy XLM or ETH, or you can just do it all here if you want. If you don't want to do the multiple wallets and the exchanges and stuff, like you can participate in a lot of stuff. I mean, we have Gala now, trying out the Gate Hub on and off ramp recently is pretty cool. Being able to take the ETH that you hold here as an IOU and sending it to MetaMask and actually going to spend it, like, was incredibly fast and cheap from what I always thought. Like, if you can give GateHub a try, I mean, the X app is worth using just for the charts and the Zum wallet alone. There's so many features here that we kind of start forgetting because we're all hyped up about this NFT stuff and
Ooh, the
looking at.
GateHub gateway for the Gala and XLM you can hold on top. So you get
That's pretty
yeah, it's
cool.
awesome with GitHub. GitHub is one of the first ones that has been implementing that from the early days. They were one of the first gateways for XRPL in the beginning for XRP.
Could I? That's awesome. Could I insert real quick? By the way, my friend over here from UK, Abstract Artist, is one of the top NFT creators on Ethereum. So I think it's cool. She's jumped in the room. So I want to give her a shout out. If she has any questions, I just retweeted the room. I don't know if that's why she
Oh,
came in. Or,
100%.
yeah,
Yeah, better come
welcome
up.
if you want to come up. Amazing abstract artist. She's really cool and really nice lady. So glad she could hear and learn about what's happening with the ledger and interoperability and stuff. And what GateHub is that the name of the
Yeah, GitHub.
app?
So with the GitHub corridor, it issues an IOU that you can hold on XRPL, but they have the value. So you would have to switch it. In order, if you take that value out of your Zum wallet, you would have to go through them again.
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
Hence
they
why I
hold separate.
say there were a centralized one. That's why one of the questions, Rippleton, I remember there was a question that was asked about the different exchanges that CSC uses, and I really thought that would be one that could be named as centralized because of that one aspect of it.
Yeah, yeah, understandable. Hey, just hey, Vic, you there still?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, man?
Yeah. So just go back to these. I was going to raise this again about the.
Oh, sorry. I muted everyone. Sorry, Ripple. No, I was. I fat fingered. You know me. Sorry, go ahead, Ripple.
You got to be careful when you do that to the elephant.
Sorry. I mean, he's on his fake account, so is he even Ripple? Just go ahead. I think he's keep talking. Ripple, I muted.
Okay,
Yeah,
you're
sorry.
there. Okay, good. Yeah. So going back to your question and the discussion earlier on about transactions and what have you in the minting.
Yeah.
I look at it. I look at it on the basis that even if you've got a project that wants to mint 10,000, right? You've got 21,600 ledgers close on an average day. So on that basis, 2 transactions every 4 seconds would have your 10,000 minted in a day.
Well,
So
with script, you would have it minted in 6 minutes.
yeah, but why? Why would you? At the end of the day, you should be.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're totally right. Like, why should and it's even. I think we talked about this.
You're only exposing yourself to issues. You're exposing yourself to fee escalation. You're exposed not that the fee escalation is a big thing, because the fees are still bloody cheap, irrespective of whether they're escalated or not. But if you're exposing yourself to fee escalation and problems with backlogging and transactions sitting back waiting, why would you do that? Why not just do it in a
Why?
manner that's controlled? Because
Yeah.
even at 24 hours, even minting all of your projects in 24 hours, I can tell you now, there are projects out there who take 4 days to do their airdrops because of the way they have it set up. They just don't want to spam the ledger, so they just do their airdrops over 4 days. Doesn't matter, I just think there's a lot of noise made around the transactions and the ledger itself. And its ability to handle the load. I think personally, the issues are going to be with people's websites more so than the ledger.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on the last point for sure. I mean, there will be definitely a lot of people, with the web page not being tested under load and all that, or just not enough
Bottleneck.
testers. Yeah, bottlenecks. But
Big bottleneck.
to begin with what you said, yeah, why would and why? Just I'm not speaking from my perspective, but just playing devil's advocate. I want to mint ASAP. I want to be the first one who mints. I'm gonna dump the hell shit of these NFTs on these people. I'm gonna list everything that I can, and I'm gonna make sure, I'm gonna be the first in and first out. That's how I'm gonna do it.
We already kind of had an example of a bottleneck effect on the Xrpl when the trust lines went boom and everybody
And
found out they
yeah,
could do that. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So we could
and
see that
and
with what's happening with the
Yeah,
NFT.
so there was a bit of a mix. So there was certainly an escalation in transactions and what have you, and activity around
Wasn't
that
just an
time.
escalation, was a
However,
monstrous escalation.
yeah, so there was all sorts of things. So there was a new release of Ripple came out that had a problem. There was a transitioning of the way fees were calculated within the Ripple code that also created a problem. Because what we did in order to eliminate the problem right there and then was changed our configs to facilitate it. And it was immediately noted after I updated my Ripple instance that my fee escalation just went through the roof.
How
And there was
fast
no
were you able to update to for that problem to get fixed? That's a very big thing in blockchain technology, period. Like what how certain other blockchains get shut down, you know what I mean? And they gotta wait a certain amount of time to be able to update at a faster rate than how it would be able to on other chains. Like for example,
yeah.
Solana.
So what happened was we issued we got into discussion because of the fee escalation and how large it was. I spoke to Wetsy and Alloy and says, hey, look, we've got a problem here. I've just updated my Ripple instance and we've gone overboard with fee escalation. So Richard Holland came into the picture and we all discussed and talked about it. And we remedied it by adding a stanza in our configs, restarted our servers, and it brought the fee escalation back down. And what we did is we then spoke to the repository era, and we pulled the version of Ripple that was causing the problem until we understood it better. And then what we did is we made there were some changes made to the Ripple. We then installed an unstable version to test it out, which was working, and yeah. So, but it happened in a very quick amount of time. I think fee escalation was a problem for a couple of hours, less than a day, I think, from memory.
Go ahead, Alexander.
I just want to say again, thank you, Abstract Artist. She's unfortunately at a laptop, so she can't speak, but she would love to, and she's listening. So she works really hard and has been just creating abstract art. So I wanted to bring another Ethereum community member back over here to learn. And if you see the Vitalik, the goat, that's actually the NFT project I'm part of. Now chilling, just saying these are Ethereum, deep Ethereum people that I invited to come over and say hi and learn with what you're doing, because I think it's fascinating and I think everyone needs to know what's going on. So yeah, just letting you know we're supporting.
appreciate it. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would love to have her up.
Yeah, and we're not necessarily as exclusive as you may feel that we are. I mean, I definitely rock with Ethereum NFTs too, and Solana, VeChain, HBAR. We're one big happy family here. So
Nice, love it.
Yeah, we
I
we
mean,
are
it's
not
my
a
first time
cult.
in this space, so I definitely get that impression from you.
I've been here since for a while from all sorts of spaces. It's pretty wild to see how much each each own communities grew and each own blockchain grew from when they first were incepted. You know, some is going through some growing pains, like what we're seeing with the XRPL implementing these new features. You know, there's gonna have a lot of growing pains. Scammers from they had scammers too have no bounds. They have no boundaries. They go throughout the whole whatever they can get their hands on. But it's pretty amazing all these technologies we have at our hands that what we can do with artists, musicians, other people who wants to use these different blockchains, build upon it. You know, AI technology, so much, man. It's crazy, wild. I love it.
Yeah, and I got to say, it's interesting that just my complaint about the Twitter algorithm, right? Like, as you say, you're very open. I think if someone goes out and says, XRP is a scam, or Bitcoin is burning the oceans and everyone should go to jail. Like if you say that, you're going to get so much interaction. You're going to be at the top. If you're open for a respectful debate and informational with actually useful info, you sometimes have to hustle a little harder. So just filing
It's
a
been like
complaint
that,
there.
man. It's been like that, which I always slap my face in my like all the time. It's been like that since I've started in crypto from 2013. And it
Yeah,
has
it
always
is.
been like that. It's always
So
put me at odds, because we
Well, I
can
throw in a little
achieve greater
spice every
things
once in a
together.
while. Yeah, and I'm not perfect. I throw in a little spice every once in a while, but I just think it's great what you all are doing. So thank you for being there and setting a good example, and for supporting the advancement of technology, which I think is the most important thing here. Trying to like improve quality of life, improve things, make things better. So that's great.
Yeah, the normal space is 2Cold, and can't remember how frequently it is, but she also holds a space called the Cross Chain something something.
Cup
Bro.
every Sunday.
Oh, that's right.
It's
So
on Wednesdays.
there's chains projects and stuff, and some of the NFT projects that we have waiting for XLS20 as well come from other chains, which is pretty cool. Some of them haven't endured the wait as strong as others, and they've elected to mint in other places as well. So it's definitely not something that anybody really gets a lot of flack about, to mint where you want to mint, and eventually we'll have it here, and I think it'll be something completely different, and hopefully
I find that cool though. Like some good projects are using other chains, bridging the gap between these two chains. It's kind of like cross bridging in a way through their end in a sense.
yeah.
I think it's awesome because we can see the different effects of how we can go about creating these connections between different communities.
Toads is a good example of that. They actually started on the XRPL with full intent of also being on Songbird. So
I was gonna say one of the more quieter ones, which is GK guys. Man, like what those guys have done with their project is freaking crazy because they were one of the first ones that they were implementing certain things, certain features with their NFTs that a lot weren't doing at the time. Like having the like each NFT you would buy, a certain percentage of that will go to the holders of already of that NFT, or to even also another certain percentage will go into another pool, which and then that pool would be used for passive income for the DAO and stuff like that, which was pretty crazy to see some small time guys or people just be able to take this technology and build something out and actually do stuff like that. It just blows my mind.
Yeah, I personally hope that we get more of the Ethereum crowd in particular over, because to be honest, from all the blockchains that I've seen, I think that Ethereum has one of the most or highest quality NFTs, like in particular. Um, uh, of all these ledgers, it's just, I don't know, there is something to it. Maybe it's just, artists are just gonna go by default to Ethereum. But yeah.
I have a comment on that, just stepping out of, you know, totally disrelated
Yeah.
to anything blockchain, but just straight up two things. I mean, there's the first mover advantage. Essentially Ethereum, NFTs were invented on Ethereum, basically. Someone might have done something else elsewhere, but, the ERC 721 was basically the creation. And then, you know, aside from, one instance in the first, the CryptoKitties, I see in my mind as an analyst, really the market kind of opened when OpenSea opened, essentially, and a couple other major NFT exchanges, and they happen to, operate on Ethereum. So that, I think, is why it's a cumulative advantage, because you have like kind of people voting with their feet. Like if you're an artist, and there's other blockchains about like Tezos and things that artists like, but if you can sell your NFT on Ethereum for $10,000 USD fiat, and you can sell it for 250 on other blockchain. I mean, it all depends on how much time and money you have. Like if you're doing it as a hobby for fun, you're like, I don't want to pay the gas fees. Fine, you're gonna go to somewhere else. If you're like, this can be my livelihood, I can realistically, sell 2 or 3 a week in the four digit range. You're gonna be where you need to be. So I think it's just simply a matter of voting with their feet, and then a bunch of people have. So then it makes it easier to do that, even with the high fees. Like if you can have cheaper fees, but if you're making no money in the end, and I've connected with a lot of artists who came in even later than, I see the kind of market starting at the beginning of 2021, really exploding the day Beeple kind of, that sale happened. All of a sudden, the entire world shifted to NFTs in February or March 2021. But I see a lot of these NFT artists that I connect with recently are in Russia and Ukraine, and they've been essentially cut off due to war and sanctions and other situations, a lot of them cut off from their employment and the global financial system due to the situation, right? So they immediately take their art to the world through the most accessible and profitable, frankly, way for them was the Ethereum, was OpenSea basically. And there's a few others, but that, it's kind of like New York City, right? Like you can build something really cool down in Miami or Tampa, where I'm from, or, you build like the greatest ABC, whatever you're building up in Edmonton or Quebec City, you're not going to get as much traction, at least not at first, as you get. If you build the same thing in New York City, yeah, it's going to cost you 10 times more. Good luck if you can even get it. But if you happen to succeed and live long enough to build it, you're going to have the foot traffic. So it's, in terms of translating that to online marketing, there's this concept of funnels, which I've been studying for my own thing. A gentleman named Russell Brunson wrote 3 different books on funnels. I just read Traffic Secrets. He talked about the idea of, which is why I mentioned earlier, such a brilliant idea to hook into existing exchange marketplaces, because the best way to market is you basically put your funnel, you go to where your ideal clients are, your ideal community members, your ideal people that you want to interact with. You don't try to, market, and you can always spend tons of money to market and try to, route them to your site, or you can go where they are and open your funnel, park your food truck in front of the convention center where they're hanging, and, open for business, which I think is a brilliant move, and why it's so much easier for people to onboard into Ethereum, because despite the fact that there are higher fees, it is slower transaction volume. OpenSea has the nickname of Broken Sea, and people will complain about it, but it's still the New York City of the NFT world, right? So, if you can lock into, they're not the only one. They're the biggest. There's also, I know a few others are kind of pumping up and competing, but I think, actions to hook into existing places where NFT, artists and collectors and speculators, the flippers, where they are, I think that's going to be a win. So, yeah, I think that's just my commentary on that.
I just wanted to add to it because there was one statistic at one point that OpenSea had about 70% of all the NFT volume going through it. But beyond that, I wanted to say it was also MetaMask. The ease of MetaMask being both a plugin to multiple web browsers, as well as being an app that's accessible on your mobile phone. I think that, and the huge success of people explaining that accessibility through YouTube videos and all the likes, that type of content spread very quickly and allowed that accessibility to even happen and be a possibility. So I think
I like that you pointed that out, but that that's what made it easier to get adopted so quickly, because it already made it easier for people to build on top and have those different routes, yeah, like exchanges, marketplaces that had it all already there, instead of like how these other chains needed to build theirs out. Especially with the history of NFTs, I always take back to the one of the beginning times during it was called colored coins, which NFTs, man, even
Wow,
back
you're
then.
going way back, man. That's
Oh
deep.
yeah,
You're
that's
an
way
OG.
back. That's OG, man. But yeah, that's where I go back to, because it actually gave birth from that concept of colored coins, which kind of created that idea, which from then built out to what we see today. It's
Was
crazy how
that who
things
was doing
grew
that?
up.
Was that Vitalik on Bitcoin, or was that after he split and decided to do his thing? That was way back, right?
That was when he was still part of it before he split, I believe. I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken on the exact dates, but that was during the time he was there. Yeah.
I think too, XRPL being on MetaMask would be amazing because the one thing, if you were to get a call from your mom, right? And she's like, "Oh, I bought all these cute NFTs." You'd probably have a heart attack if you were thinking that she went on MetaMask or on OpenSea and signed a bunch of contracts. And it's
I bought NFT using the Xrpl, but it was P2P for it. Was pretty funny. But it wasn't like using it was off of MetaMask though, how I got my stuff, which is weird. I gotta remember how he did that. I gotta ask him now.
Great convo. Anyway, I really appreciate what you're doing, and I'll give you guys as much love as I can. Bex, I appreciate your insight. Very good points. And by the way, Chris, I'm a fellow Canadian. I grew up in the States, but I am a Canadian. So power to you, man.
Go Canada. Yeah, and if somebody reach out to, I'll just volunteer Bex. I think I have the power to do that, right? Bex is knows Ethereum, knows XRPL, would probably be a great person to connect with. Forgive me if I shouldn't have done.
Yeah, I mess around with the solidity and the things.
Yeah, well, thanks for connecting up, and thanks for following my website back too. We'll definitely be connected, and I'll do my best in my nights and weekends here, hustling in the crypto space, or whatever you want to call it, blockchain, Web3, decentralized ledger space. I appreciate it. Really cool.
Yeah, you're welcome anytime. We're always just chilling, talking about a whole lot of stuff all the time, interesting tech stuff, and like you said, we're all just very excited to be here, finding like minds to talk about ideas. Sometimes we find solutions together, sometimes we inspire each other, and that's why we keep coming back, pretty much. So you're more than welcome to always come and be a part of it and bring new insights and bring up new topics and keep us fresh, keep us out of our echo chambers, because we all need that. So thank
Cool.
you.
Yeah. Hey, while I'm here, another crazy question. I was jumping on the rabbit hole pretty heavily back in December, and then time and the downward market distracted me. But are there any other projects, not asking you to shill, and I know it's not financial advice, but in terms of my sologenic, or not sologenic, my Zem wallet and the airdrops, are there any exciting projects coming up I would want to look into if I want to hook up to some airdrops?
Rippleton has good insights into airdrops. He's a big farmer. Rippleton, do you?
Which account? Oh, Ripple.
I want to listen to Rippleton for 10 minutes.
Rippleton, the elephant profile
Oh yeah,
picture.
I see elephant's booty. That's good.
Yeah, it's not my main account, Laz. So, but yeah, there's no good project with the airdrops.
Okay, good to know. It's all right.
The whole community kind of airdropped out. It's so easy to make tokens, and it's very difficult to give them any kind of utility, especially with XLS20 not being here.
Yeah.
Not being here yet. It got really popular to make a huge amount of wallets and collect all the airdrops, and the dexes are really easy to use. So it's kind of something that shot us in the foot by making it more friendly as we go, because there's so many different dex interfaces to use. We can't really filter them out because there's lots, there's more than one wallet, more than one deck.
Yeah, it's decentralized. You can't.
Yeah.
Simply talking, if the token has any value with respect to an airdrop, it needs to be redeemable by the issuer of that token. If it's not redeemable for anything of value, then the token's worthless, and it's just a shit token, and it just propagates across the ledger and just creates needless traffic and makes people lose money ultimately.
Oh, I appreciate that insight, and that's kind of what I felt like, but I just want to make sure it was not out of the loop. Thank you. Keeping it real.
I think there's lots of projects waiting to launch, but they're doing it right? They're waiting for the technology to actually support what they're promising. And I think once XLS 20 is here and kind of proven itself within the first, weeks or months, we'll start seeing some of these bigger projects that keep, tagging Ripple, or Ripple has announced partnerships but not details. I mean, there's I can't remember, is it Bugatti or what's the crazy car company that they
Oh,
set
I
up a part?
just read it. It's the I know.
Aston Martin or some crazy brand that will never, drive ourselves.
Nice. Yeah, I'm still keeping an eye on a few things. I know Aesthetes launched token that was like at $10 and then got like wiped out. 10, I guess it was about 10 XRP then. And I don't know. I hung a bit with the X Meta guys, but otherwise I usually follow James Rule XRP and Gen X for updates. But yeah, I think I also think it's going to help to see macroeconomics turn around. It's kind of on the decreasing liquidity side of things, so I think that's bad for everything in kind of general. But it doesn't mean that a project or XRP can't kind of skyrocket. But I think in general, I think it's actually personally a good time to accumulate. I think we're 6 to 9 months out before anything really exciting, in my opinion, just because of the macro situation.
I say you see that too. But Chris, the other marketplace was Cross Tower, was another pretty big one that they partnership with Ripple, and I think it was the Lotus car, right? I know it starts with an L though.
Something like that, yeah.
Some car we won't drive. I drive a lifted truck and I live on an island. I don't need no fast car.
There's also Michael Jordan, right? I wish 2Cold was here for me to say that.
Oh, I just was gonna say, you guys freaking hijacked her community cookout. Yeah, I seen this posted up. I was like, where the fuck is 2Cold at? Then I see Chris hosting. I was like, oh shit, did you straight freaking hijacked her shit? Nah, just playing.
Nah, we're just filling in for till the regular scheduled programming gets back to business here.
Yeah, last night Jake's hosted a great pool party. And yeah, we just don't want it to slow down. So if 2Cold needs a break or whatever's going on, we'll continue on.
Hell
If
yeah.
allows, I'll keep jumping in, but hopefully I'm going back to work tomorrow. So if 2Cold's not back, I hope the rest of the community can keep it going until she
I
can.
will jump back up and help up as much as I can, but I'm gonna be going vacation in about like a week or two too. I'll do my best to help out with what I can. I gotta give 2Cold some breaks too. A community together, man. We can
Where's
get a lot
you
done.
going on vacation? You live in paradise, so I just wonder where somebody like you would go for vacation.
Well, not for me. I'm taking my kids to go to these to the different amusement parks and Universal Studios and all that shit.
I think for vacation, what you should do is go to New York and pick up some boring office job and live like the rest of us. You can't just live in paradise.
I have that hankering sometimes too. I used to live in New York City. I'm in quiet suburb outside of Tampa, 45 minutes from the beach. So it's like sometimes you want to flip it around, right?
Well, so does that mean you're coming to like LA area? Because you said Magic Mountain and Disneyland, or where are you going?
I say New York City is a great place to burn all your extra energy.
Oh yeah, I'm coming. I'm staying in Anaheim, Bex. You should have told me when you came to Maui.
Oh.
Well, I could probably meet you up in Anaheim. Sorry, I totally just spoke to Bolt. Whew. I
That's funny. I'm about to hit it too.
Hey guys.
Hey man.
Yeah.
I
have a question. I always like to ask the hard questions because everybody is just having so much fun around these spaces. But like considering 2Cold, she also created her token, right? And I just heard somebody speaking and he said like that any of those tokens are basically useless. So how on earth are we glorifying somebody like that who is making a useless token?
Okay, well, I'll give you a straight answer to that. Every single day, 2Cold's is on here delivering spaces day after day after day, and that is her utility. And you know, she's got a hell of a lot more utility for a token that she doesn't sell and just gives out freely than what most of the projects out there are that have issued tokens.
And you don't. You can ask 2Cold and she'll probably send you some. All you got to do is show up. Whether you
I'll send you some 2CD right now.
Wait, who's giving away what? I always happily scoop up some tokens.
Yeah. Well, with her and what she issues is not really. She's not even really selling it. It's the people in the community that's giving value to what she's dishing out for what she has been doing. You know, giving a platform where gives people to speak and ask questions through these different projects, and what she has done. So in a way, it's not really glorifying her and what she's doing with the coin she's doing. It's totally different. We're practically glorifying what she
But
does and how she helps
basically the token is useless, right? Just because of people they give it value, it has some value because she has opened up some spaces and she just doesn't stop talking ever, and that's why people are
like how
glorifying.
with Rippleton
I
with
personally
all
don't
the other
respect her.
projects,
Like
you know.
I got into like some fights with her, and I am not like respecting her in any way. But that's my personal.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
she has
your
her
personal
own
opinion,
style.
you know.
That's okay, because everybody knows about the style, or you experience it as getting to know her and being a part of the community that she proliferates. So, like, you might not appreciate it. Some of us do in terms of the people that she brings together, and we like to have our chats, you know, to each their own, and that's cool. That's the beauty of it, right? So, but yeah,
The
it's
difference is she's not selling her coin. People
Still,
and all these
I'm
other
not really getting
projects
the
is
point.
doing.
How a token like that can has value, but it might be me. Probably is me, right?
That's why the research is on you, right? You should research any token you purchase beforehand, and if it's not for you, it's not for you. It's simple. It's not like she's out there scamming people. If she was scamming people, Rippleton would be very different in the space. So, not that he's endorsing it, but yeah,
Oh, I love Rippled In. Like I've got a hell of respect for Rippled In, and he helped me save a lot of money with considering with Love Monster, who are like the most notorious scammers out there. And thanks to Rippled In, I am super cautious about anything what I put my money in right now. Like super cautious, like never ever before. So I've never really had the chance to thank you, Rippled In, and by this I always put replies and such on Facebook. I mean on Twitter. But yeah, I really appreciate you, man. Like there should be more people like you in this world, honestly.
Yeah, thanks, mate. But yeah, look, I think what it comes down to, you know, and I stick by it, and I openly talk about projects not having utility and issuing tokens and whether they should be or shouldn't be. You know, at the end of the day, I don't care if a person issues a token, but bring with it some utility and bring with it the information that people can understand fully about how that token's going to operate. And it's when they step outside of those boundaries that I start becoming a bit inquisitive and start learning, because you know, like Xrpl Classic, for example, they've told you they're going to rip you off. You're entering into a pyramid scheme, and they're going to rip you off, and the bottom man's going to get hurt. They tell you that. So there's nothing uninformed when you go in if you read their white paper. So you know, I stay off their back because there's no reason for me to be challenging them. They've told you what they're going to do. And it's the same with 2Cold. You know, he holds a lot of informative spaces and they've grown. And every day, every week, she's taking a break currently. But you know, she's here literally every day informing, and these spaces attract a lot of people, get a lot of information. She does cross chain stuff, so she talks right across the broad spectrum, not just about the Xrp Ledger. And I think that's a good model for her. She enjoys it. She's very good at it, and it's informative. I've learnt a lot. Many other people have learnt a lot. She has a token also. She doesn't really talk about her token much, but often when she's doing her cross-chain giveaways and what have you, she'll throw in some extra 2Cold tokens as well. But she doesn't sell it, her tokens. So whatever value that is derived is given to by the community, and that's fine. You know, they're worthless. The tokens are worthless with respect to any redeemable value from the issuer. But that's like most of the projects. So yeah, she knows what my views are on tokens, as do most other people.
Yeah, that's my whole point, Rippleton. Like, the question people should ask themselves is that token, what does have more value, XRP or that IOE token? And then it's always XRP.
And that's pretty much the discussion that we have all the time. So welcome to the group chat.
Hello to
Yeah,
decentralization.
Drop that, Keith. I don't know whether you've come into these spaces much of late, but yeah, they're well worth coming in and having a listen to, because there's a lot of information, good information by a lot of people on all sorts of things, you know, different chains. It's not just all about the Xrp Ledger, and a lot of really, really good discussions. So yeah, it might pay you just to come in and have a listen from time to time.
I have a question
And
on the token. Oh, sorry, Chris. So for us, like, we're building an ecosystem around our token, right? Now, if it's going to have some utility within our ecosystem, what's the issue with that? Like, is it, you know what I mean? Like, and we're not going to distribute it until everything's set up as well, right? And also, like, if doing an airdrop isn't the responsible way to distribute some of the tokens out to the community, what ways can a company, you know, do it the right way that the community is going to support, right? You know.
Well, from my point of view, you know, you need to specify your target market and aim your marketing and your token distribution to them. You know, there's absolutely no point in just open slather and just give it to the first person along, because the first person along are the airdrop farmers. All right, so that they will come in, and all they're interested in is getting free tokens so that they can then sell them out into the market. And that's why the majority of projects, that when they issue, their value goes up, and then within a week, 2 weeks, it's tanked 90%. And that's because of the same old routine, time in, time out. So you've got to work out your tokenomics. You know, your tokenomics, what your project utility is, and who your target market is, and that's where you've got to aim it to. You know, there's absolutely no point in just delivering a project in the hope that there are people there to buy into it. You should understand that part of your market already, because there's
And also,
absolutely no
as much
point.
as we as in people who look at projects should have high standards for these projects, um, project makers and creators should have high standards on what these people like, who is accepting these airdrops from, you know, who are you guys dishing it out to. You should have people do a certain amount of accountability to know that's real people behind that account, in a way. I mean, we see, well, for me, like from the beginning, man, I used to come across multiple people that first, when issuing of the currencies first started happening on the XRPL, kind of started to boom up. You know, we were doing transactions manually, giving out, and I would see multiple accounts be created by one person just because of airdrops and farming. So even that can, you know, hurt a project from even before even getting off a start. You know, as well as all these other things that Rippleton was just speaking about. Well,
Yeah,
understanding that should help out big time.
I think from my point of view, you know, I think what is the most important thing for a project to come into a project with is some skin in the game. So they need to be spending some money so that they know that there is value that they need to derive from that project. So the effort will need to be made in order to make that a worthwhile project, to recover their costs. If you come in with no costs at all and just issue a token, then there's no incentive. There's absolutely zero incentive to have a decent project. And like a lot of these projects, I can tell you now that many that I've questioned, they've said, well, we don't really know what we're doing, but we'll give it a go. We'll give it our best shot. Well, that's not good enough, as far as I'm concerned, because that's not a good investment for the people. But they don't tell them that. They come out with all the glitz and glamour and these beautiful white papers that are worthless and have no value.
No, that totally makes sense. And yes, building a community around the people that you want to actually hold your token, so market to your specific audience. Like for us, we're really focusing on the music industry, right? So that's who we've been connecting with, and most of our followers are. But at the end of the day, when we get ready to do our airdrop, we're still going to run into that issue of people creating multiple wallets, or some kind of farmer coming out and just dumping the token, right? So would a faucet be the simpler way, or creating maybe distribute a percentage and then create a staking platform within the website where they can stake it and redeem the rest? Because again, I understand ultimately you want the people who are going to use your platform to hold the token, right?
Yeah, so then what you'd do is you'd go back to your basics and say, well, if I was if I set up a music business in the in the middle of a city, how am I going to attract custom to it? And I'm going to have to advertise. I'm going to have to get interaction. I need to encourage people to come into my store, or into my studio, or whatever. And so what you do is you target that specific market. So you create giveaways based on interaction with the people who you are targeting. I can tell you now, somebody who just does airdrop farming, which is the first 11,000 trust lines that get set on projects, they're not interested in what you've got to offer. So they will only interact as long as it's free, and they don't have and the interaction is minimal. But if you create interaction that needs some effort by the incumbent who's going to get the free tokens, then you're going to be a lot better off. Sure, you'll have some who aren't interested in your project, but you'll have a lot higher capture of people who are probably more interested and likely to spend money on your token.
I was gonna say, to add to that, I was absolutely gonna say it's not like because it's Web3, the same Web2 tactics don't work. Just because it's decentralized and globalized doesn't mean the classic marketing tactic of making a click funnel and making sure that the information is going to the right audience. It doesn't apply here. It still does. So, but what I was gonna add to that is that this history of airdrops was occurring because of concerns about securities laws, and that still hasn't gone away. It just seems people didn't seem less and less concerned about it, I guess, at this point. But that's why people are giving away the tokens for free. It was more about that initially, but in doing so, we did do some airdrops. Specifically, I'm thinking of the one we did with Ocean Assist, because at the time it had, I think, 40,000 trust lines. It was up there in the top 10 on the ledger in terms of how many trust lines it had, and we voted to give it a very tiny airdrop, like 0.01, like Ocean, or no, it was 10. I think we gave 10 Ocean out to all the trust lines, which wasn't nearly like anything really to all these trust line holders. And that basically created a small enough dump of all the airdrop farmers that were like, oh, well, this is worthless. Basically, they all left. And then the people that were participating in the town halls and the group discussions that we were having, that's who we would send the Ocean tokens to, which as we develop this platform for ocean conservation, that's what it'll be used in more and more voting mechanisms and adding more information to a registry that we're building. So I think there were a lot of lessons learned from different projects in those initial phases of, yeah,
Like,
I mean, I think that's where all this comes from,
it's like,
right?
the thing is, I see a lot of people in the space as well, also really highly expected and such. But personally, I have some issues with them myself because at the moment when they are releasing their IOE tokens, everybody buying this 888 expector. But actually, this 888 expector that you're buying is not even an NFT, right? Most projects, they will just change that IOE token you buy and they will change it into like an NFT later on when the XLS20 is coming out. Expector, they did like a whitelist or something. And considering what you just said, Rippleton, I'm more concerned now about the IOE tokens from Expector, to be honest.
Well, their project is a metaverse project, right? And the Expectar token, yeah, it acts as a whitelist, but it's also for their game economy. So they do have a plan for their token, and yeah, they're also an NFT project, but they were pretty clear right from the beginning that the Expectar token wasn't going to buy you an NFT. But if you held enough of the Expectar, you would be first in line to buy them. You likely won't need them to buy an NFT because there's always secondary sales, right? So it's not fair to look at Expectar as an NFT project because it's a metaverse project.
I
Yeah,
agree.
but
I feel the
their
same
tokens
too.
are made like a whitelist, right? Made that whitelist, you use more XRP to buy that NFT that you can later use in their 5-year long project, their metaverse.
I'll be real with you. I agree. I don't think that their rollout was the best.
Excuse me. Like basically, this guy, he's just very well funded guy from Belgium, and he's paid a lot of people. He paid Sadaf, he paid whatever, all of these influencers, basically, right? He paid them to chill their project because it's just super funded. That's all it is. Because all these NFT spaces are just like doing well at the moment when there's a lot of hype, and that's the marketing, right? Like hype, 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 and people buy it. And I'm like, I don't like that personally because people lose a lot of money on that as well. And I just get triggered because of things like that. And I don't like it that people are like and thinking it's all right, because they get paid or something. I don't support that personally.
Well,
Yeah,
I've never been paid by Expectar. I do see a lot of similarities between it and X Meta and what happened there with Roger coming in, dazzling everybody, getting a good community involved, and then I don't know where he's at. And so, yeah,
He's in Thailand.
have a bit of right. And so again, like if you've been sitting here watching these things happen, like we're all going to be kind of weary, right? And the thing I do respect about Expectar though is that he is present for the time being, but again, so was Roger at that time, right? He was always around, but now he's not. So, but I think Dirk's a lot more accessible and forthcoming, and I'm willing to wait and see what they produce.
And how about Phoenix Fire too, Beth?
So
Yeah.
from my point of view, at the end of the day, what it comes down to is transparency in a project. If their information is up to date and it is accurate, and they are doing what they are saying they are going to be doing, then there's absolutely no reason to question that. If the products that they're using are unique and not copied off somewhere else, then there's no reason to question that. So you've got to accept that there will be projects that come in that we don't like, that I don't like, but you've just got to accept they're doing what they've said they're doing. So that's so be it. I just won't invest in them. And there's no reason for me to challenge them. If people come to me and say, look, this project's doing this and that project's doing that, and I say, well, they told you in their white paper that's what they're going to be doing. So the choice is entirely yours. And the majority of people who complain are people who've actually had airdrop tokens. and it's cost them nothing to get into them, but the value's dropped out of them, and they're concerned about it. But I think, transparency is a huge part of it, because it all revolves around this trust thing. And if you're going to invest in any project, you've got to do your research. You've got to make sure that all the fundamentals are crossed off relative to you, not relative to me, not relative to Becky or anybody else. It is entirely relative to you. And you should have a checklist for every project that you invest in that ticks every box of your checklist before you actually invest any money. Now, if all of those are met, then there's only one person to blame, you or the project. And there will be many projects out there who start off really badly and turn into a good project. There are many projects out there that will start off really well, will turn into a bad project. And there are many projects out there who are outright scams and have never had an intent to deliver. And it's up to you to do your due diligence to understand what are the check marks you need to be making in order for you to be investing money into them.
I'd like to add on too that if you look at everything that he's promised, they put out new NFTs, like previews of them regularly. We've seen videos occasionally of how their metaverse is progressing, and then when you look at because they have 2 validators and a full history node, we can't really judge their full history. We just don't have a way to look at it, but their 2 validators have awesome scores and are still running today. And that's not cheap, especially the way he's doing it, right? To have a full history node in the fashion that he's got one is very expensive. And so is the platform that he's building. Like, this metaverse that he's building is going to be very expensive. So there's definitely has to be some kind of skin in the game for him. So for me, when I look, it looks like maybe, I'm not going to say it's a safe investment, because I have no idea. It's not something that I've invested in, but I talk to Dirk quite frequently, and he doesn't come across as somebody that's here to harm his investors. It seems like, because he owns quite a few businesses, and actually we've had some chats on one of his businesses, because I'm looking at investing in some property, and wow, like how he's been able to take time out of his day to actually work as much as he is on this project is pretty amazing. Like, he's definitely invested in this, and I hope he's not deterred from staying here, because this is an awesome place for these big projects to start coming. It's what we begged for, right? We wanted the big money to come here, the big marketing. We want the attention here. And if when XLS 20 goes live, we have something big like Expectar, it makes it a little less scary for other big projects to maybe look here and see what's going on. Could it work here too?
Yeah, you need projects who are willing to invest and to back their project with money, their own money, and be willing to spend a lot on it, because that's what's going to drive the utility that we need, and the projects building on the Xrp Ledger that we need. We need people to bring in their own skin, and Expectar is doing that. And a lot of people don't like that. They talk about him buying his way into projects and buying favoritism and buying this and buying that. He's got the money. So what? At the end of the day, that's what big business is about. You get what you want by paying for it. But he's not scared. He's not expecting you, the public, to be paying for it. Sure, he's taken some money out, but I tell you what, the amount he's taken out of the community is just a fraction of what he's spent on these projects. And that goes for other people as well. Like Roger from XMeta, he's probably spent a lot of money as well. And many other projects do the same. And that's what we need, is we need people to be spending their own money rather than taking it from the community, because we will never grow if we're just using the same money over and over and over.
We can even point at Phoenix Fire, Phoenix Fire and Jordan Harry guys, and the people who showed that, how much money they got, man. They went, ooh, that was wild.
What I also consider is when people also put like their reputation or name at stake. I feel like this is also kind of, it's irreplaceable, because, if your reputation or name is burned, like, what you gonna do? I mean, you can hide behind like
You can create an
some
account
fake.
and start a
Yeah,
token. Like
yeah,
that's
yeah.
what you
But
do.
this is not the real
You
one.
have
But
to
it's not the
figure
real
out
reputation, right?
I, you are. You are just the guy behind the picture of a mushroom. I'm just the guy behind the picture of a what is it, Xpunks world. You know, nobody knows. Like that's the internet. Like that's why you always have to be careful with these things. Always. Even though
But
like
this
he
is
is
still reputation attached to this. You know, you are what you are behind this one, and if this one behaves badly, then this character that you created on the internet is then negatively seen, right? And if you
you
have
can
a
see
if you had a
it
good
or you
track
see it
record,
as realistic. But like that's the thing. Like everybody is pretending to be super positive and such. But like I like to be more of a realistic person myself.
that has nothing to do with realistic. But if you have like a very good track, if you had a bad track record, then it doesn't matter, right? Because you can create you know, identities after identities after identities. But if you
Right.
have like a very very good track record, right, and if you have like good reputation behind this character, whatever it is, right, then it would be a shame if you put that one on stake, right, and you burn it because for whatever silly reason. If it's a good reason, then yeah, whatever. But you know, I mean, and this is what I see with many projects, with even ones that are completely not even doxed or something, like big ones on Ethereum or just recently got doxed. um it's like just about reputation. It's just about reputation, basically. If you never had good reputation, then there's nothing to debate. But if you have good reputation, then it sucks to lose it for nothing. Then you have to create a new one and grind from the bottom. It's even with online games, it's the same things, right? If you have like a very high level character and you get banned, yeah, you can start again, but just gonna take you a while.
And you kind of burn all the relationships you made, right? So, for example, like I'm pretty doxed in my opinion. Like you can look on any platform and find my picture. I used to always use my regular picture, but if I were to burn the community, I mean, I burn every relationship that I have on here. It's not like I can just create a new identity and come back and, start DMing Bex and making her a friend and DMing Vet and start chatting with Rippleton and them not figure out that, oh, hey, you're that asshole that went and burned us. Like you really have to walk away from everything you burned and go somewhere else. So it's just because your photo isn't up there, just because people don't know where you live and some personal details, doesn't mean you actually, get away with it. You kind of have to walk away from all those relationships you built.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, you're building either good relationships with trust, or you're just building relationship based upon nothing, or on fake, on something fake that's not there, right? Like, it's better to have like relationships on like on the real deal instead of just all like faking around. I mean, like in the end, we're all just here in XRP, right? We're all just here to get like a bigger bag of XRP, all of us. We're all here to make some money. We're all here for the community. We're all here to help one another, and everybody does it in his way or her way, And I think everybody should be respected in that way, because at the end of the day, people are here to make money, and that's it. Simple as that.
To tell you the truth, bro, I'm not here to make money. I have enough of that. I like
Yeah.
actually hearing projects and hearing and speaking with people and sharing my knowledge and hearing other people's perspective on what they think of whatever project they're interested in to what they think of is going to be coming into the future, and also being on top of other projects that I'm into. I'm not here to make money. I make money on my own doing trading, doing my own job and whatnot. I did first come into the crypto space to learn what I can do with my finances to gain more money and stuff like that, but that quickly changed when I started to figure out different things about this technology and what it has to offer. Me always being curious about technology, period, from AI to all kinds of stuff. So I'm eating something. But like not everybody's here just to make money. There's people here to build and actually use its technology, not just on
Yeah, not
Ethereum that
everybody,
people build for
but
all
most
time, man.
people are. Like, I get it. You're in Hawaii. You're having a good life. You're like, I'm here in Mexico. I'm having a good life. But the thing is, like, a lot of people are here to make money. at the end of the day. Simple as that. And yes, of course, I'm here also for the community, and you are here also for the community, and see what people build, see what you can do in the future, of course. Killed it there, right? Still love you all.
Hell.
So I'm driving and eating.
I was just smoking some weed. Let's bring back the It's packed right now. Anybody else a little stoned with me?
You know that?
Pex, you stoned?
His fork. Throwing up the
I shared a
signs.
picture
Yep,
of
let's
strawberry
go.
guavas, and that's.
Hey, what's up, everybody? So, I can honestly say everybody in this room right now, I've seen like, I don't really hear any of the people in this room that are regularly in there talk about price or money or anything. They talk about what they're building and what they're doing and what they are contributing. Like almost everybody in this room. Like, yeah, that's like a lot of crypto Twitter is just about money, and like you can find that. Like, there's easy ways to find that. But this room specifically, everybody pretty much just like builds and tries to contribute.
Right. I'm more in line with Patrick and what 808 and Chris were saying in terms of the relationships that I have with all of you, and having people to relay ideas off of and work together with is invaluable, and that is what this space represents to a lot of us. So I appreciate that.
Fuck, I've always told Chris from the first time I met his ass about all of his ideas that he always used to lay out there with me and Gadget. It's so hilarious because his ideas, you know what I mean? Like, even the ideas and perspectives that you guys all share, man, it just helps breathe more into the space, and other minds start coming like, oh shit, like, yeah, why, how we do this or how we do that. And it seems positive because that's how we all are. Sure, I fucking smoke positiveness. That's cool.
Right. I was gonna say about the like, oh, making fake accounts or whatever, having alternate identities for whatever nefarious purposes. It's like, how much time do you have in your life? Like, how many years do you expect to live? And then think about how much time you would spend having this like false reality about yourself, and then like deriving all these psychological consequences of it. Like, why do
Yeah,
that
the
to
thing
you?
is more
You know?
but like the dead to fun. It's like to have like DMT trips, mushroom trips, and I like to help people actually with mushrooms. I'm right now in Mexico, but before I was in Guatemala, and we're all on helping other people with mushrooms basically. So like I'm all about helping people with mental illnesses, because like it's just necessary in the world where we're living in, right? So that is very much aware for all of us, for you, for Vet, for everybody here, right? So just to say like how long I'm alive, yeah, okay, yes, you are, but like I'm more focused on like what's going to happen next. Huh? All the love to everybody here. I swear to fucking God.
Microdosing. Are you talking about microdosing, bro?
Let's go.
More about like good thing as well, but more about even mushrooms that are not even psychedelics, like lion's mane and such, that basically create or like help restructure the brain. Like there's a lot of new research on that. There's I think these things are very amazing, and I think we feel the stigma like about to talk about these things.
Why?
Even now, like I'm speaking about it, and I feel like I'm weirded out to speak about it because a lot of people are just misunderstanding it. Because there's a lot of unawareness related towards it, like, and I can come over as a
though, man,
asshole, but
because it's not
I
all
mean it
shrooms
well.
is psychedelic.
Sorry?
I like that. No, you pointed that out, that all mushrooms are not psychedelic, and there's some that actually helps with your brain and helps the functionality
Lion's
of
mane.
it. Yeah.
There's lots of them, and also a a lot of sustainability applications. You can make biodegradable like packaging and materials rather than a lot of the cardboard kind of infrastructure. That's definitely a new thing. I posted something the other day about how you can kind of you could basically potentially make a small kind of computer with mushroom electricity, and then I was kind of positing that you could use that for blockchain and so make a literal mycelium network blockchain network. That would be kind of fun little experiment. But
I know there's a lot of bioscience going on with blockchain technology and stuff. I remember coming across of some weird study cases that they pulled off. It was weird, but crazy.
well, and just, I mean, imagine then kind of having all this information about trees and forests and the kind of ecology that they're interconnected with, like, and being able to maybe read that data somehow. That's very interesting, right? Like that's pretty fucking cool, and possibly making some type of neural network AI interface to communicate to trees. I mean, shit,
So there
man.
was this one project here in Hawaii. A lot of our natural rivers was diverted, which pretty much destroyed the ecosystem within that area. You know, and about before pandemic happened a few years ago, we fought and got that waterways back to flow correctly. And the data that was received once those the river flowed to its natural streams and ways was mind blowing, because it was stuff that a lot of us were telling a lot of these surveyors about these spots that it impacts this ecosystem very hardcore once you divert something naturally away from it once was moving towards, especially something as a water, which is very important to the things that lived around it, to the plants, to the different fishes, down from the mountain to the sea. I mean, even the sea life at the edge of rivers is so abundant, and what it does for the ocean itself, you know, and all the life forms it creates. It's crazy, but having all that data, being able to see easier to help people understand how the effects of that can happen and why is it so important. You know, something like a blockchain and the different technologies can help in real time show the effects that way. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. And there are some projects out there working on oceanic and stuff like that within the different parts of the world. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, and that's basically what my project Ocean Assist is trying to bring together, right? Because right now a lot of the ocean conservation information is kind of disparate. Like it's not all in one place where they can
Yeah, it's not easy to gather it all together.
And so you could learn something from the Great Barrier Reef, for instance, about coral that could be translated over to Hawaiian coral reefs or vice versa, and having lines of communication between.
Oh, I like how you brought rebirthing and regrowing coral reefs is very. Oh man, that's a very important topic too. Oh, I love that.
100%.
Do you
I'm a dive instructor myself and a free dive instructor, so I've been teaching it for 8 years now, and I've been a lot on the ocean. I think it's very important to take care of the whales and such as well, because people don't understand how important whales actually are. They go to certain depths, right? They go very deep where we as humans can't really go to because our body will just explode. Their body adapts to these circumstances, and then they eat certain plankton. They go up to the thing, and then they breathe out. You know, when you see the thing, because they're basically the same as us. They're just they have a same circulating system as us basically, and then they poop it out, those planktons, and this plankton is going all over the coral and such, and it's regrowing. Very important.
Then you got the parrotfish to eat the dead coral,
The
then
parrotfish.
regurgitates that into sand. You know what I mean? And there
Yeah,
you go, another
yeah, yeah.
circle of life.
Yeah, parrotfish. They scratch with their peaky mouth from the coral, and then they turn it. They have like a grinder in their stomach, and they, exactly like you said, they pull it out like sand, and then us humans come to that sand, and we take that sand and we turn it into like wine glasses and such. Oh, cheers!
There's actually like
Yeah.
a lot of people in the hobby for what is it, for keeping fish, and especially like saltwater fish. And there's a term life rocks, and people get like corals and basically rocks from the coral reefs in Indonesia and all that, shipped to their home so that they can have their aquarium with actually life rocks, they say, because it has like bacteria and all that stuff in it. It's pretty, yeah. I mean, I think Indonesia stopped exporting those rocks, but still like a thing in the hobby.
That's shaming every aquarium owner right now.
Exactly.
I used to say
Yeah,
that was a big lawsuit with that.
like there's something very bad that happened with lionfish. Lionfish that were like they're supposed to be in Southeast Asia, right? And then there was somebody with an aquarium. He had them in somewhere in Mexico or like what is it, Middle America. He dumped them in the ocean, and they had no natural enemies basically, and they are deep sea creatures, and they completely flooded the whole ocean floor there, and they're just eating all the juvenile fish, and they don't have any natural predators. So they just keep doing what they're doing, and I've been teaching this to people actually to kill these fish. So it's all not all bad always to kill fish. Some fish you just have to exterminate because they're just like a cancer, basically. In the end, if we don't do that, you and me and all of us here, we won't be able to breed. And I think breeding is very important.
Well, that's an issue that we have with freshwater bodies right now with mussels. So if you drive in Canada anyway, you drive down the highway, all the scales you're forced to pull into and prove that your boat has been cleaned and dried, because these things get into freshwater bodies and they take over everything, right? They cover absolutely everything, and it just destroys the whole ecosystem. And then we can't fish in those places anymore. It's terrible. We need to be so much more cautious about introducing, especially when you look at like Australia. Australia's been completely changed because we've introduced species that shouldn't be there, and it's something that yeah, before taking a goldfish, right? We've seen how big goldfish get if you set them off. I mean, they get massive. It's insane because they grow to their environment, right? They might stay a couple inches at most in your fish tank, but you let them go and they're like competing with trout and just nonstop eating. Really interesting to see what happens when you introduce new species to areas, but it's not good.
It's like in Australia, like whatever you put it there, it becomes invasive. I think you said this, Chris, right?
I wonder what happened if I'd go there.
Then you become invasive.
Right now, my friend, who is a biologist, he's working on mushrooms as well, but also related to the ocean. So imagine you have like a ship, right? A big ship, and somebody is making mushrooms in the ship that you can actually eat. And then you can bring that ship all around to different places in the world and teach people agriculture and such. I like these things. I'm like a super duper hippie, So I fully agree with you. Like, we shouldn't really be playing with nature like that. We should just like more learn from nature and treat it with a lot of respect, because we are nature, right?
Be one with it. Don't fight it.
I think you are it. You are nature. Like, we are nature. You are nature. I am nature. Like, we're all created.
Bex, take a dab.
Those elephants are pretty invasive too. We've got to do something about it.
Yeah, those elephants, they think we're not hitting 300, 400 transactions per ledger soon.
Nah, not a show in hell.
100%. We are not going to be like at 100%.
No,
Not.
but the most, I think you might see 150, 160. But what you've got to look at it in the grand scheme of things is relative to what's ready to be issued and what's ready to be minted. How many projects are there? And there's probably less than 20 in reality who are less who aren't ready. And of those, how many are they actually going to be minting? Because not everyone's going to be wanting to mint first day anyway.
Yeah, but Ripple, the NFT objects are not as optimized as trust lines or whatever. They seem like to be quite expensive at a cost of a ledger space, So when you run these mintings, they seem to take more space than just setting trust lines, and they are not because if you are a farmer, you just set trust lines, right? In that sense. If you do these mintings, there is actually two at least transactions. You mint and then you create offers, and the other has to accept. So there are even more transactions attached to it. So 300, 400, baby.
Yeah, I doubt that. The thing is that yeah, it'll be interesting to see, but I don't think it'll get anywhere near the 300 transactions per second.
I mean, my question. Yeah, Chris, go ahead.
Put some shrooms up on it. Come on.
Yeah,
yeah, but that's not. You're still not going to get a true reflection of what mainnet's going to do relative. Testnet, the testnet's not going to give you that information. It doesn't matter what you throw at it; it's not going to give you it.
I think it's even worse than it's going to, because on testnet it's pretty isolated. I think on mainnet you have like all the other noise going on. My question would be rather, because this is obviously where I like 100% experience and all that. What's the experience like with such a high transactions per ledger count? Like let's say we have 300-400. Is this something that you would say, yeah, that's still okay, or is this something you would say?
Well, yeah. So what'll happen?
Uncomfortable.
Yeah. So the comfort level of your ability to transact at that level is going to be relative to any backlogs, any queuing, a fee escalation, what have you. That will start determining whether there is a backlog, and whether the ledger can handle it. A ledger may not. So today a ledger might have 80 or 90 transactions because of the quality of those transactions in that ledger, or it might only have 20 because it's all reflective of the load that it's actually getting per ledger and the time that it takes to close that. So I think that what will happen is that with the infrastructure in place and everything else, we will expand, and the amount of ledgers that are put through will be tolerated, and then it'll start be reflected in fee escalation, backlogs, etc. But I don't think we will get to that point. It may start, showing some tardiness in some respects, but I think in the general grand scheme of things, I think it'll be probably not as bad as what people make out. And I think the biggest problem is going to be for marketplaces, and it's going to be their ability to cope with the demand as opposed to the ledger's ability to cope.
But another concept, I think, Xrpl, I think, I don't know, because you were saying, why there is no benefit to it, and for minting all these NFTs at once, and all that. I don't know. Do you know that this is like kind of a value proposition if you mint very early and you sell and all that things,
Well, there can only be one person that mints the first one, and at the end of the day, everyone will be trying to get there, and there's absolutely zero reason for you to be minting 10 or 20 or 30 to get the first one. You only need to mint one, all right? And that's the nature of the beast. There's only going to be one.
And so you only need to be minting one in the first instance to try and get that number one slot. You
Yeah,
don't need to fire 100 at it or 200 because there's no benefit to that. So what you need to do is you need to be reflective of your own marketplace and your own system in order to facilitate your customers. Because at the end of the day, you don't want somebody coming to you and say, look, for fuck's sakes, we've tried this 3 times now and we can't mint because of the problems with your back end. Your website's too slow. You haven't got on the correct infrastructure to cope with us. Blah blah blah. Which is something that was found by one of the other projects when they went through the testing. They found that their infrastructure wasn't up to spec, so they've had to increase their infrastructure to enable their marketplace to facilitate the thing. So it's not all about the XRP Ledger. It's also about the front ends that you guys are using, and the coding behind it, and how you go about facilitating your customers and minting. Like I say, you can put timers on, you can do all sorts of things to restrict the flow through, because the last thing you want is your customers turn around saying, look, you fucked this up, because it just makes you look stupid. You've had plenty of time to test it and develop it and work it out. But if you try and get everyone through the gates at once, it's only you guys that are going to end up with egg on your face. It's not going to be the XRP Ledger, because we're going to turn around and say, well, hang on a minute. It's got nothing to do with the Ledger. The Ledger hasn't broken. The Ledger's doing what you're wanting it to do. It's handling all the transactions that are coming through, but your website's not able to cope. And so that's what you've got to be careful of.
You're totally right, but there just needs basically, I mean, you said there can only be one first one, but there can also be one second one and all that. The thing is, if there is, if it gets around, hey, if there starts a craze for some reason, people saying, oh, well, look, these NFTs, they get sold for that high and all that, I bet you all these schedules that you have seen on the Twitter, people saying, yeah, we're gonna, mint a month later, 2 months later, we're gonna mint, we're never gonna mint. No, we're gonna mint like so much later. It will be all thrown out because the community will push for the project to finally mint so that they can sell their NFTs and all that.
Yeah, but that's fine. But you, as the project manager, you have total control over that. You say, yeah, absolutely, we've not a problem. We sold you these NFTs over a period of time. We will mint them over a period of time. You could, as a project, turn around and say, well, we're going to mint these on the basis of each wallet that bought them. First in, first best dressed, so to speak. So you were the first one to buy, you're going to be the first one to mint. You were the 100th person to buy, you're going to be the 100th person to mint. There's ways.
There's 100% ways, but Ripple. The reality is it's hectic, it's chaotic. It's not first in, first out. It's like everyone in, everyone out, basically.
But that's up to you as a project to manage that. So it's not the XRP Ledger to manage
That's true.
Your platform and your selling and your minting process. That's up to you to manage, because they're your customers. They're not the XRP Ledger's customers. So you need to have something in place that ensures the integrity of your system, that it's not going to break, and that it's managed in a way that you're not going to have people, bashing down the doors of your project because of a lack of information or lack of understanding by the people. You should be talking, all projects should be talking to their clientele and saying, hey, look, guys, XLS20, we're just about there. It's going to be up and running very shortly. And these are our plans. This is how we intend to mint. And there is no way other than this to mint it. And it's going to be controlled. And if you bought your it may be that the first 20 sales get the first 20 slots, and allocate slots, do whatever, but have some control. The last thing you want to do is end up with egg on your face because your project breaks because you've allowed everyone to try and get in the door at once.
Casino Coin should run a lottery.
Well, whatever. Whether it's I don't think there's a need for a lottery. I think what it comes down to, is you have an understanding already of who bought what. Okay. And so you know who were the first people to buy, or the second, or the fifth, or the 10th. If they've on sold, then their slot goes to the back of the queue. You know, it's very easy to understand who were your original holders just by running a ledger version every so often for your trust line holders, and find out who were the first ones to buy. First 20 people to buy, they get the first 20 slots. If they've sold their NFT, that person goes to the back of the queue.
Yeah, but Ripple, this is a lot of, I would not a lot of, but this is micromanaging for what? You know, like for what? Like if I'm a project and I see the
For your
count is
project, it's micromanaging your project to
yeah,
ensure
no.
that
I mean, like if I see, hey, the transaction per ledger count is right now at 400, right? I can still transact with the ledger. Like, why should I slow down? I mean, I adjust my fees. It's still like pennies, right? I mean, we're just talking about, when we talk about fee escalation, it's like it's still fractions of pennies, right? So I can still transact with the ledger. I would only stop when the ledger breaks. When the ledger breaks, then I
But
cannot transact.
Why would you only stop if the ledger breaks?
To
Because there's
kind
always a
of interject, not to interrupt you, Ripple Teeny, but it's also your output and your throughput. I think your throughput and your overall workload. I feel like that's what you should be monitoring overall. And that's just, you guys can continue, but just to kind of help summarize that.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you're in a situation where, why would you wait to break something before you stopped? Because you've got plenty of warning with fee escalation, transactions not going through, so you start getting a backlog. That's your warning signs. That's when you should be pulling back, not waiting until it actually breaks.
But this will be happen. You know, I have not a project, right? Like I'm not an NFT project that mints an NFT for myself, right? I mean, if at all, there's the minting app that we would facilitate with Cafe. But the thing is, I can see that people are not stopping until we start seeing the backlog, because why should I slow down if I see others still with the foot on the gas pedal, right? Like, you know, this is the issue. If everyone says, okay, stop, or hey, we should be aware, but you see still some people minting, then what tells you this? Nobody gives a fuck, because it's like a decentralized network, right? And people will always test out these limits. Like, this is the ideal situation. I would also always love your approach that you said, but I see the reality of people, you know, in projects. It's about being the first, being fast, put everything out, mint everything out as soon as possible. Get these first sales on the marketplace, because as it's hot and fresh. I mean, see with Sologenic, for example. I remember this when they launched. People put them up, so many NFTs up, and the sales were actually really good, and then died off. You know, like a couple hours later. And I see this high transaction per ledger counts that I foresee personally is not sustainable, in that it will be like for days or weeks or a month, but initially for hours, 100%. I think we will definitely see this as a result, and people will at first stop when they see it doesn't work anymore. And marketplaces, in my opinion, will do the same, because what will happen? Marketplace would say, hey, stop, we cannot do this anymore. We have to be, we are a good service and a good business. We don't want to break the ledger or anything. But then they point to another marketplace and say, well, this marketplace is still minting. What are you going to do? Are you gonna say, yeah, well, then go to this other marketplace because I'm not facilitating this anymore? Or are you gonna mint for them despite the danger of breaking the ledger, so to speak? You know, this is what I think, like, just from psychologically. It doesn't make sense. I know it doesn't make sense from a project perspective, but from someone who is very selfish, right? A selfish project, and which I would say is by natural everyone, right? It's just objectively, it is what I see. Like if it will be all organized and good and all this, I would 100% be on your side. But I know the NFT kind of craze mentality that people have, the degenerative people, basically. They're not gonna do this. They're not gonna stop until it doesn't work anymore. They click the button until the button breaks. That's reality.
Yeah, I'll tell you the reality from my side is that most of these projects aren't even ready, and most of the projects don't even know what they're going to be doing. They don't know how
And
to do it.
exactly, and this is why I would hope that Chris Thompson would be right with his 12th of December prediction. No, sorry, yeah, December prediction, because then more people would be ready. If your prediction comes true, that would be like actually beneficial for less ledger transactions, or because people are not ready. They say, hey, we got to figure out this stuff. The more time we give people, basically, the more you have backlog in potential NFTs. And we see this with Sologenic, for example, right? They have a quite, I don't know how large it is, but they have a backlog of NFTs that they want to transfer over to XS20, right? And this backlog will only increase with the time that we don't have XS20 enabled. And more IOU projects even coming. I'm still seeing some fresh projects that thinking about pulling out IOUs for their NFTs or whatever. It is what it is. But we get more backlog of NFTs, and we have basically a 1 year or even more backlog of IOU projects ready to mint. This is not little. 1 year of project spawning out of nowhere to mint, and we will all have this on mint day. I think we're gonna 100% over 400, 500.
So for
No,
Solanic, I don't know
no.
what a total perfect count, but there's only about, I think it was 107 107,000 NFT objects on the XRPL right now. So they're actually small fish in comparison to what's waiting. And just for anybody that hasn't kept up with what's going on with the XRPL, there's about a year's worth of NFT projects waiting to mint. So it's not that the XRPL can't handle transactions of minting. It's just that, we're backed up a year of projects that want to mint all on the same day. Just because
Well, yeah, I'd challenge that though. I'd challenge because whilst there's a year's backlog of NFT projects, there's certainly not a year's worth of NFT projects that are actually going to mint or are able to mint. There's just a small fraction of those, probably 10%, who are in a position to be able to mint. The rest, I would say there's a large proportion who will never mint. All they've ever been is a scam just waiting for the occasion, and they will disappear as soon as XLS20 goes live. Some of them will be waiting until it goes live to understand it more fully as to what they need to do. And they will, it doesn't matter when XLS20 goes live, they will wait until that occasion occurs. And I've already spoken to some projects who are in that position, and they've got no intention of minting until the facility is there and they can better understand it away from the test net, but on the main net. And it's peculiar, and a lot of these. And whilst there's a lot of noise from the bigger projects, sure, about what they're going to do, and they're taking the responsible attitude towards it, but I still think there's a large amount of misunderstanding as to the number who are actually going to be minting and ready to mint on that day. I personally don't think there are that many in relation to the amount of NFT IOUs that exist.
So for day one, though, is what I'm talking about. Day one, the second that it goes live, it is a large amount of projects, right? It's not like NFTs have been quiet and they enabled it and announced you can now do NFTs. There's a large amount of NFTs, maybe not compared to how many say that they're going to, but it's going to be a lot of transactions all at once if they go to mint all at once. That's where our concern is that all of these projects have been building their scripts, not really being able to test them properly because, the test net's great, but it's not the main net. It doesn't have to compete with exchanges and everything else that's going on. So if you think of it as, the second that it's going to go live, if we have 200,000 NFTs trying to be minted in the first couple hours, I mean, that's what I mean by we have a year's backlog of NFTs that are ready to mint, because there is no real world test for it. It is a lot to go and throw on a new feature all at once.
and this is the scary part, because you cannot make your mind around. Like we say, oh, there's not many NFTs on, but how many are lurking in the in the background and basically working and maybe coming, I mean, even individual artists or whatever. And I personally say, best case would be, and even from a marketplace perspective, at what point I would throttle down, I wouldn't even know, like, because the Moon Boys told me 1,500 transaction per second, the XRP ledger is capable of. So I open up my gateways and say, hey, if like, like, are you guys gonna be on Twitter on that day, like Elo, you and Rabbit and all these people, Wietse, and when they scream, and would people then, or marketplaces then, shut down? This is very hard to basically, when is enough or when is stop. Is it basically the first step when we get fee escalation? Because fee escalation will definitely be triggered. I'm 100% sure about fee escalation being triggered. We minted on with Daniel and in this Twitter space. We minted with basically it was 7 scripts, and they just minted, I think, 700, 600 NFTs, not much, but simultaneously. Okay, this is the thing, simultaneously, and we peaked at 100 transactions per ledger, and this would be already more than we have right now on the main ledger. So best case would be we peak at whatever high ledger it would be, right? 200, whatever, okay? And people would go on Twitter and would say, hey, we got to stop, blah, 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 blah. And marketplaces would kind of, slow down then. Because marketplaces, if I ask now a marketplace, when would you slow down? It would be a really arbitrary number. I mean, when would you slow down, right?
I think the issue too is, has anybody built in the capacity to slow down? Like, ideally, you would be checking to see for fee escalation and transactions per ledger, and being able to slow down your mints, and then possibly even pausing them. But I would guess that even your script doesn't have a capability of pausing, because we know even with the airdrop scripts, they don't pause properly. What happens is they pause them and go to resume, and it starts over again, and people get double airdrops. We've never been very good at the airdrop script, so I would guess that hinting scripts at this point, not being properly tested, probably don't have the capacity of checking fee escalation and pausing and stopping and slowing down. These features probably don't exist. They're probably all meant to just hammer it through and be done.
Yeah, so they once again, it comes back to the projects themselves. So the projects are the problem, not the XRP ledger. And
Absolutely.
and they need to understand that, and the scripts. So if they're uncertain about their scripts, what they need to do is they need to go to those people who manufacture and make these scripts, like Adam and what have you from Park and what have you, who understand the minting process well, and have some facility to constrain. Because, like I say, the last thing you want as a project is to fall over at the 11th hour because your script wasn't up to speed, or you've created a problem. You don't have the infrastructure in place, or you don't have the ability to handle the amount of traffic coming through your website or your marketplace or whatever in order to facilitate these mints. I think that we've always got the same amount of traffic going through anyway, but I think that the ledger will help it. The 1,500 transactions per second has only ever been done in a laboratory setting, and it's not been done
Exactly.
live.
Yeah.
And so it's a figure that's bandied around often, but it's useless. Just ignore it.
Yeah.
It's marketing, and like I say, we've during the peak of the wallet creations, the trust line settings, which were all scripted, and these were just relentless scripts, and bots trading. I can tell you now, the Zum project, his bots are trading millions of transactions over the last 6 months. Each of his bots, millions and millions of transactions, and all of these are going on in the background anyway, and are well handled and well managed. I don't think for the amount of transactions or the amount of NFT IOUs in existence, when you reduce that number by the projects that have folded and who have no intention of minting, like I was speaking to a project just the other day who have issued over 10 tokens, 10 different variables of NFTs, but they're only interested in minting one because the rest are dead. And and that's the thing. So once the skin's gone out of the NFT, usually the market's gone as well. And the projects have walked. They've already gone. They've closed up shop. They just haven't told you, and it hasn't been announced. But they're not going to be minting, and people are going to be extremely disappointed. And I've said this time and time again. There are going to be a lot of very disappointed people, not because the XLS20 hasn't been able to deliver their NFT. It's because the project has folded and hasn't told you so. And that's going to be a big problem.
Better not be any of mine. Go ahead, Jack.
Can you explain, like on Vive, how fee escalation works? Because if it's at 1,500 transactions per second, does it go to like infinity at 1,500 or something?
I won't get 1,500. I'll tell you that now. So fee escalation is just primarily in time and queues, and if the more transactions that are queued, the higher the fee. And so Zoom Wallet gives you the ability to jump the queue by virtue of increasing the amount that you're willing to pay. It's a part of the ledger I don't understand fully, but it's just simply transaction. If you want to jump the queue, pay a higher fee, especially when fee escalation comes in.
Still, fractions of a penny will get you ahead of everybody else.
Yeah.
So we're just looking at a huge queue then, basically.
Oh, a potential queue, but no different than any other day. We have queues many other times through busy periods, and you don't notice it. But when you transact, you may find you're paying a slightly bigger fee, or you wait in the queue because all transactions are submitted for inclusion in the current consensus round. And if your transaction doesn't get through on this one, it may have to wait till the next one or the next one. All transactions will get through eventually, but and that's just how it occurs.
I think important thing to take out of this too is understanding Bash. Because you're talking about scripts, and what comes to mind, especially with Linux, is Bash.
Yeah, there's two ways these guys run the scripts, though. They don't always run them through Bash, and they don't always run them from their own endpoints, or their own validators or nodes. They're running them through WebSockets and RPCs and what have you, and there's some really shitty scripts out there.
Yes, but
really
instead of you having like a Linux client, you're going to use a Linux server. But I get what you're saying. You are right. But it's just I look at it as like differently. Like, am I going to use Linux through a client? Am I using Linux through the client end, or am I using it through a server's end?
I mean, I'm gonna mint that elephant ass probably in a loop until fee escalation.
You'll be fucking joking. that elephant ass is it's prime real estate, that one. I don't even own that elephant's ass. I've already sold it, believe it or not. I have rights to its use.
Okay.
I have rights to its use, yeah, but I don't own it per se, the image. That's already, the rights have already been transferred to somebody. Not as an NFT or anything, it was as a real image.
Nice. Cool.
Can you make me a derivative of your elephant ass?
You can have my elephant ass any day, Jack.
I appreciate
that. You're the only bloke I'd give it to, too.
I'm already thinking of a cool NFT project that your elephant ass would be good for.
Oh, really? What is it?
I was just thinking of making it just the elephant's ass with the ears hanging off of it, having a little face where the ass is. Yeah, it'd be kind of funny.
Uh-huh.
Will they come with
But
utility?
what's that?
I asked, will they come with utility?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
The utility would be it regularly exposes your wallet.
Yeah.
It just shits out your wallet.
Hey, where's Daniel, by the way? Haven't seen him around for a while.
Yeah, where is he?
I don't know. I just talked to him earlier.
Ever since
Today.
you got these new PFP bloody things. Fuck's sakes.
They're so ugly, eh?
Yeah, mate. Tell you.
But hey, I mean, Daniels was good before.
Yeah, it might be an improvement. Actually, both of their Daniel and Jax's, they're well done. They definitely look like you guys.
Yeah, I think they're pretty dope.
Who did them?
Louis from
Xrp. Yeah. Cool.
Crypto Radar, just go ahead, man.
Right. Yeah. I was just thinking about the XLS 14, like the whole backlog thing. And besides the backlog, what are the reasons why it's like, bad for the network? Like, is there a storage issue too? And like,
It's not bad for the network. We're not talking that it's bad for the network at all. We're just talking about the process of day zero when we go live and everyone has a rush at the gate to get the first mint in, and what effect that will have on the ledger. And there are some thoughts that the ledger might burst at the seams by the number of transactions. I just don't think there'll be that many transactions per ledger based on it. You got time zones as well to take into consideration. People will be asleep when it goes live. There's all sorts of reasons why I don't think it'll be as extravagant as what people are considering. And
you guys were
like
making it sound like the end times and religious texts earlier, so I'm glad to hear that.
Well, at the end of the day, there's 21,600 ledgers closed in a day. That's roughly at 4 seconds per ledger. And if you've got a project with 10,000 NFTs, you could still mint the whole lot in half a day by one per ledger, one every 4 seconds. It's not like it's not rocket science to work out. You can propagate your NFTs in a diligent way that is not going to break your project and your back end, as well as being kind to the ledger and accommodating and allowing everybody else to do it and mint at the same time. If you all took, one NFT per ledger, there's a lot of people get onto those ledgers at the same time. And, it'll scale up. We've pushed it before and it's scaled. And there's no reason why I can't do it again. But I think, it's just a bit of forward planning, a bit of consideration about your own project and what your own project can handle, and also the ledger itself.
I still think that people should be minting in batches. So mint 100, inspect those 100, very well. Make sure that they're all perfect. Then do another 100. Inspect those 100. Make sure that right down to the last one that you've inspected every one of them. And then,
quality control.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we waited this long. People have put their money into it. Doing small batches and inspecting them is the least you could do, really. I mean, why would you go and hammer them? Like, okay, we've waited this long, but why would you hammer them all through so that they're done in 6 minutes and then just be done with it? That's not what we expect. You should be doing small batches, inspecting. I expect that every NFT that I go and mint, that the creator has at least looked at it. right? And then it's passed their inspection before it gets handed off to me. Unless you're lazy minting, then it's all good.
You know, with the one NFT per ledger and 21,000, this is not enough. It's just basically two 10K projects on the minting out basically on day one. Not that I think like everyone will be minted out, but just as a perspective, two 10K projects per day minting is not enough because Ripple 10K is the standard size. 10K is standard size. Everything less is not standard. It's just basically crippled because people use XLS 14 and they're I mean, yeah, they kind of reduced their size to 100 or 1,000, and it gave maybe the full sense of this is the standard size of a collection, which is not.
So I just want to know in general, XLS 14 in general, just for clarification, it is not bad for the network.
No, it is terrible for that work.
Yeah.
The amount of storage that takes. I mean, we've almost doubled the amount of storage in the last year, and I keep saying that if we keep treating the ledger this way, that eventually we're going to price out every volunteer that's able to provide any kind of hardware to the network. It's bad because it's not just the token, it's not just the extra wallets you got to create. It's not just that it's on one single platform that nobody else can support. There's also tickets involved and all the transactions and the fact that you're just going to burn them all anyway, and it's going to kill all those wallets and all those tokens to forever be stored on full history, and then you're going to go mint them on 20. So it was all a big fucking waste of time and storage to begin with. It is terrible for the network.
Absolutely, it is. And just to be first, just to, um, claim the title of first, but in fact get the title of worst, because it was fucking disgusting what they did. It was a hack, and they knew it was a hack, but they wanted to be there up front and be first. But it's created an absolute mess relative to people being able to mint. I still don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know anybody that's seen how they're going to do it. Have you seen, Chris, how they're going to move them across?
I've read their paper. They put out a pretty good, decent paper of how they're going to do it. It's basically just lazy minting. So, if you hold a 14, you'll go and view your wallet on Solo, and it's going to present you with a button that just is click to convert to 20. So it's going to burn the 14, and then a 20 will land in your wallet, and their hands are washed.
Cool.
But yeah, XLS 14, it's well deprecated, and it should be. If anyone who issues an IOU using XLS 14 going forward from this, even from now, you shouldn't. It just shouldn't be happening. Not at all.
I get the pressure that was put on a lot of projects. I mean, it's hard to tell your community no when it's what they want. And whatever, it's been done. Move on. It sucks. But in the future, projects need to be willing to tell their community no. We're going to have a certain amount of standards to our project, and that's not okay with us. And we're gonna wait. We're sorry. Offer to buy their tokens back.
So with Big C losing his bet, what's the next one?
Well, I thought it was you and Rippleton with
On transactions per second,
Okay.
transactions per ledger.
Let's do it like this because Chris, Rippleton will most likely keep his alien because you're gonna lose it.
Two aliens.
Two. Yeah. So Big C will. Yeah. Oh, two. Yeah. So Big C will lose, and Rippleton will have then 3, I guess. And
no, I have 4. I've got 2.
Oh, okay.
He sent me 2. So if I lose the bet, I'm giving him back what he gave me.
What a weird one.
That's how us prostitutes work.
You always pay. Sometimes they get back.
What's that, mate? You broke up.
So you always pay, but sometimes that prostitute gives you something back.
Yeah, yeah. And they ain't potato chips under your pillow either.
So what's the transaction per ledger bet here, Vet?
Yeah. What does Rupert take? What's the
Well,
rate?
what do you say? What do you say as a what do you think that the transactions per ledger will get up to?
Be careful here, Vet. I probably could have gone for a sooner date and didn't.
Yeah, so I have to stay realistic, right? I think 150, 200 is 200. I would say 200. Yeah,
We'll
I'm
get up to
confident
that.
with 200. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely. Yeah, I've got no plans about that. I think during the highlights of the trust lines and wallet creations and trust line settings, we got up to, I think, at one point 194 transactions at
Okay.
one point. But having said that, the average over that day was only 108 transactions per ledger across the entire day. There was one particular day we did 5 million transactions, but only 103 closed ledgers.
Interesting. And those were mainly the trust line set, or were this also like contributed
Both.
to the
So,
offers?
yeah, so basically what would happen would be that the methods that the scripters were using were simply a token would be issued, they would intercept that, and then they would set their wallets. So some projects would buy in by starting a new wallet. So they would, for argument's sake, say create 1,000 wallets. Then they'd set 35 trust lines to those wallets. Then they would then start adding additional stuff onto that. But yeah, that was all round about November when the real crux of it came in, and the first of the farms. Like I say, the biggest farm I found was 10,000 wallets or 10,000 accounts,
Oh,
10,400
gee. Oh,
accounts.
God.
That's not a
So
fat line.
there were plenty over 2,000, but the biggest individual one was 10,400 accounts, and each of those had, I think, 35 to 40 trust lines per account.
Oh,
So
wow.
so when I worked it out, his total investment was over 600,000 XRP.
So this was just XRP locked up, right?
Yeah, it was just XRP. That was 600,000, over 600,000 XRP locked up in this one
Wow.
project of farming. And yeah, so that's all he did is created wallets, and if his wallets became inactive through the likes of my API or my finding his accounts, he would just set up new ones. He'd just kill them all and set up new ones, and it was all scripted. And I've got a fair idea who was behind it. And there's a team of them working the trust line things, and they probably still are. But yeah, you just make it difficult for them, and it gets to the point. A lot of the meat is actually gone from the airdrop market. There's not the money in it now for them than what there was. People are a lot more aware and not buying up these projects as rapidly as what they were, because they've been stung so often. They're just getting crucified every time they put their hand in their pocket and buy into a project. They get stung. And then eventually they either run out of XRP or they run out of faith and just keep what they've got left and try and build up again. But yeah, that's what I say. Airdrops have killed the majority of projects.
Do you think, because you said like there's a team behind and like you have a suspicion who that might be, um are or like, let's say, the way that they did it, would you say this is professional, like good, or just very bad, just in an execution way, like from a developer standpoint, or is it like
So
at least
yes,
good coding?
yeah. So there are some responsible coders out there who take their time and that they don't flood the ledger, and there are others who don't. They just bombard it. And one of the worst is Xrpl from the Zum project. He's just shocked. He's got no consideration whatsoever for the ledger, and he just spams it constantly with all sorts of things. And his bots are just constantly active across multiple projects.
It has also like
But
the highest volume, therefore, right? Because I see also
well,
they
so like what? Just I looked at just one of his bots who transacted over 3 million
oh,
transactions over a 5-month period, and that was across multiple projects. And so I downloaded every transaction that he made, and yeah, and these. So what he's doing, he's setting a buy order, canceling it within 2 or 3 seconds, and then creating another one. And he's just, it's just constant. It's just he's absolute hammering. So when projects come to me and they say, "Hey, look, we've got this problem with this bot constantly hammering our project," and they always come to me with 3 or 4 projects, 3 or 4 accounts that are doing it. And I look at them, and yeah, they're all the same. All Emmanuel Escalanga, his projects, his bots, and he gives them names. So if you ever see transactions on the ledger relative to a project that says, "Thank you for your support, Jeff Bezos," or "Thank you for your support, Elon Musk. Thank you for your support, blah blah blah." They're all his bots. That's his bot in action, and yeah, so it's quite interesting. But that all those transactions, they manifest themselves into workload on the net. But look, we're coping with it. The ledger's handling all the transactions currently without a problem. At times there's some extra workload, especially if new tokens come out. You get a marked increase in activity, especially if somebody's issuing a whole lot of new wallets, new accounts. And yeah, but insofar as the ledger's concerned, the highest daily average of a ledger is 108 transactions average for the day, 24-hour period. But the average for a week is only 63 ledgers on average. 63 transactions per ledger on average for an entire week. That's the largest, somewhere around there.
That
So
180 is mine.
what's that? Sorry.
I said that 180 is my account.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The it's interesting watching and looking at all the wallets and the farmers and what have you, and how they have them set up. So some of them have them set up just as a straight child parent. So they'll have a parent wallet, then they might have 5 children, then they'll just subdivide those 5 children into grandchildren and great grandchildren and so on and so forth. There are a lot of farms out there who use purely an exchange to set up all their wallets. So each of their accounts is an individual account without an activation by anyone other than an exchange. So how you find them is they usually use an accumulation wallet. So what they do is they collect all their airdrops and they redistribute them back to one master account. And it's through that master account that I'm able to pull the transactions and find out who's feeding that master account, and grab all their wallets from that.
Hey, question for you, Xrpl. And this is a question because now I'm interested in, your work and what you do. First off, I do want to let you know I have a great respect for the work that you do. I mean, what I know in cryptography, cryptanalysis, and even steganography and kleptography, I have to give you kudos. Does this resemble something of like a botnet?
Um, no, not necessarily. So Escalanga, who runs the Zum project, and so Zum being XUM and XWM are his two tokens. He runs a botnet for his, and he has hundreds of them. He'll only ever tell you that he's got 10 or 15 or 20, but he's got hundreds of them. And he sells those or distributes bots to people to use. So a lot of his community use them. But insofar as the airdrops and airdrop farmers are concerned, they are primarily a small group of one ethnicity who tend to do a lot of this purely by. So I've seen the scripts. They use scripts. They write scripts, and they're up on GitHub and able to be used. And so a lot of it's manual work, and you can actually tell the difference between a manual transaction and a bot-driven transaction, mainly around the way in which they transact on the ledger and the time it takes to transact and between each transaction. So you can see, I expect that there's somebody sitting there with maybe 20 cell phones transacting, or there might be 20 people in a room transacting these things just by virtue of what I've seen. I don't think they are bots per se in the farms. There will be one or two, for sure. Yeah, especially that guy with 10,400 accounts. There's no way that he could manage that without it being a bot farm.
Yeah, that's
And
botnet came to mind. I interrupt you. That's why I was saying that's why it came to mind to me. But go ahead,
yeah,
continue.
yeah. So that the majority of farms and farmers have less than 250 accounts, and so they're very manageable manually. Because they've just run their own instance of Rippled or whatever, a node, and they just transact across the ledger themselves. Some of them use Zum, the Zum wallet, to transact. Yeah, and the way I learn this information is because a lot of these people come to me with problems, and when you ask for their account, because the first thing they say is, I was transacting on Zum and blah 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 happened, or blah 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 happened, and you look at their account and they've got 30 or 40 wallets accounts, and they'll share a screenshot of their Zum, and you'll see all these wallets sitting in there. And you're thinking, how on earth can you be transacting out of all those bloody wallets and understand what you're doing? No wonder you have problems. But they do, and yeah, it's peculiar. But the majority of farms, like I say, um, on average, I only regard a farmer, myself personally, as somebody with more than 25 accounts, with the sole intent of just farming airdrops. Not somebody who's got 25 accounts but doesn't have, trust line set in 10, 15 of them. Somebody whose sole intent is to harvest airdrops, and it's very easy to see. Yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting area of the ledger, and I've learned a lot over the years about behaviours of people, how they transact, what they transact in, what drives a wallet, what they do with their funds, where they move to. Because I can look in exchange accounts and all sorts, so I can see where the money goes, and get a lot of information from those. So if somebody deposits money into one account on an exchange, I'll go and have a look at that account on the exchange, and I'll see who else deposits money into it, and then relate back through that to other accounts that they have. So yeah, it's an interesting area.
Bex rugged like 10 minutes ago, and she won't leave. She'll come back later.
She's just stoned. She's all right. Leave her alone.
So, Jack, do you have any defense to Rippleton earlier saying that there's no point in Casino Coin?
He didn't say that shit. I'm his favorite. Casino Coin is his second favorite.
Yeah, let me tell you how many Casino Coin I own. Just hold the line, caller. I'll load up my Zum wallet.
Gripsteads is
CSC, I own 1,000. There you go. Did you give them to me, Jack?
I didn't give them to you. Somebody else must have.
No, wasn't Daniel. He's too tight.
Is Gripstead still on that Casino Coin team? Still the ambassador?
Yeah, he is. Trying to do something else with him right now.
He's fun, man.
Yeah, he's cool.
Is this how you guys got the profile pictures?
No.
Isn't he? Oh, okay.
I was hanging out with Louie and Kai at Apex.
Yeah, Gripstead set up that deal on his own. I was trying to push it at the same time. I was telling the punks, "Oh, you need to look at Gripstead," but then Gripstead actually approached them himself. But yeah, he's a pretty cool dude. We used to chat a little bit for about a year ago. But yeah, his marbles are fun and his courses are pretty cool. And like that guy.
Yeah, I got a couple of campaigns that I want to do with him. Just trying to work out the details right now.
I always thought it'd be fun if he did another set of courses, but sponsored by Casino Coin. And then he could, like, every time he teaches you something not to do, it could be you sitting there and be like, don't do what Jack's doing here. You don't want to hold this hand. And then we get to watch you lose all your money.
I'm in.
I actually thought that may be why you were going to Vegas when you moved, was so that you and Gripshead could do some cool new videos. Because I think he was about to do a tour. I think it might have had to do with his book, though, launching. But he had to. I think he ended up in Vegas around the same time you moved there, didn't he? For a bit.
No, he didn't end up coming at all, actually.
Shit.
He's just been in Canada the whole time.
Just to give you a little bit of understanding on the transaction costs and escalation or what have you. I just had a quick browse over it. So ultimately, the load cost and open ledger cost, transactions that specify a transaction cost so low can get rejected by the load-based transaction cost. So we have a load-based transaction cost on the validator. We have an open ledger cost, and that's to enforce the transaction cost. So you know, and where it comes to queued transaction, I'll just read this out here. When Ripple receives a transaction that meets the server's local load cost, but not the open ledger cost, the server estimates whether the transaction is likely to be included in a later ledger. If so, the server adds the transaction to the transaction queue and relays the transaction to other members of the network. Otherwise, the server discards the transaction. The server tries to minimize the amount of network load caused by transactions that would not pay a transaction cost, since the transaction cost only applies when a transaction is included in a validated ledger. So that's so it is. It's just basically if you your open ledger cost is determined and your local load cost is determined. If those two criteria have an issue with what you're submitting as a transaction cost with your transaction, then it's likely to reject it or put in a queue. And that's why you can actually stipulate a cost to guarantee a transaction gets through.
So I'm still confused as to what your bet is with that. And how much up for stake
Oh,
here?
there's none because initially he was talking 500 plus ledgers, 500 plus transactions per ledger, and I says there's no way, and then he pulled back and says 150 to 200.
Oh,
Well,
pulled
that's
back.
yeah,
Okay,
you
okay,
pulled
okay.
back. Yeah.
No, no. Okay. I think we need. I think we need to set up here something.
I think you could meet in the middle somewhere. Come on.
What is the middle?
Well, if you went for 500 and I went for 200, then we're looking at 350, aren't we?
I would say 350 is good. Yeah, let's do that.
350.
350, and let's do an alien, or do you want a shroom?
Shroom. I haven't got a shroom, so I have to buy one to give to you, but I'll buy a shroom. And if I get a shroom, it's got to be the pineapple pizza one.
I cannot guarantee that one.
No hard feelings, but just do it. So 250. Sorry, 350.
350. Yeah.
350. There you go. Okay.
If you guys
I'll tell you what. How's this? I'd give you an X-alien and you give me a mushroom.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Oh,
yeah.
There's a big price difference there, guys.
Don't tell them that.
There's a
okay.
price difference.
No, I'll buy a shroom and I'll give you a shroom if that's the case. But yeah, 350. All right.
Okay, and if it just even spikes to it, then it also counts. Okay.
Well, it needs to be sustained because you could spike on one ledger.
Okay, no, not one ledger. Let's say like 10 ledgers. Okay.
Not consecutive either. Spikes, and I wouldn't do 10. That's a lot.
10's not a lot. It's only 36 seconds.
It's 30 seconds, dude.
30 seconds of 350. That's quite the bet, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta show my confidence. I mean, how hilarious would that be? I mean, I see this. I'm gonna probably lose. You already lost.
You guys got me interested in this. I'm taking this all in right now.
Yeah, I'll turn the validator off. So. Yeah.
So
I'll unplug the network.
I cannot push back the time for adoption of XLS20, but Vet can run as many as he wants to try and hit that peak.
Yeah.
The thing is,
I know his IP address. I'll DDoS him. Yeah, that's funny. But yeah, so 350. There you go.
350. It's set. Yep.
Sustained for 30 seconds. 10 ledgers.
10 ledgers minimum. Yep.
Okay. Bets on. You're over. I'm under. 350 or above, and I'm 349 or below.
Exactly.
Oh boy, I'm going to have all these NFTs in my project.
You have no idea. Aliens that we're doing this wager. It's been mentioned so many times now. You're just for me.
Free advertising. Jesus.
Now I gotta onboard like 100 NFT projects to the Xrp. Like, please come here. we gotta hit 350.
Just pretend like you're scheduling them all separated. Be like, we're gonna do this safely, guys, and then schedule them all for the same time.
All at once.
And you can blame me for getting bombarded, getting the Xrp Ledger bombarded.
I mean, see, 350 would only be around 150 more than the trust line craze, right?
Yeah, pretty much. But when you consider, some of those trust line crazes, like X Meta and people like that, they had over 100,000. Say you had
Oh wow.
X-Meta, Vagabond, Aesthetes. You know, they were all over 100,000 trust lines per project, and they basically came out all around the same time.
Maybe Casino Coin wants to mass mint 100,000 NFTs on mint day. Maybe we can do something like this, Jack.
They should mint one NFT for every casino coin.
And airdrop them.
Count me in, as long as it pisses off Ripple Lightning.
We're hitting about 320 transactions per ledger right now.
What's that?
I'm just kidding. We're only doing 29, 60,
Yeah.
70.
Yeah, it's dead
It's
right
not
now.
all. So if you actually go and have a look, anyone can go and have a look at the latest ledger on XRP Scan and just open it up, and it shows you what the transactions are in each ledger.
Chill my site, which is way cooler. If you go to whenmintday/TPL.
Yeah, do that, Crippleton. He has like a really cool front end that he built for displaying ledgers.
Did you just call him Crippleton? I love that shit.
Yeah, Rippleton. Oh, is this Rippleighton?
Let's have a look.
No, I thought you called him Crippleton because it even said cripple in the captions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if you just go and look up a ledger on XRP Scan, it shows you every transaction that was included in that.
Did you like my site and then just go and shill XRP Scan anyway? You're like, no, just go to XRP Scan.
The thing I like about XRP Scan, so in my investigative work, I use 3 sites. I use XRP Scan mainly for its search function of exchange wallets. I use BitHump for the way it displays its data, especially around the raw transaction information. And I use xrpl.com, which is Thomas Silkya's website, which gives me some better information regarding types of transactions, more search functions on it. So yeah, different. And then I use my own website and my own Ripple instance for other information. But
it's pretty cool, by the way. Like your webpage, Rippleton.
My one.
Your webpage.
Yeah, that's just information, really. There's nothing more than that.
Yeah, but it's cool. Like that, it's pulling from your node, right? That you.
Yep.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, it does. It pulls the information from my node.
So does,
what was that, mate?
so does mine. Daniel shamed me into putting up a node.
Yeah, good on you. So like that ledger had 80 transactions in it. That ledger had 51. That ledger had 62. So yeah, there's and most of them are just offers. And most of them are offers. And I can guarantee if I do this, it'll be Escalunga's bots. I can always guarantee it.
We just hit 117.
You know, on mint day, Rippleton will say, damn, I should have increased the threshold to 500 for the bet."
No,
you mean on the 14th of December?
Yeah, Chris, we both gonna win.
I don't think Chris has got a chance of winning his bet the 12th of December. I think we'll be well up and running by then.
I know this is why I already declared his bet lost.
I don't know why, because every day that counter is not going is my odds are increasing.
Not really, because there is, see, well,
Well, there's already 17 votes for it to be activated, and we only need to get the other 12 votes back on it to get it to the 29.
I think because many people were asking, will you, like, you don't have to, obviously, do you want to say why you revoted for XS20?
Why
But
have I revoted it?
Yeah, well, why? I know why,
Yep.
but for the people in here.
Okay, so the reason I've revoted it is twofold. One is that it will always be part of 1.9.2, and 1.9.2 was going to become active on the 13th of September. So all those validators that hadn't updated by then were going to be excluded anyway. So they were going to be amendment blocked. And when you force people's hands by amendment blocking them, they then update, because otherwise they can't transact and they can't do their shit without having an up-to-date Ripple version. So it forces people's hands to do that. But more importantly, the amendment that's coming out is a fix, and so the Ripple version is carrying no other important updates that need to be voted on. So it will come out as an amendment that has a predetermined vote of yes. So as soon as you update, you will be voting yes for that amendment. So there are some on the UNL who auto update, so they will all automatically have a yes vote. And then the remainder of the network, we'll understand those people needing to get updated, but most of the projects understand the flaw, and it's something that they can actually fix themselves by setting on their marketplace, or the way that in which they do their business, without the need for the fix. The fix just guarantees the fix in itself. So they can do it themselves, and let's get the show on the road, and that's why I've basically revoted, because we can still go back and get 1.9.2 up and running, and the XLS20 standard and up and running, and then apply the fix as we go on.
But then would people say, why did you guys veto it in the first place?
Because we needed to understand the problem. So we were 2 days out.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Right. So we needed to understand the problem and the impact it was going to have. And there needed to be some discussion around that as to the best way to fix it if it needed fixed. And so, and the safest way to do that was to veto and to stop the clock, on the pretense that we can always start the clock up again. But you can't undo it if it becomes enabled, and it's a major problem. Okay, so if it was a major problem that needed some decent amount of work to fix it, well, then it would have been inappropriate to allow it to go ahead and become enabled, because once it's enabled, that's it. You can't unenable it. You've got to make the changes. So it was simply just to understand the problem and
to buy some
determine
time.
Yeah. And so we can now, most of the people will wait until the amendment comes out, which will be 1.9.4, which is a special version, because 1.10 was already in the pipeline and is already sitting on Git as an XRC. So 1.9.4 is coming out purely as a fix to 1.9.3. Oh, sorry, 1.9.2 XLS20. Yeah, so there you go. Let's get up and get the show on the road. Get these 349 transactions per ledger, and we're sweet.
That 10 is annoying, because I got really lazy in my math, and 10 is less than 9 when you're looking at decimals. So I gotta go in and fix a bunch of the shit I've made.
Maybe you can code on the side, or on a special site, a trigger or something, and if that condition would met, and then people could see, or I could see, VET1 or Rippleton1.
I can make that. Yeah.
It's probably just if 10 or at least 10 consecutive ledgers have over 350.
9 plus 1.
Yeah, then
probably
VET1.
December to get that made.
Yeah, you wish. So, do you want to transfer the aliens already, Chris? Because it's kind of lost.
Well, he's already got 2 aliens from me, so I think that's fair.
Do you hear it, Rippleton?
So you're suggesting they were preemptive?
No, I'm just saying that there's proof that I'll send you aliens, because I heard.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, I thought he's not gonna pay his debt.
Every month I've been giving aliens away because there's the loyalty reward program, right? So I earn aliens every month for holding some. So they're kind of free.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome. I've been on that since it started. It used to be a manual thing, but then aliens ended up hiring a full-time developer, and he's awesome. That tool, there's a lot more to that tool than user seed. The back end is really awesome. I would say probably more advanced than any other reward system built out there right now.
Yeah, I'm not into that. Rippleton, did you already knew about Big C's new server?
Who?
Big C bought a new server.
No, didn't know.
Oh,
yeah,
great.
no, I tell a lie. Yes, I did. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
He did tell me he's bought it. Yep.
Yeah,
Showed me a picture of it.
What do you think? It's a good one, right? I said it's a good one.
Yeah, it is. So those Dell servers are good. I may indulge in one day. I don't own a Dell. I don't own any servers per se. All my gear is just self-made computers. All of it. So I build all my own gear.
That's pretty cool.
It's going to be an expensive little hobby because I can definitely see myself upgrading the shit out of it because it's quite upgradable. Like the CPUs are really good, but they could be upgraded. There's so many RAM slots still open that I could fill or replace with larger. Like I can go up to 700 and whatever gigs of RAM.
Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
Maybe you want to run a full history node.
No.
I know this is like your dream. Let's do it.
I would say want at least 40 terabyte. And if you're going to do that on a server, they need to be on a RAID. So that's like tens of thousands of dollars.
Maybe you can apply for a grant.
I really don't want Ripple's money.
Well, you can give it to Jack.
Like it's such a weird thing, right? Like, are you really adding to the decentralization at the same time of you're taking Ripple's money, right? Because you have to agree to their ethics and standards, and I really don't want to do that. So yeah.
Then
What's that
maybe
for?
take.
What's that?
What was that for?
Oh, just accepting a grant for anything. I don't
Oh, I
want
see.
their stuff.
Yeah.
I'd rather be critical, even though, a lot of times I'm wrong. But if I couldn't voice a concern and be corrected, that'd be terrible. Suppose I could be less of a shithead about it sometimes, though, but still.
Yeah, true. Maybe then from the Xrpl Foundation.
I'm not getting into that.
Why? They're cool.
So cool.
Yeah, Jack, what else is going on?
I think we should probably expire this room at what would be 8:30 my time, so in about 12 minutes.
10 minutes, yeah.
If anyone wants to come up, come on up.
I'm gonna mint your profile picture, Chris, 20,000 times if you want.
But this one?
Whatever you want.
Did you guys see somebody minted me as a clown already on NFT Master?
I haven't seen it, no.
Was that the real Smitty?
Yeah, I suspect that guy. I've seen
Is
some.
is he really real?
The real E. Smitty. Fucking Willie Nelson in disguise. Well, he's threatened me. He's threatened Chris. He's threatened 2Cold.
Yeah. I got to know. Yeah. I mean, hilarious. Why would anyone do this? I mean, come on.
Oh, Bitcoin's tanking down to 18.8.
Oh, I said it's bull trap.
Yeah.
Because I told people were saying, "Oh, Rippleton bought some XRP." I said, "Yeah, this is no good."
Yeah. It's 2 o'clock. Boom, down she goes.
Yeah, when you look at FOMO now, FOMO's webpage.
Where are you seeing 18.8? It's 19.4.
What was that?
Where are you seeing 18.8 at? Or is that what it crashed down to?
18 on Binance.
Oh, okay.
Binance is currently BTC USDT is currently 18.9.
Oh, it's brutal. Yeah, it's brutal.
Oh, yeah,
What the heck?
because when I looked at it after you said that it was at 19.4, then it went to 19.1 instantly.
Should have done some arbitrage there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just looking at CoinMarketCap, so.
Yep.
They need an overhaul. That site used to be so useful, and it's not anymore.
I can't believe they added the troll box. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
Well, what'd they do to it?
Well, they added a troll box, and it's just full of spam and bots.
Oh, yeah, they. Yep.
And then they just refuse to do certain things. Like we gave them an audit of Casino Coin, and they refused to take off that hazard warning or whatever they have for when they don't quote unquote know the circulating supply. And then if you look at our chart, that 54 cents shouldn't even really exist, no matter how you look at it, because if they extract out the number of coins there are now, compared to that, it still should be lower. So our chart's just completely screwed up. I feel like I got rugged.
No, you haven't been.
Hey, random fact: did anybody else hear that they found a human tooth that's like 10 million years old in the country of Georgia?
They found what?
They found a human tooth, I guess, supposedly, and they didn't want to talk about it, but it's millions of years old and just breaks all the rules of everything else that they've ever known about timelines and things like that.
Yeah.
Where did they find it?
Supposedly, it was in the country of Georgia. I only saw like one article about it, so I can't tell you if it was from a legit place, but I haven't really heard that much about it.
I'm curious how that breakdown went that Death Ranger left for.
Yeah, me too.
With John Deaton?
Yeah.
They pump and dumped on us.
It was pretty good. I mean, it was. I'm excited for the video that Jeremy's coming out with, but it was pretty good. I mean, it was overall a good thing, but they went over, every point. It was pretty positive. I think everybody's going to be like disappointed because it's not like them going straight for the throat, you know what I mean? But it's like a redacted version, you know what I mean? It's the first motion for summary judgment.
Lawsuits definitely take way too long. Crazy. I worked for somebody that was under a lawsuit, and they were like 3 years into it. And then when they were done, they just appealed it and started it over again.
It's not even like hurry up and wait. It's like everybody get all excited and worked up for nothing and then just wait some more. Everybody gonna have their eyes glued to the ceremony or the funeral or whatever is supposed to be going on this week. They're shutting everything down for it.
When is that?
Tuesday, I think. You must be straight north of me, Chris. We're in the same time zone. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm at home, so I'm in Saskatchewan. So I'm pretty much just north of Montana, kind of just on the corner.
That's funny that you said that about the boats. They do that even down here, and I mean I'm in northern Utah, but they even like kayaks and shit. They make you pull over and they gotta inspect everything. It's pretty crazy.
It's good though, right? I would be curious to know how many boats end up in those inspection stations actually carrying those mussels, like to justify the whole. Because I'm sure it costs quite a bit of money to have inspectors sitting at all those scales just for the boats.
I think they've been doing it for so long that like people just know, like they don't, if their shit's bad or if they get mussels, they may as well not even, you know what I mean? 'Cause they'll take your boat.
So yeah, looking at the map, I'm just like straight north of Havre, Montana. I don't know if that's how you say that. The Beaver Creek Park.
That's pretty close to, that's northeast a little bit of me. I'm at the top of the little cutout at the top of Utah.
When I was younger, I used to go to Great Falls and Spokane a lot. I really liked Spokane. Or a lot of times I'd stay in Coeur d'Alene just because it's cheaper, and then drive to Spokane in the morning, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's a real fun place.
Back when you didn't need a passport, so much nicer. I think we should call her there. Thanks everybody for joining.
Yeah.
I don't know how
Hey,
Beck ended up staying but being rugged for the last half hour here.
it's too cold, okay?
Yeah, somebody did get in contact with her today, so don't have any details, but she's out there somewhere.
She's okay, yeah, at least that.
Right on.
Well, have a good night, everybody.
Don't have too much fun.
Have a good night, guys.